Chapter 13, Part B, of Aaron's Rod by D.H. Lawrence. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 13, Wie es ihnen gefällt, Part B. And yet, O horror for a woman, he withheld everything from her. He withheld the very center of himself. For a long time she never realized. She was dazed and maddened only. But as months of married experience passed into years of married torment, she began to understand. It was that after their most tremendous, and it seemed to her heaven-rending passion, yea, when for her every veil seemed rent and a terrible and sacred creative darkness covered the earth, then, after all this wonder and miracle, in crept a poisonous grey snake of disillusionment, a poisonous grey snake of disillusion that bit her to madness, so that she really was a mad woman, demented. Why? Why? He never gave himself. He never came to her, really. He withheld himself. Yes, in those supreme and sacred times which for her were the whole culmination of life and being, the ecstasy of unspeakable passional conjunction, he was not really hers. He was withheld. He withheld the central core of himself, like the devil and hell-fiend he was. He cheated and made play with her tremendous passional soul, her sacred sex passion, most sacred of all things for a woman. All the time some central part of him stood apart from her, aside, looking on. Oh, agony and horror for a passionate, fierce-hearted woman. She who loved him. She who loved him to madness. She who would have died for him. She who did die with him many terrible and magnificent connubial deaths in his arms, her husband. Her husband. How bitter the word grew to her. Her husband. And him never once given wholly to her. Her husband. And in all the frenzied finality of desire she never fully possessed him. Not once. No, not once. As time went on, she learned it for inevitable. Not once. And then, how she hated him. Cheated, foiled, betrayed, forced to love him or to hate him. Never able to be at peace near him nor away from him. Poor Lottie. No wonder she was as a mad woman. She was strictly as a woman demented, after the birth of her second child. For all her instinct, all her impulse, all her desire, and above all her will, was to possess her man in very fullness once. Just once. And once and for all. Once. Just once. And it would be once and for all. But never. Never. Not once. Never. Not for one single solitary second. Was it not enough to send a woman mad? Was it not enough to make her demented? Yes, and mad she was. She made his life a hell for him. She bit him to the bone with her frenzy of rage, chagrin, and agony. She drove him mad, too. Mad, so that he beat her. Mad, so that he longed to kill her. But even in his greatest rages it was the same. He never finally lost himself. He remained, somewhere in the center, in possession of himself. She sometimes wished he would kill her, or that she would kill him. Neither event happened. And neither of them understood what was happening. How should they? They were both dazed, horrified, and mortified. He took to leaving her alone as much as was possible. But when he had to come home, there was her terrible will, like a flat, cold snake coiled round his soul and squeezing him to death. Yes, she did not relent. She was a good wife and mother. All her duties she fulfilled. But she was not one to yield. He must yield. That was written in eternal letters on the iron tablet of her will. He must yield. She, the woman, the mother of his children, how should she ever even think to yield? It was unthinkable. He, the man, the weak, the false, the treacherous, the half-hearted, it was he who must yield. Was not hers the divine will and the divine right? Ha! She would be less than woman if she ever capitulated, abandoned her divine responsibility as woman. No, he must yield. So he was unfaithful to her, Piling reproach after reproach upon himself, he added adultery to his brutality. And this was the beginning of the end. She was more than maddened. But he began to grow silent, unresponsive, as if he did not hear her. He was unfaithful to her, and oh, in such a low way. Such shame, such shame. But he only smiled carelessly now, and asked her what she wanted. She had asked for all she got. That he reiterated, and that was all he would do. Terrible was that she found even his smile of insolent indifference half beautiful. Oh, bitter chain to bear. But she summoned up all her strange woman's will. She fought against his fascination, the fascination he exerted over her. With fearful efforts of will she fought against it, and mastered it. And then, suddenly, horror and agony of it, up it would rush in her again, her unbearable desire for him, the longing for his contact, his quality of beauty. That was a cross hard to bear. Yet even that she bore, and schooled herself into a fretful, petulant manner of indifference. Her odd, whimsical petulance hid a will which he, and he alone, knew to be stronger than steel, strong as a diabolical cold grey snake that presses and presses and cannot relax. Nay, cannot relax. She became the same as he. Even in her moments of most passionate desire for him, the cold and snake-like tension of her will never relaxed, and the cold, snake-like eye of her intention never closed. So till it reached a deadlock. Each will was wound tense, and so fixed. Fixed. There was neither any relaxing, nor any increase of pressure. Fixed. Hard like a numbness, a grip that was solidifying and turning to stone. He realized, somehow, that at this terrible passive game of fixed tension, she would beat him. Her fixed female soul, her wound-up female will, would solidify into stone, whereas his must break. In him something must break. It was a cold and fatal deadlock, profitless. A life automatism of fixed tension that suddenly, in him, did break. His will flew loose in a recoil away from her. He left her as inevitably as a broken spring flies out from its hold. Not that he was broken. He would not do her even that credit. He had only flown loose from the old center fixture. His will was still entire and unabated. Only he did not know. He did not understand. He swung wildly about from place to place as if he were broken. Then suddenly, on this Sunday evening in the strange country, he realized something about himself. He realized that he had never intended to yield himself fully to her or to anything. That he did not intend ever to yield himself up entirely to her or to anything. That his very being pivoted on the fact of his isolate self-responsibility. Aloneness. His intrinsic and central aloneness was the very center of his being. Break it, and he broke his being. Break this central aloneness, and he broke everything. It was the great temptation to yield himself, and it was the final sacrilege. Anyhow, it was something which from his profoundest soul he did not intend to do. By the innermost isolation and singleness of his own soul, he would abide though the skies fell on top of one another and 7 heavens collapsed. Vaguely he realized this, and vaguely he realized that this had been the root cause of his strife with Lottie. Lottie, the only person who had mattered at all to him in all the world, save perhaps his mother. And his mother had not mattered, no, not 1/2 nor 1/5 what Lottie had mattered. So it was. There was, for him, only her significant in the universe. And between him and her, matters were as they were. He coldly and terribly hated her for a moment. Then no more. There was no solution. It was a situation without a solution. But at any rate, it was now a defined situation. He could rest in peace. Thoughts something in this manner ran through Aaron's subconscious mind as he sat still in the strange house. He could not have fired it all off at any listener. as these pages are fired off at any chance reader. Nevertheless, there it was, risen to half-consciousness in him. All his life he had hated knowing what he felt. He had willfully, if not consciously, kept a gulf between his passional soul and his open mind. In his mind was pinned up a nice description of himself, and a description of Lottie, sort of authentic passports to be used in the conscious world. These authentic passports, self-describing, nose short, mouth normal, etc., he had insisted that they should do all the duty of the man himself. This ready-made and very banal idea of himself as a really quite nice individual. Eyes blue, nose short, mouth normal, chin normal. This he had insisted was really himself. It was his conscious mask. Now at last, after years of struggle, he seemed suddenly to have dropped his mask on the floor and broken it. His authentic self-describing passport, his complete and satisfactory idea of himself, suddenly became a rag of paper, ridiculous. What on earth did it matter if he was nice or not, if his chin was normal or abnormal? His mask, his idea of himself dropped and was broken to bits. There he sat now, maskless and invisible. That was how he strictly felt. Invisible and undefined, rather like Wells's Invisible Man. He had no longer a mask to present to people. He was present and invisible. They could not really think anything about him, because they could not really see him. What did they see when they looked at him? Lady Franks, for example. He neither knew nor cared. He only knew he was invisible to himself and everybody, and that all thinking about what he was like was only a silly game of Mrs. Mackenzie's dead. So there. The old Aaron Sisson was as if painfully transmuted, as the Invisible Man when he underwent his transmutations. Now he was gone, and no longer to be seen, his visibility lost forever. And then what? Sitting there as an invisible presence, the preconceived world melted also and was gone. Lady Franks, Sir William, all the guests, they talked and maneuvered with their visible personalities, manipulating the masks of themselves. And underneath there was something invisible and dying, something fading, wilting, the essential plasm of themselves, their invisible being. Well now, and what next? Having in some curious manner tumbled from the tree of modern knowledge, and cracked and rolled out from the shell of the preconceived idea of himself like some dark, night-lustrous chestnut from the green ostensibility of the burr, he lay as it were exposed but invisible on the floor, knowing but making no conceptions. Knowing, but having no idea. Now that he was finally unmasked and exposed, the accepted idea of himself cracked and rolled aside like a broken chestnut burr. The mask split and shattered. He was at last quiet and free. He had dreaded exposure, and behold, we cannot be exposed, for we are invisible. We cannot be exposed to the looks of others, for our very being is night-lustrous and unseeable. Like the Invisible Man, we are only revealed through our clothes and our masks. In his own powerful but subconscious fashion, Aaron realized this. He was a musician, and hence even his deepest ideas were not word ideas. His very thoughts were not composed of words and ideal concepts. They too, his thoughts and his ideas, were dark and invisible, as electric vibrations are invisible no matter how many words they may purport. If I, as a word user, must translate his deep conscious vibrations into finite words, that is my own business. I do but make a translation of the man. He would speak in music. I speak with words. The inaudible music of his conscious soul conveyed his meaning in him quite as clearly as I convey it in words. Probably much more clearly, but in his own mode only. And it was in his own mode only he realized what I must put into words. These words are my own affair. His mind was music. Don't grumble at me then, gentle reader, and swear at me that this damned fellow wasn't half clever enough to think all these smart things, and realize all these fine drawn-out subtleties. You are quite right, he wasn't, yet it all resolved itself in him, as I say, and it is for you to prove that it didn't. In his now silent, maskless state of wordless comprehension, he knew that he had never wanted to surrender himself utterly to Lottie, nor to his mother, nor to anybody. The last extreme of self-abandon in love was for him an act of false behavior. His own nature inside him fated him not to take this last false step over the edge of the abyss of selflessness. Even if he wanted to, he could not. He might struggle on the edge of the precipice like an assassin struggling with his own soul, but he could not conquer. For according to all the current prejudice and impulse in one direction, he too had believed that the final achievement, the consummation of human life, was this flinging oneself over the precipice, down the bottomless pit of love. Now he realized that love, even in its intensest, was only an attribute of the human soul, one of its incomprehensible gestures. And to fling down the whole soul in one gesture of finality and love was as much a criminal suicide as to jump off a church tower or a mountain peak. Let a man give himself as much as he liked in love, to 7,000 extremities, he must never give himself away. The more generous and the more passionate a soul, the more it gives itself. But the more absolute remains the law that it shall never give itself away. Give thyself, but give thyself not away. That is the lesson written at the end of the long, strange lane of love. The idée fixe of today is that every individual shall not only give himself, but shall achieve the last glory of giving himself away. And since this takes two, you can't even make a present of yourself unless you've got somebody to receive the present. Since this last extra divine act takes two people to perform it, you've got to take into account not only your giver, but your receiver. Who is going to be the giver, and who the receiver? Why, of course, in our long drawn-out Christian day, man is given and woman is recipient. Man is the gift, woman the receiver. This is the sacrament we live by, the Holy Communion we live for. That man gives himself to woman in an utter and sacred abandon, all himself given and taken. Woman, eternal woman, she is the communicant. She receives the sacramental body and spirit of the man. And when she's got it, according to her passionate and all too sacred desire, completely, when she possesses her man at last, finally, and ultimately, without blemish or reservation in the perfection of the sacrament, then also, poor woman, the blood and the body of which she has partaken become insipid or nauseous to her. She is driven mad by the endless meal of the marriage sacrament, poisoned by the sacred communion, which was her goal and her soul's ambition. We have pushed a process into a goal. The aim of any process is not the perpetuation of that process, but the completion thereof. Love is a process of the incomprehensible human soul. Love, also incomprehensible, but still only a process. The process should work to a completion, not to some horror of intensification and extremity wherein the soul and body ultimately perish. The completion of the process of love is the arrival at a state of simple, pure self-possession, for man and woman. Only that. Which isn't exciting enough for us sensationalists. We prefer abysses, and maudlin self-abandon, and self-sacrifice, the degeneration into a sort of slime and merge. Perhaps, truly, the process of love is never accomplished. But it moves in great stages, and at the end of each stage a true goal, where the soul possesses itself in simple and generous singleness. Without this, love is a disease. So Aaron, crossing a certain border line and finding himself alone completely, accepted his loneliness or singleness as a fulfillment, a state of fulfillment. The long fight with Lottie had driven him at last to himself, so that he was quiet as a thing which has its roots deep in life, and has lost its anxiety. As for considering the lily, it is not a matter of consideration. The lily toils and spins hard enough, in her own way, but without that strain and that anxiety with which we try to weave ourselves a life. The lily is life-rooted, life-central. She cannot worry. She is life itself, a little, delicate fountain playing creatively for as long or as short a time as may be, and unable to be anxious. She may be sad or sorry if the north wind blows, but even then anxious she cannot be. Whether her fountain play or cease to play, from out the cold, damp earth she cannot be anxious. She may only be glad or sorry, and continue her way. She is perfectly herself, whatever befall, even if frosts cut her off. Happy lily, never to be saddled with an idée fixe, never to be in the grip of a monomania for happiness or love or fulfillment. It is not laissez-aller. It is life-rootedness. It is being by oneself, life-living, like the much-mooted lily. One toils, one spins, one strives, just as the lily does. But like her, taking one's own life-way amidst everything, and taking one's own life-way alone. Love, too. But there also, taking one's way alone, happily alone, in all the wonders of communion, swept up on the winds, but never swept away from one's very self. Two eagles in mid-air, maybe, like Whitman's dalliance of eagles. Two eagles in mid-air, grappling, whirling, coming to their intensification of love-oneness there in mid-air. In mid-air, the love consummation. But all the time each lifted on its own wings, each bearing itself up on its own wings at every moment of the mid-air love consummation. That is the splendid love way. The party was festive at dinner time, the women in their finest dresses, new flowers on the table, the best wine going. It was Sunday evening. Aaron, too, was dressed, and Lady Franks, in black lace and pearls, was almost gay. There were quails for dinner. The Colonel was quite happy. End of chapter 13, part B. Chapter 13, part C of Aaron's Rod by D.H. Lawrence. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 13, Wie es ihnen gefällt. Part C. An air of conviviality gathered round the table during the course of the meal. "I hope," said Aaron, "that we shall have some music tonight." "I want so much to hear your flute," said his hostess. "And I your piano," he said. "I am very weak, very out of practice. I tremble at the thought of playing before a musician. But you must not be too critical." "Oh," said Aaron, "I am not a man to be afraid of." "Well, we will see," said Lady Franks. "But I am afraid of music itself." "Yes," said Aaron, "I think it is risky." "Risky? I don't see that." "Music risky? Bach? Beethoven? No, I don't agree. On the contrary, I think it is most elevating, most morally inspiring. No, I tremble before it because it is so wonderful and elevating." "I often find that it makes me diabolical," he said. "That is your misfortune, I am sure," said Lady Franks. "Please do take another. But perhaps you don't like mushrooms?" Aaron quite liked mushrooms, and helped himself to the entree. "But perhaps," said she, "you are too modern. You don't care for Bach or Beethoven or Chopin, dear Chopin." "I find them all quite as modern as I am." "Is that so?" "Yes. For myself I am quite old-fashioned, though I can appreciate Strauss and Stravinsky as well, some things. But my old things, I don't think the moderns are so fine. They are not so deep. They haven't fathomed life so deeply." Lady Franks sighed faintly. "They don't care for depths," said Aaron. "No, they haven't the capacity. But I like big, deep music. Oh, I love orchestra. But my instrument is the piano. I like the great masters, Bach, Beethoven. They have such faith. You were talking of faith, believing that things would work out well for you in the end. Beethoven inspires that in me, too." "He makes you feel that all will be well with you at last?" "Yes, he does. He makes me feel faith in my personal destiny. And I do feel that there is something in one's special fate. I feel that I myself have a special kind of fate that will always look after me." "And you can trust to it?" "Yes, I can. It always turns out right. I think something has gone wrong, and then it always turns out right. Why, when we were in London, when we were at lunch one morning, it suddenly struck me, haven't I left my fur cloak somewhere? It was rather cold, so I had taken it with me, and then never put it on. And I hadn't brought it home. I had left it somewhere. But whether in a taxi, or in a shop, or in a little show of pictures I had been to, I couldn't remember. I could not remember. And I thought to myself, have I lost my cloak? I went round to everywhere I could think of. No trace of it. Something prompted me not to give it up. Quite distinctly I felt something telling me that I should get it back. So I called at Scotland Yard and gave the information. Well, 2 days later I had a notice from Scotland Yard. So I went, and there was my cloak. I had it back. And that has happened to me almost every time. I almost always get my things back. And I always feel that something looks after me. Do you know? Almost takes care of me." "But do you mean when you lose things, or in your life?" "I mean when I lose things, or when I want to get something I want. I am very nearly always successful, and I always feel there is some sort of higher power which does it for me. Finds your cloak for you." "Yes, wasn't it extraordinary? I felt when I saw my cloak in Scotland Yard, there, I knew I should recover you. And I always feel, as I say, that there is some higher power which helps me. Do you feel the same?" "No, not that way. Worse luck. I lost a batch of music a month ago which didn't belong to me, and which I couldn't replace. But I never could recover it. Though I'm sure nobody wanted it." "How very unfortunate. Whereas my fur cloak was just the thing that gets stolen most. I wished some power would trace my music, but apparently we aren't all gifted alike with guardian angels." "Apparently not. And that is how I regard it, almost as a gift, you know, that my fairy godmother gave me in my cradle." "For always recovering your property?" "Yes, and succeeding in my undertakings." "I'm afraid I had no fairy godmother." "Well, I think I had, and very glad I am of it." "Why, yes," said Aaron, looking at his hostess. So the dinner sailed merrily on. "But does Beethoven make you feel," said Aaron as an afterthought, "in the same way? That you will always find the things you have lost?" "Yes, he makes me feel the same faith. That what I lose will be returned to me. Just as I found my cloak. And that if I enter into an undertaking, it will be successful." "And your life has been always successful?" "Yes, almost always. We have succeeded with almost everything." "Why, yes," said Aaron, looking at her again. But even so, he could see a good deal of hard wornness under her satisfaction. She had had her suffering, sure enough. But none the less she was in the main satisfied. She sat there, a good hostess, and expected the homage due to her success. And of course she got it. Aaron himself did his little share of shoe-licking, and swallowed the taste of boot polish with a grimace, knowing what he was about. The dinner wound gaily to an end. The ladies retired. Sir William left his seat of honour at the end of the table and came and sat next to Aaron, summoning the other 3 men to cluster near. "Now, Colonel," said the host, "send round the bottle." With a flourish of the elbow and shoulder, the Colonel sent on the port, actually port, in those bleak post-war days. "Well, Mr. Sisson," said Sir William, "we will drink to your kind providence. Providing, of course, that we shall give no offence by so doing." "No, sir. No, sir. The providence belonged to Mr. Lilly. Mr. Sisson put his money on kindly fortune, I believe," said Arthur, who, rosy and fresh with wine, looked as if he would make a marvellous bon bouche for a finely discriminating cannibal. "Ah, yes, indeed. A much more ingratiating lady to lift our glasses to. Mr. Sisson's kindly fortune. Fortuna gentilissima. Well, Mr. Sisson, and may your lady fortune ever smile on you." Sir William lifted his glass with an odd little smirk, some touch of a strange prim old satire lurking in his oddly inclined head. Nay, more than satire. That curious, rather terrible iron demon that has fought with the world and wrung wealth from it, and which knows all about it. The devilish spirit of iron itself and iron machines. So, with his strange old smile showing his teeth rather terribly, the old knight glowered sightlessly over his glass at Aaron. Then he drank, the strange, careful old man's gesture in drinking. "But," said Aaron, "if Fortune is a female—" "Fortune? Fortune? Why, Fortune is a lady. What do you say, Major?" "She has all the airs of one, Sir William," said the Major, with the wistful grimness of his age and culture, and the young fellow stared like a crucified cyclops from his one eye, the black shutter being over the other. "And all the graces," capped Sir William, delighted with himself. "Oh, quite," said the Major. "For some all the airs, and for others all the graces." "Faint heart ne'er won fair lady, my boy," said William. "Not that your heart is faint. On the contrary, as we know, and your country knows. But with Lady Fortune you need another kind of stout heart. Oh, quite another kind." "I believe it, sir. And the kind of stout heart which I am afraid I haven't got," said the Major. "What?" said the old man. "Show the white feather before you've tackled the lady? Fill the Major's glass, Colonel. I am quite sure we will none of us ever say die." "Not likely. Not if we know it," said the Colonel, stretching himself heartily inside his tunic. He was becoming ruddier than the cherry. All he cared about at the moment was his gay little port glass. But the Major's young cheek was hollow and sallow, his one eye terribly pathetic. "And you, Mr. Sisson," said Sir William, "mean to carry all before you by taking no thought for the morrow. Well now, we can only wish you success." "I don't want to carry all before me," said Aaron. "I should be sorry. I want to walk past most of it." "Can you tell us where to? I am intrigued, as Sybil says, to know where you will walk to. Come now, enlighten us." "Nowhere, I suppose." "But is that satisfactory? Can you find it satisfactory?" "Is it even true?" said the Major. "Isn't it quite as positive an act to walk away from a situation as to walk towards it? My dear boy, you can't merely walk away from a situation. Believe that. If you walk away from Rome, you walk into the Maremma, or into the Alban Hills, or into the sea, but you walk into something. Now, if I am going to walk away from Rome, I prefer to choose my direction, and therefore my destination." "But you can't," said the Major. "What can't you?" "Choose. Either your direction or your destination." The Major was obstinate. "Really," said Sir William, "I have not found it so. I have not found it so. I have had to keep myself hard at work all my life, choosing between this or that." "And we," said the Major, "have no choice except between this or nothing." "Really." "I am afraid," said Sir William, "I am afraid I am too old, or too young, which shall I say, to understand." "Too young, sir," said Arthur sweetly. "The child was always father to the man, I believe." "I confess the Major makes me feel childish," said the old man. "The choice between this or nothing is a puzzler to me. Can you help me out, Mr. Sisson? What do you make of this or nothing business? I can understand neck or nothing." "I prefer the nothing part of it to the this part of it," said Aaron, grinning. "Colonel," said the old man, "throw a little light on this nothingness." "No, Sir William," said the Colonel, "I am all right as I am." "As a matter of fact, so are we all, perfectly A1, said Arthur. Aaron broke into a laugh. "That's the top and bottom of it," he laughed, flushed with wine, and handsome. "We're all as right as ninepence. Only it's rather nice to talk." "There," said Sir William. "We're all as right as ninepence. We're all as right as ninepence. So there we'll leave it, before the Major has time to say he is twopence short." Laughing his strange, old, soundless laugh, Sir William rose and made a little bow. "Come up and join the ladies in a minute or two," he said. Arthur opened the door for him, and he left the room. The four men were silent for a moment. Then the Colonel whipped up the decanter and filled his glass. Then he stood up and clinked glasses with Aaron like a real old sport. "Luck to you," he said. "Thanks," said Aaron. "You're going in the morning?" said Arthur. "Yes," said Aaron. "What train?" said Arthur. "8:40. "Oh, then we shan't see you again." Well, best of luck." "Best of luck," echoed the Colonel. "Same to you," said Aaron, and they all peered over their glasses and quite loved one another for a rosy minute. "I should like to know, though," said the hollow-cheeked young Major with the black flap over his eye, "whether you do really mean you are all right, that it is all right with you, or whether you only say so to get away from the responsibility." "I mean I don't really care. I don't a damn. Let the devil take it all." "The devil doesn't want it either," said the Major. "Then let him leave it. I don't care one single little curse about it all." "Be damned. What is there to care about?" said the Colonel. "Aye, what?" said Aaron. "It's all the same, whether you care or don't care. So I say it's much easier not to care," said Arthur. "Of course it is," said the Colonel gaily. "And I think so too," said Aaron. "Right you are. We're all as right as ninepence, what? Good old sport. Here's yours," cried the Colonel. "We shall have to be going up," said Arthur, wise in his generation. As they went into the hall, Arthur suddenly put one arm around Aaron's waist, and one arm around the Colonel's, and the three did a sudden little barn dance toward the stairs. Arthur was feeling himself quite let loose again, back in his old regimental mess. Approaching the foot of the stairs, he let go again. He was in that rosy condition when united we stand. But unfortunately, it is a complicated job to climb the stairs in unison. The whole lot tends to fall backwards. Arthur, therefore, rosy, plump, looking so good to eat, stood still a moment in order to find his own neatly slippered feet. Having found them, he proceeded to put them carefully one before the other, and to his enchantment found that this procedure was carrying him magically up the stairs. The Colonel, like a drowning man, clutched feebly for the straw of the great stair rail, and missed it. He would have gone under, but that Aaron's hand gripped his arm. So, orienting once more like a fragile tendril, he reached again for the banister rail, and got it. After which, lifting his feet as if they were little packets of sand tied to his trouser buttons, he managed his way upwards. Aaron was in that pleasant state when he saw what everybody else was doing, and was unconscious of what he did himself. Whilst tall, gaunt, erect, like a murdered Hamlet resurrected in khaki, with the terrible black shutter over his eye, the young Major came last. Arthur was making a stern fight for his composure. His whole future depended on it. But do what he would, he could not get the flushed, pleased, mess-happy look off his face. The Colonel, oh, awful man, did a sort of plump, roly-poly cakewalk, like a fat boy, right to the very door of that sanctum sanctorum, the library. Aaron was inwardly convulsed. Even the Major laughed. But Arthur stiffened himself militarily and cleared his throat. All four started to compose themselves, like actors going on the stage, outside that library door. And then Arthur softly, almost wistfully, opened and held the door for the others to pass. The Colonel slunk meekly in, and sat in a chair in the background. The Major stalked in, expressionless, and hovered towards the sofa where his wife sat. There was a rather cold water down your back feeling in the library. The ladies had been waiting for coffee. Sir William was waiting too. Therefore, in a little tension, half silent, the coffee was handed round. Lady Franks was discussing something with Arthur's wife. Arthur's wife was in a cream lace dress, and looking what is called lovely. The Major's wife was in amethyst chiffon with dark red roses, and was looking blindingly beautiful. The Colonel was looking into his coffee cup as wistfully as if it contained the illusion of tawny port. The Major was looking into space as if there and there alone, etc. Arthur was looking for something which Lady Franks had asked for, and which he was much too flushed to find. Sir William was looking at Aaron and preparing for another cour à cour. "Well," he said, "I doubt if you will care for Milan. It is one of the least Italian of all the towns, in my opinion. Venice, of course, is a thing apart. I cannot stand, myself, that miserable specimen, the modern Roman. He has most of the vices of the old Romans and none of the virtues. The most congenial town, perhaps, for a stranger is Florence. But it has a very bad climate." Lady Franks rose significantly and left the room, accompanied by Arthur's wife. Aaron knew silently that he was summoned to follow. His hostess had her eye on him this evening, but always postponing his obedience to the cool commands of women. He remained talking with his host in the library and sipping creme de menthe. Came the ripple of the pianoforte from the open doorway down at the farther end of the room. Lady Franks was playing in the large drawing room, and the ripple of the music contained in it the hard insistence of the little woman's will. Coldly and decidedly, she intended there should be no more unsettling conversations for the old Sir William. Aaron was to come forthwith into the drawing room, which Aaron plainly understood, and so he didn't go. No, he didn't go, though the pianoforte rippled and swelled in volume. No, and he didn't go even when Lady Franks left off playing and came into the library again. There he sat, talking with Sir William. Let us do credit to Lady Franks' willpower, and admit that the talk was quite empty and distracted. None of the depths and skirmishes of the previous occasions. None the less, the talk continued. Lady Franks retired, discomfited, to her piano again. She would never break in upon her lord. So now Aaron relented. He became more and more distracted. Sir William wandered away like some restless, hunted soul. The Colonel still sat in his chair, nursing his last drop of creme de menthe, resentfully. He did not care for the green toffee stuff. Arthur was busy. The Major lay sprawled in the last stages of everything on the sofa, holding his wife's hand, and the music came pathetically through the open folding doors. Of course, she played with feeling. It went without saying. Aaron's soul felt rather tired, but she had a touch of discrimination also. He rose and went to the drawing room. It was a large, vacant-seeming Empire sort of drawing room, with yellow silk chairs along the walls, and yellow silk panels upon the walls, and a huge, vasty crystal chandelier hanging from a far-away above ceiling. Lady Franks sat at a large black Bechstein piano at one end of this vacant yellow stateroom. She sat, a little plump elderly lady in black lace, for all the world like Queen Victoria in Max Beerbohm's drawing of Alfred Tennyson reading to her Victorian Majesty, with space before her. Arthur's wife was bending over some music in a remote corner of the big room. Aaron seated himself on one of the chairs by the wall to listen. Certainly it was a beautiful instrument, and certainly in her way she loved it. But Aaron remembered an anthem in which he had taken part as a boy. His eye is on the sparrow, so I know he watches me. For a long time he had failed to catch the word sparrow, and had heard, his eye is on the spy-hole, so I know he watches me. Which was just how it had all seemed to him as a boy. Now, as ever, he felt the eye was on the spy-hole. There sat the woman playing music, but her inward eye was on the spy-hole of her vital affairs, her domestic arrangements, her control of her household, guests and husband included. The other eye was left for the music, don't you know? Sir William appeared hovering in the doorway, not at all liking the defection of Mr. Aaron. Then he retreated. He seemed not to care for music. The Major's wife hovered, felt it her duty to aud, or play audience, and entered, seating herself in a breath of lilac and amethyst, again at the near distance. The Major, after a certain beating about the bush, followed and sat wrapped in dim contemplation near his wife. Arthur, luckily, was still busy with something. Aaron, of course, made proper musical remarks in the intervals. Arthur's wife sorted out more pieces. Arthur appeared, and then the Colonel. The Colonel tiptoed beautifully across the wide blank space of the Empire room, and seated himself on a chair, rather in the distance, with his back to the wall, facing Aaron. When Lady Franks finished her piece, to everybody's amazement, the Colonel clapped gaily to himself, and said bravo, as if at a café chantant, looking around for his glass. But there was no glass. So he crossed his neatly khakied legs and looked rapt again. Lady Franks started with a vivace Schumann piece. Everyone listened in sanctified silence, trying to seem to like it, when suddenly our Colonel began to spring and bounce in his chair, slinging his loose leg with a kind of rapture up and down in the air, and capering upon his posterior, doing a sitting-down jig to the Schumann vivace. Arthur, who had seated himself at the farthest extremity of the room, winked with wild bliss at Aaron. The Major tried to look as if he noticed nothing, and only succeeded in looking agonized. His wife studied the point of her silver shoe minutely, and peeped through her hair at the performance. Aaron grimly chuckled, and loved the Colonel with real tenderness. And the game went on while the vivace lasted. Up and down bounced the plump Colonel on his chair, kicking with his bright, black patent toe higher and higher, getting quite enthusiastic over his jig. Rosy and unabashed, he was worthy of the great nation he belonged to. The broad-seated Empire chair showed no signs of giving way. Let him enjoy himself, away there across the yellow Sahara of this silk-panelled salon. Aaron felt quite cheered up. Well now, he thought to himself, this man is in entire command of a very important branch of the British service in Italy. We are a great race still. But Lady Franks must have twigged. Her playing went rather stiff. She came to the end of the vivace movement and abandoned her piece. I always prefer Schumann in his vivace moods, said Aaron. Do you? Said Lady Franks. Oh, I don't know. It was now the turn of Arthur's wife to sing. Arthur seemed to get further away, if it was possible, for he was at the remotest remote end of the room, near the gallery doors. The Colonel became quiet, pensive. The Major's wife eyed the young woman in white lace, and seemed not to care for lace. Arthur seemed to be trying to push himself backwards through the wall. Lady Franks switched on more lights into the vast and voluminous crystal chandelier which hung like some glory cloud above the room's centre, and Arthur's wife sang sweet little French songs, and Ye Banks and Braes, and Caro mio ben, which goes without saying, and so on. She had quite a nice voice and was quite adequately trained, which is enough said. Aaron had all his nerves on edge. Then he had to play the flute. Arthur strolled upstairs with him, arm in arm, where he went to fetch his instrument. I find music in the home rather a strain, you know, said Arthur. Cruel strain, I quite agree, said Aaron. I don't mind it so much in the theatre, or even a concert, where there are a lot of people to take the edge off. But after a good dinner... It's medicine, said Aaron. Well, you know it really is to me. It affects my inside. Aaron laughed, and then in the yellow drawing-room blew into his pipe and played. He knew so well that Arthur, the Major, the Major's wife, the Colonel, and Sir William thought it merely an intolerable bore. However, he played. His hostess even accompanied him in a Mozart bit. End of chapter 13, Part C. Chapter 14, Part A, of Aaron's Rod by D.H. Lawrence. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 14, 20th Septembre, Part A. Aaron was awakened in the morning by the soft entrance of the butler with the tray. It was just 7 o'clock. Lady Frank's household was punctual as the sun itself. But our hero roused himself with a wrench. The very act of lifting himself from the pillow was like a fight this morning. Why? He recognized his own wrench, the pain with which he struggled under the necessity to move. Why shouldn't he want to move? Why not? Because he didn't want the day in front, the plunge into a strange country, towards nowhere, with no aim in view. True, he said that ultimately he wanted to join Lily, but this was hardly more than a sop, an excuse for his own irrational behavior. He was breaking loose from one connection after another. And for what? Why break every tie? Snap, snap, snap went the bonds and ligatures which bound him to the life that had formed him, the people he had loved or liked. He found all his affections snapping off, all the ties which united him with his own people coming asunder. And why? In God's name, why? What was there instead? There was nothingness. There was just himself, and blank nothingness. He had perhaps a faint sense of Lily ahead of him, an impulse in that direction, or else merely an illusion. He could not persuade himself that he was seeking for love, for any kind of unison or communion. He knew well enough that the thought of any loving, any sort of real coming together between himself and anybody or anything, was just objectionable to him. No, he was not moving towards anything. He was moving almost violently away from everything. And that was what he wanted. Only that. Only let him not run into any sort of embrace with anything or anybody. This was what he asked. Let no new connection be made between himself and anything on earth. Let all old connections break. This was his craving. Yet he struggled under it this morning as under the lid of a tomb. The terrible sudden weight of inertia. He knew the tray stood ready by the bed. He knew the automobile would be at the door at 8 o'clock, for Lady Franks had said so, and he half divined that the servant had also said so. Yet there he lay, in a kind of paralysis in this bed. He seemed for the moment to have lost his will. Why go forward into more nothingness, away from all that he knew, all that he was accustomed to, and all he belonged to? However, with a click he sat up, and the very instant he had poured his coffee from the little silver coffee-pot into his delicate cup, he was ready for anything and everything. The sense of silent adventure took him, the exhilarated feeling that he was fulfilling his own inward destiny. Pleasant to taste was the coffee, the bread, the honey, delicious. The man brought his clothes, and again informed him that the automobile would be at the door at 8 o'clock, or at least so he made out. "I can walk," said Aaron. "Milady ha comandato l'automobile," said the man softly. It was evident that if Milady had ordered it, so it must be. So Aaron left the still sleeping house, and got into the soft and luxurious car. As he dropped through the park, he wondered that Sir William and Lady Franks should be so kind to him. A complete stranger. But so it was. There he sat in their car. He wondered also, as he ran over the bridge and into the city, whether this soft-running automobile would ever rouse the socialistic bile of the workpeople. For the first time in his life, as he sat among the snug cushions, he realized what it might be to be rich and uneasy. Uneasy, even if not afraid, lurking there inside an expensive car. Well, it wasn't much of a sensation anyhow, and riches were stuffy, like wadded upholstery on everything. He was glad to get out into the fresh air of the common crowd. He was glad to be in the bleak, not very busy station. He was glad to be part of common life. For the very atmosphere of riches seems to be stuffed and wadded, never any real reaction. It was terrible, as if one's very body, shoulders and arms, were upholstered and made cushiony. Ugh. But he was glad to shake off himself the atmosphere of wealth and motor cars, to get out of it all. It was like getting out of quilted clothes. Well, thought Aaron, if this is all it amounts to be rich, you can have riches. They talk about money being power. But the only sort of power it has over me is to bring on a kind of numbness, which I fairly hate. No wonder rich people don't seem to be really alive. The relief of escaping quite took away his self-conscious embarrassment at the station. He carried his own bags, bought a third-class ticket, and got into the train for Milan, without caring one straw for the comments or the looks of the porters. It began to rain. The rain ran across the great plain of North Italy. Aaron sat in his wood-seated carriage and smoked his pipe in silence, looking at the thick, short Lombards opposite him without heeding them. He paid hardly any outward attention to his surroundings, but sat involved in himself. In Milan he had been advised to go to the Hotel Britannia, because it was not expensive, and English people went there. So he took a carriage, drove round the green space in front of Milan station, and away into the town. The streets were busy, but only half-heartedly so. It must be confessed that every new move he made was rather an effort. Even he himself wondered why he was struggling with foreign porters and foreign cabmen, being talked at and not understanding a word. But there he was, so he went on with it. The hotel was small and congenial. The hotel porter answered in English. Aaron was given a little room with a tiny balcony, looking on to a quiet street. So he had a home of his own once more. He washed, and then counted his money. £37 he had, and no more. He stood on the balcony and looked at the people going by below. Life seems to be moving so quick when one looks down on it from above. Across the road was a large stone house, with its green shutters all closed. But from the flagpole under the eaves, over the central window of the uppermost floor, the house was 4 stories high, waved the Italian flag in the melancholy damp air. Aaron looked at it, the red, white, and green tricolour with the white cross of Savoy in the centre. It hung damp and still, and there seemed a curious vacancy in the city, something empty and depressing in the great human centre. Not that there was really a lack of people, but the spirit of the town seemed depressed and empty. It was a national holiday. The Italian flag was hanging from almost every house front. It was about 3 o'clock in the afternoon. Aaron sat in the restaurant of the hotel drinking tea, for he was rather tired, and looking through the thin curtains at the little square outside where people passed. Little groups of dark, aimless-seeming men, a little bit poorer looking, perhaps rather shorter in stature, but very much like the people in any other town. Yet the feeling of the city was so different from that of London. There seemed a curious emptiness. The rain had ceased, but the pavements were still wet. There was a tension. Suddenly there was a noise of 2 shots, fired in rapid succession. Aaron turned, startled, to look into the quiet piazza. And to his amazement, the pavements were empty. Not a soul was in sight. 2 minutes before, the place was busy with passers-by, and a newspaper man selling the Courier, and little carriages rattling through. Now, as if by magic, nobody. Nothing. It was as if they had all melted into thin air. The waiter, too, was peeping behind the curtain. A carriage came trotting into the square. An odd man took his way alone. The traffic began to stir once more, and people reappeared as suddenly as they had disappeared. Then the waiter ran hastily and furtively out, and craned his neck, peering round the square. He spoke with 2 youths, rather loutish youths. Then he returned to his duty in the hotel restaurant. "What was it? What were the shots?" Aaron asked him. "Oh, somebody shooting at a dog," said the man negligently. "At a dog?" said Aaron, with round eyes. He finished his tea and went out into the town. His hotel was not far from the cathedral square. Passing through the arcade, he came in sight of the famous cathedral with its numerous spines pricking into the afternoon air. He was not as impressed as he should have been. And yet there was something in the northern city, this big square with all the trams threading through, the little yellow continental trams, and the spiny bulk of the great cathedral like a grey-purple sea urchin with many spines on the one side, the ornamental grass plots and flower beds on the other, the big shops going all along the further strands, all round, and the endless, restless, nervous drift of a North Italian crowd, so nervous, so twitchy, nervous and twitchy as the slipping past of the little yellow tram-cars. It all affected him with a sense of strangeness, nervousness, and approaching winter. It struck him the people were afraid of themselves, afraid of their own souls, and that which was in their own souls. Turning up the broad steps of the cathedral, he entered the famous building. The sky had cleared, and the freshened light shone coloured in living tablets around the wonderful, towering, rose-hearted dusk of the great church. At some altars, lights flickered uneasily. At some unseen side altar, Mass was going on. And a strange, ragged music fluttered out on the incense dusk of the great and lofty interior, which was all shadow, hung round with jewelled tablets of light. Particularly beautiful the great east bay above the great altar. And all the time, over the big patterned marble floor, the faint click and rustle of feet coming and going, like shallow, uneasy water rustled back and forth in a trough. A white dog trotted pale through the underdusk over the pale, big patterned floor. Aaron came to the side altar where Mass was going on, candles ruddily wavering. There was a small cluster of kneeling women, a ragged handful of onlooking men, and people wandering up and wandering away, young women with neatly dressed black hair, and shawls, but without hats, fine young women in very high heels, young men with nothing to do, ragged men with nothing to do, all strayed faintly clicking over the slabbed floor, and glanced at the flickering altar where the white surpliced boys were curtsying and the white and gold priest bowing, his hands over his breast in the candlelight, all strayed, glanced, lingered, and strayed away again, as if the spectacle were not sufficiently holding. The bell chimed for the elevation of the host, but the thin trickle of people trickled the same, uneasily, over the slabbed floor of the vastly upreaching, shadow-foliaged cathedral. The smell of incense in his nostrils, Aaron went out again by a side door and began to walk along the pavements of the cathedral square, looking at the shops. Some were closed and had little notices pinned on them. Some were open and seemed half-stocked with half-elegant things. Men were carrying newspapers. In the cafes a few men were seated, drinking vermouth. In the doorway of the restaurants waiters stood inert, looking out on the streets. The curious, heart-eating ennui of the big town on a holiday came over our hero. He felt he must get out, whatever happened. He could not bear it. So he went back to his hotel and up to his room. It was still only 5 o'clock, and he did not know what to do with himself. He lay down on the bed and looked at the painting on his bedroom ceiling. It was a terrible business in Reckitt's blue and browny gold, with awful heraldic beasts, rather worm-wiggly, displayed in a blue field. As he lay thinking of nothing and feeling nothing except a certain weariness or dreariness or tension or God knows what, he heard a loud, hoarse noise of humanity in the distance. Something frightening. Rising, he went on to his little balcony. It was a sort of procession or march of men, here and there a red flag fluttering from a man's fist. There had been a big meeting, and this was the issue. The procession was irregular, but powerful, men 4 abreast. They emerged irregularly from the small piazza to the street, calling and vociferating. They stopped before a shop and clotted into a crowd, shouting, becoming vicious. Over the shop door hung a tricolour, a national flag. The shop was closed, but the men began to knock at the door. They were all workmen, some in railway men's caps, mostly in black felt hats. Some wore red cotton neckties. They lifted their faces to the national flag, and as they shouted and gesticulated, Aaron could see their strong teeth in their jaws. There was something frightening in their lean, strong Italian jaws, something inhuman and possessed-looking in their foreign, southern-shaped faces, so much more formed and demon-looking than northern faces. They had a demon-like set purpose, and the noise of their voices was like a jarring of steel weapons. Aaron wondered what they wanted. There were no women, all men, a strange male, slashing sound. Vicious it was, the head of the procession swirling like a little pool, the thick wedge of the procession beyond, flecked with red flags. A window opened above the shop, and a frowsty-looking man, yellow-pale, was quickly and nervously hauling in the national flag. There were shouts of derision and mockery, a great overtone of acrid derision. The flag and its owner ignominiously disappeared, and the procession moved on. Almost every shop had a flag flying, and every one of these flags now disappeared, quickly or slowly, sooner or later, in obedience to the command of the vicious, derisive crowd that marched and clotted slowly down the street, having its own way. Only one flag remained flying, the big tricolour that floated from the top story of the house opposite Aaron's hotel. The ground floor of this house consisted of shop premises, now closed. There was no sign of any occupant. The flag floated inert aloft. The whole crowd had come to a stop immediately below the hotel, and all were now looking up at the green and white and red tricolour, which stirred damply in the early evening light, from under the broad eaves of the house opposite. Aaron looked at the long flag, which drooped almost unmoved from the eaves shadow, and he half expected it to furl itself up of its own accord, in obedience to the will of the masses. Then he looked down at the packed, black shoulders of the mob below, and at the curious clustering pattern of a sea of black hats. He could hardly see anything but hats and shoulders, uneasily moving like boiling pitch away beneath him. But the shouts began to come up hotter and hotter. There had been a great ringing of a doorbell and battering on the shop door. The crowd, the swollen head of the procession, talked and shouted, occupying the center of the street, but leaving the pavement clear. A woman in a white blouse appeared in the shop door. She came out and looked up at the flag and shook her head and gesticulated with her hands. It was evidently not her flag. She had nothing to do with it. The leaders again turned to the large house door and began to ring all the bells and to knock with their knuckles. But no good. There was no answer. They looked up again at the flag. Voices rose, ragged and ironical. The woman explained something again. Apparently there was nobody at home in the upper floors. All entrance was locked. There was no caretaker. Nobody owned the flag. There it hung under the broad eaves of the strong stone house, and didn't even know that it was guilty. The woman went back into her shop and drew down the iron shutter from inside. The crowd, nonplussed, now began to argue and shout and whistle. The voices rose in pitch and derision. Steam was getting up. There hung the flag. The procession crowded forward and filled the street in a mass below. All the rest of the street was empty and shut up, and still hung the showy rag, red and white and green, up aloft. Suddenly there was a lull. Then shouts, half encouraging, half derisive. And Aaron saw a smallish black figure of a youth, fair-haired, not more than 17 years old, clinging like a monkey to the front of the house, and by the help of the heavy drain-pipe and the stonework ornamentation, climbing up the stone ledge that ran under the ground-floor windows, up like a sudden cat onto the projecting footing. He did not stop there, but continued his race like some frantic lizard, running up the great wall front, working away from the noise below, as if in sheer fright. It was one unending, wriggling movement, sheer up the front of the impassive, heavy stone house. The flag hung from a pole under one of the windows of the top story, the third floor. Up went the wriggling figure of the possessed youth. The cries of the crowd below were now wild, ragged ejaculations of excitement and encouragement. The youth seemed to be lifted up, almost magically, on the intense, upreaching excitement of the massed men below. He passed the ledge of the first floor. Like a lizard he wriggled up and passed the ledge or coping of the second floor, and there he was, like an upward climbing shadow, scrambling onto the coping of the third floor. The crowd was for a second electrically still as the boy rose there erect, cleaving to the wall with the tips of his fingers. But he did not hesitate for one breath. He was on his feet and running along the narrow coping that went across the house under the third-floor windows, running there on that narrow footing away above the street, straight to the flag. He had got it. He had clutched it in his hand, a handful of it. Exactly like a great flame rose the simultaneous yell of the crowd as the boy jerked and got the flag loose. He had torn it down. A tremendous, prolonged yell, touched with a snarl of triumph, and searing like a puff of flame, sounded as the boy remained for one moment with the flag in his hand, looking down at the crowd below. His face was odd and elated and still. Then, with the slightest gesture, he threw the flag from him, and Aaron watched the gaudy remnant falling towards the many faces, whilst the noise of yelling rose up unheard. There was a great clutch and hiss in the crowd. The boy still stood unmoved, holding by one hand behind him, looking down from above, from his dangerous elevation, in a sort of abstraction. And the next thing Aaron was conscious of was the sound of trumpets, a sudden startling challenge of trumpets, and out of nowhere a sudden rush of grey-green carabinieri, battering the crowd wildly with truncheons. It was so sudden that Aaron heard nothing any more. He only saw. In utmost amazement he saw the greeny-grey uniformed carabinieri, rushing thick and wild and indiscriminate on the crowd. A sudden, new, excited crowd in uniforms attacking the black crowd, beating them wildly with truncheons. There was a seething moment in the street below, and almost instantaneously the original crowd burst into a terror of frenzy. The mob broke as if something had exploded inside it. A few black-hatted men fought furiously to get themselves free of the hated soldiers. In the confusion, bunches of men staggered, reeled, fell, and were struggling among the legs of their comrades and of the carabinieri. But the bulk of the crowd just burst and fled, in every direction. Like drops of water they seemed to fly up at the very walls themselves. They darted into any entry, any doorway. They sprang up the walls and clambered into the ground-floor windows. They sprang up the walls onto window ledges, and then jumped down again, and ran, clamoring, wriggling, darting, running, in every direction. Some cut, blood on their faces, terror or frenzy of flight in their hearts. Not so much terror as the frenzy of running away. In a breath the street was empty. And all the time, there above on the stone coping stood the long-faced, fair-haired boy, while 4 stout carabinieri in the street below stood with uplifted revolvers and covered him, shouting that if he moved, they would shoot. So there he stood, still looking down, still holding with his left hand behind him, covered by the 4 revolvers. He was not so much afraid as twitchily self-conscious because of his false position. Meanwhile, down below, the crowd had dispersed, melted momentaneously. The carabinieri were busy arresting the men who had fallen and been trodden underfoot, or who had foolishly let themselves be taken. Perhaps half a dozen men, half a dozen prisoners, less rather than more. The sergeant ordered these to be secured between soldiers, and last of all the youth up above, still covered by the revolvers, was ordered to come down. He turned quite quietly and quite humbly, cautiously picked his way along the coping towards the drain pipe. He reached this pipe and began in humiliation to climb down. It was a real climb down. Once in the street he was surrounded by the grey uniforms. The soldiers formed up. The sergeant gave the order, and away they marched, the dejected youth a prisoner between them. End of chapter 14, Part A. Chapter 14, Part B, of Aaron's Rod by D.H. Lawrence. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 14, 20th September, Part B. Then were heard a few scattered yells of derision and protest, a few shouts of anger and derision against the carabinieri. There were once more gangs of men and groups of youths along the street. They sent up an occasional shout, but always over their shoulders and pretending it was not they who shouted. They were all cowed and hangdog once more, and made not the slightest effort to save the youth. Nevertheless, they prowled and watched, ready for the next time. So away went the prisoner and the grey-green soldiers, and the street was left to the little gangs and groups of hangdog, discontented men, all thoroughly out of countenance. The scene was ended. Aaron looked round, dazed, and then for the first time he noticed, on the next balcony to his own, 2 young men. Young gentlemen, he would have said. The one was tall and handsome and well-coloured, might be Italian. But the other, with his pale, thin face and his rimless monocle in his eye, he was surely an Englishman. He was surely one of the young officers shattered by the war. A look of strange, arch, bird-like pleasure was on his face at this moment. If one could imagine the gleaming smile of a white owl over the events that had just passed, this was the impression produced on Aaron by the face of the young man with the monocle. The other youth, the ruddy, handsome one, had knitted his brows in mock distress, and was glancing with a look of shrewd curiosity at Aaron, and with a look of almost self-satisfied excitement first to one end of the street, then to the other. "But imagine, Angus, it's all over," he said, laying his hand on the arm of the monocled young man, and making great eyes, not without a shrewd glance in Aaron's direction. "Did you see him fall?" replied Angus, with another strange gleam. "Yes, but was he hurt?" "I don't know. I should think so. He fell right back out of that on to those stones." "But how perfectly awful. Did you ever see anything like it?" "No. It's one of the funniest things I ever did see. I saw nothing quite like it, even in the war." Here Aaron withdrew into his room. His mind and soul were in a whirl. He sat down in his chair and did not move again for a great while. When he did move, he took his flute and played he knew not what. But strange, strange, his soul passed into his instrument, or passed half into his instrument. There was a big residue left, to go bitter, or to ferment into gold old wine of wisdom. He did not notice the dinner gong, and only the arrival of the chambermaid to put the wash-table in order sent him down to the restaurant. The first thing he saw as he entered was the 2 young Englishmen seated at a table in a corner behind him. Their hair was brushed straight back from their foreheads, making the sweep of the head bright and impeccable, and leaving both the young faces clear as if in a cameo. Angus had laid his monocle on the table, and was looking round the room with wide, light blue eyes, looking hard, like some bird creature, and seeming to see nothing. He had evidently been very ill, was still very ill. His cheeks and even his jaw seemed shrunken, almost withered. He forgot his dinner, or he did not care for it. Probably the latter. "What do you think, Francis," he said, "of making a plan to see Florence and Siena and Orvieto on the way down, instead of going straight to Rome?" He spoke in precise, particularly enunciated words, in a public school manner, but with a strong twang of South Wales. "Why, Angus," came the graceful voice of Francis, "I thought we had settled to go straight through via Pisa." Francis was graceful in everything, in his tall, elegant figure, in the poses of his handsome head, in the modulation of his voice. "Yes, but I see we can go either way, either Pisa or Florence. And I thought it might be nice to look at Florence and Siena and Orvieto." "I believe they're very lovely," came the soft, precise voice of Angus, ending in a touch of old emotion on the words "very lovely," as if it were a new experience to him to be using them. "I'm sure they're marvellous. I'm quite sure they're marvellously beautiful," said Francis, in his assured, elegant way. "Well then, Angus, suppose we do that, then. When shall we start?" Angus was the nervous insister. Francis was quite occupied with his own thoughts and calculations and curiosity. For he was very curious, not to say inquisitive. And at the present moment he had a new subject to ponder. This new subject was Aaron, who sat with his back to our new couple, and who, with his fine sharp ears, caught every word that they said. Aaron's back was broad enough, and his shoulders square, and his head rather small and fairish and well-shaped. And Francis was intrigued. He wanted to know, was the man English? He looked so English. Yet he might perhaps be Danish, Scandinavian, or Dutch. Therefore the elegant young man watched and listened with all his ears. The waiter who had brought Aaron his soup now came very free and easy, to ask for further orders. "What would you like to drink? Wine? Chianti? Or white wine? Or beer?" The old-fashioned "sir" was dropped. It is too old-fashioned now, since the war. "What should I drink?" said Aaron, whose acquaintance with the wines was not very large. "Half-liter of Chianti. That is very good," said the waiter, with the air of a man who knew only too well how to bring up his betters, and train them in the way they should go. "All right," said Aaron. The welcome sound of these two magic words, "all right," was what the waiter most desired. All right. Yes, all right. This is the pith, the marrow, the sum and essence of the English language to a Southerner. Of course it is not all right. It is all right. And one word at that. The blow that would be given to most foreign waiters if they were forced to realize that the famous oroi was really composed of two words, and spelt all right, would be too cruel, perhaps. "Half-liter Chianti. All right," said the waiter. And we'll let him say it. "English," whispered Francis melodramatically in the ear of Angus. "I thought so. The flautist." Angus put in his monocle and stared at the oblivious shoulders of Aaron without apparently seeing anything. "Yes, obviously English," said Angus, pursing like a bird. "Oh, but I heard him," whispered Francis emphatically. "Quite," said Angus. "But quite inoffensive." "Oh, but Angus, my dear, he's the flautist. Don't you remember? The divine bit of Scriabin? At least I believe it was Scriabin. But perfectly divine. I adore the flute above all things." And Francis placed his hand on Angus's arm and rolled his eyes. Lay this to the credit of a bottle of Lachrymae Christi, if you like. "Yes, so do I," said Angus, looking again archly through the monocle and seeing nothing. "I wonder what he's doing here." "Don't you think we might ask him?" said Francis in a vehement whisper. "After all, we are the only three English people in the place." "For the moment, apparently we are," said Angus. "But the English are all over the place, wherever you go, like bits of orange peel in the street. Don't forget that, Francesco." "No, Angus, I don't. The point is, his flute is perfectly divine. And he seems quite attractive in himself. Don't you think so?" "Oh, quite," said Angus, whose observations had got no further than the black cloth of the back of Aaron's jacket. That there was a man inside he had not yet paused to consider. "Quite a musician," said Francis. "The hired sort," said Angus, "most probably. But he plays most marvellously. That you can't get away from, Angus." "I quite agree," said Angus. "Well then, don't you think we might hear him again? Don't you think we might get him to play for us? But I should love it more than anything." "Yes, I should too," said Angus. "You might ask him to coffee and a liqueur." "I should like to, most awfully. But do you think I might?" "Oh, yes. He won't mind being offered a coffee and liqueur. We can give him something decent. Where's the waiter?" Angus lifted his pinched, ugly, bare face and looked round with weird command for the waiter. The waiter, having not much to do, and feeling ready to draw these two weird young birds, allowed himself to be summoned. "Where's the wine list? What liqueurs have you got?" demanded Angus abruptly. The waiter rattled off a list, beginning with Strega and ending with cherry brandy. "Grand Marnier," said Angus, "and leave the bottle." Then he looked with arch triumph at Francis, like a wicked bird. Francis bit his finger moodily and glowered with handsome, dark blue, uncertain eyes at Mr. Aaron, who was just surveying the fruit, which consisted of 2 rather old pomegranates and various pale yellow apples, with a sprinkling of withered, dried figs. At the moment they all looked like a natura morta arrangement. "But do you think I might?" said Francis moodily. Angus pursed his lips with a reckless brightness. "Why not? I see no reason why you shouldn't," he said. Whereupon Francis cleared his throat, disposed of his serviette, and rose to his feet, slowly but gracefully. Then he composed himself, and took on the air he wished to assume at the moment. It was a nice dégage air, half naïve and half enthusiastic. Then he crossed to Aaron's table, and stood on one lounging hip, gracefully, and bent forward in a confidential manner, and said: "Do excuse me, but I must ask you if it was you we heard playing the flute so perfectly wonderfully just before dinner." The voice was confidential and ingratiating. Aaron, relieved from the world's stress and seeing life anew in the rosy glow of half a litre of good old Chianti — the war was so near, but gone by — looked up at the dark blue, ingenuous, well-adapted eyes of our friend Francis, and smiling, said: "Yes, I saw you on the balcony as well." "Oh, did you notice us?" plunged Francis. "But wasn't it an extraordinary affair?" "Very," said Aaron. "I couldn't make it out, could you?" "Oh," cried Francis, "I never try. It's all much too new and complicated for me. But perhaps you know Italy." "No, I don't," said Aaron. "Neither do we, and we feel rather stunned. We had only just arrived, and then oh." Francis put up his hand to his comely brow and rolled his eyes. "I feel perfectly overwhelmed with it still." Here he allowed himself to sink friendlily into the vacant chair opposite Aaron's. "Yes, I thought it was a bit exciting," said Aaron. "I wonder what will become of him." "Of the one who climbed for the flag, you mean?" "No." "But wasn't it perfectly marvellous? Oh, incredible, quite incredible. And then your flute to finish it all. Oh, I felt it only wanted that. I haven't got over it yet. But your playing was marvellous, really marvellous. Do you know, I can't forget it? You are a professional musician, of course." "If you mean I play for a living," said Aaron, "I have played in orchestras in London." Of course. I knew you must be a professional. But don't you give private recitals, too?" "No, I never have." "Oh," cried Francis, catching his breath. "I can't believe it. But you play marvellously. Oh, I just loved it. It simply swept me away. After that scene in the street, it seemed to sum it all up, you know." "Did it?" said Aaron, rather grimly. "But won't you come and have coffee with us at our table?" said Francis. "We should like it most awfully if you would." "Yes, thank you," said Aaron, half rising. "But you haven't had your dessert," said Francis, laying a fatherly, detaining hand on the arm of the other man. Aaron looked at the detaining hand. "The dessert isn't much to stop for," he said. "I can take with me what I want." And he picked out a handful of dried figs. The two went across to Angus's table. "We're going to take coffee together," said Francis complacently, playing the host with a suave assurance that was rather amusing and charming in him. "Yes, I'm very glad," said Angus. Let us give the show away. He was being wilfully nice, but he was quite glad. To be able to be so nice. Anything to have a bit of life going, especially a bit of pleased life. He looked at Aaron's comely, wine-warmed face with gratification. "Have a Grand Marnier," he said. "I don't know how bad it is. Everything is bad now. They lay it down to the war as well. It used to be quite a decent drink. What the war had got to do with bad liqueurs, I don't know." Aaron sat down in a chair at their table. "But let us introduce ourselves," said Francis. "I am Francis, or really Franz Decker, and this is Angus Guest, my friend. And my name is Aaron Sisson." "What? What did you say?" said Francis, leaning forward. He, too, had sharp ears. "Aaron Sisson. Aaron Sisson. Oh, but how amusing. What a nice name." "No better than yours, is it?" "Mine. Franz Decker. Oh, much more amusing, I think," said Francis archly. "Oh, well, it's a matter of opinion. You're the double-decker, not me." "The double-decker," said Francis archly. "Why, what do you mean?" He rolled his eyes significantly. "But may I introduce my friend Angus Guest?" "You've introduced me already, Francesco," said Angus. "So sorry," said Francis. "Guest," said Aaron. Francis suddenly began to laugh. "May he not be guessed?" he asked, fatherly. "Very likely," said Aaron. "Not that I was ever good at guessing." Francis tilted his eyebrows. Fortunately, the waiter arrived with the coffee. "Tell me," said Francis, "will you have your coffee black or with milk?" He was determined to restore a tone of sobriety. The coffee was sipped in sober solemnity. "Is music your line as well, then?" asked Aaron. "No, we're painters. We're going to work in Rome." "To earn your living?" "Not yet." The amount of discretion, modesty, and reserve which Francis put into these two syllables gave Aaron to think that he had two real young swells to deal with. "No," continued Francis. "I was only just down from Oxford when the war came, and Angus had been about 10 months at the Slade. But I have always painted. So now we are going to work, really hard, in Rome, to make up for lost time. Oh, one has lost so much time in the war. And such precious time. I don't know if ever one will even be able to make it up again." Francis tilted his handsome eyebrows and put his head on one side with a wise, distressed look. "No," said Angus. "One will never be able to make it up. What is more, one will never be able to start again where one left off. We're shattered old men now, in one sense. And in another sense, we're just pre-war babies." The speech was uttered with an odd abruptness and didacticism which made Aaron open his eyes. Angus had that peculiar manner. He seemed to be haranguing himself in the circle of his own thoughts, not addressing himself to his listener. So his listener listened on the outside edge of the young fellow's crowded thoughts. Francis put on a distressed air and let his attention wander. Angus pursed his lips and his eyes were stretched wide with a kind of pleasure, like a wicked owl, which has just joyfully hooted an ill omen. "Tell me," said Francis to Aaron, "where were you all the time during the war?" "I was doing my job," said Aaron, which led to his explaining his origins. "Really? So your music is quite new. But how interesting," cried Francis. Aaron explained further. "And so the war hardly affected you? But what did you feel about it, privately?" "I didn't feel much. I didn't know what to feel. Other folks did such a lot of feeling, I thought I'd better keep my mouth shut." "Yes, quite," said Angus. "Everybody had such a lot of feelings on somebody else's behalf, that nobody ever had time to realize what they felt themselves. I know I was like that. The feelings all came on to me from the outside, like flies settling on meat. Before I knew where I was eaten up with a swarm of feelings, and I found myself in the trenches. God knows what for. And ever since then I've been trying to get out of my swarm of feelings, which buzz in and out of me and have nothing to do with me. I realized it in hospital. It's exactly like trying to get out of a swarm of nasty, dirty flies. And every one you kill makes you sick, but doesn't make the swarm any less." Again Angus pursed and bridled and looked like a pleased, wicked white owl. Then he polished his monocle on a very choice silk handkerchief and fixed it unseeing in his left eye. But Francis was not interested in his friend's experiences. For Francis had had a job in the War Office, whereas Angus was a war hero with shattered nerves. And let him depreciate his own experiences as much as he liked, the young man with the monocle kept tight hold on his prestige as a war hero. Only for himself, though. He by no means insisted that anyone else should be war-bitten. Francis was one of those men who, like women, can set up the sympathetic flow and make a fellow give himself away without realizing what he is doing. So there sat our friend Aaron, amusingly unbosoming himself of all his history and experiences, drawn out by the arch, subtle attentiveness of the handsome Francis. Angus listened, too, with pleased amusedness on his pale, emaciated face, pursing his shrunken jaw, and Aaron sipped various glasses of the liqueur, and told all his tale, as if it was a comedy. A comedy it seemed, too, at that hour. And a comedy, no doubt, it was. But mixed, like most things in this life. Mixed. It was quite late before this séance broke up, and the waiter itching to get rid of the fellows. "Well now," said Francis, as he rose from the table and settled his elegant waist, resting on one hip, as usual. "We shall see you in the morning, I hope. You say you are going to Venice. Why? Have you some engagement in Venice?" "No," said Aaron. "I only was going to look for a friend. Rawdon Lilly." "Rawdon Lilly? Why, is he in Venice? Oh, I've heard such a lot about him. I should like so much to meet him. But I heard he was in Germany." "I don't know where he is." "Angus, didn't we hear that Lilly was in Germany?" "Yes, in Munich, being psychoanalyzed, I believe it was." Aaron looked rather blank. "It's such a bad climate in the winter. Why not come with us to Florence?" said Francis. Aaron wavered. He really did not know what to do. "Think about it," said Francis, laying his hand on Aaron's arm. "Think about it tonight. And we'll meet in the morning. At what time?" "Any time," said Aaron. "Well, say 11. We'll meet in the lounge here at 11. Will that suit you? All right, then. It's so awfully nice meeting you. That marvellous flute. And think about Florence. But do come. Don't disappoint us." The two young men went elegantly upstairs. End of chapter 14, part B. Chapter 15, part A, of Aaron's Rod by D.H. Lawrence. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 15, A Railway Journey, part A. The next day but one the three set off for Florence. Aaron had made an excursion from Milan with the two young heroes, and dined with them subsequently at the most expensive restaurant in the town. Then they had all gone home, and had sat in the young men's bedroom drinking tea, whilst Aaron played the flute. Francis was really musical and enchanted. Angus enjoyed the novelty, and the moderate patronage he was able to confer. And Aaron felt amused and pleased, and hoped he was paying for his treat. So behold them setting off for Florence in the early morning. Angus and Francis had first-class tickets. Aaron took a third class. "Come and have lunch with us on the train," said Angus. "I'll order 3 places, and we can lunch together." "Oh, I can buy a bit of food at the station," said Aaron. "No, come and lunch with us. It will be much nicer, and we shall enjoy it as well," said Angus. "Of course, ever so much nicer. Of course," cried Francis. "Yes, why not, indeed. Why should you hesitate?" "All right, then," said Aaron, not without some feeling of constraint. So they separated. The young men settled themselves amidst the red plush and crochet work, looking with their hair plastered smoothly back, quite as first class as you could wish, creating quite the right impression on the porters and the travelling Italians. Aaron went to his third class further up the train. "Well then, au revoir till luncheon," cried Francis. The train was fairly full in the third and second classes. However, Aaron got his seat, and the porter brought on his bags, after disposing of the young men's luggage. Aaron gave the tip uneasily. He always hated tipping. It seemed humiliating both ways. And the airy aplomb of the two young cavaliers, as they settled down among the red plush and the obsequiousness, and said, "Well then, au revoir till luncheon," was peculiarly unsettling, though they did not intend it so. "The porter thinks I'm their servant, their valet," said Aaron to himself, and a curious, half-amused, half-contemptuous look flickered on his face. It annoyed him. The falsity occasioned by the difference in the price of the tickets was really humiliating. Aaron had lived long enough to know that as far as manhood and intellect went, nay, even education, he was not the inferior of the two young gentlemen. He knew quite well that, as far as intrinsic nature went, they did not imagine him an inferior. Rather the contrary. They had rather an exaggerated respect for him and his life power, and even his origin. And yet they had the inestimable cash advantage, and they were going to keep it. They knew it was nothing more than an artificial cash superiority, but they gripped it all the more intensely. They were the upper middle classes. They were Eton and Oxford, and they were going to hang on to their privileges. In these days it is a fool who abdicates before he's forced to. And therefore, well then, au revoir till luncheon. They were being so awfully nice, and inwardly they were not condescending, but socially they just had to be. The world is made like that. It wasn't their own private fault. It was no fault at all. It was just the mode in which they were educated, the style of their living. And as we know, le style, c'est l'homme. Angus came of very wealthy iron people near Merthyr. Already he had a very fair income of his own. As soon as the law business concerning his father's and his grandfather's will was settled, he would be well off. And he knew it, and valued himself accordingly. Francis was the son of a highly esteemed barrister and politician of Sydney, and in his day would inherit his father's lately won baronetcy. But Francis had not very much money, and was much more class-flexible than Angus. Angus had been born in a house with a park, and of awful hard-willed, money-bound people. Francis came of a much more adventurous, loose, excitable family. He had the colonial newness and adaptability. He knew, for his own part, that class superiority was just a trick nowadays. Still, it was a trick that paid. And a trick he was going to play as long as it did pay. While Aaron sat, a little pale at the gills, immobile, ruminating these matters, a not very pleasant look about his nose-end, he heard a voice. "Oh, there you are. I thought I'd better come and see, so that we can fetch you at lunchtime. You've got a seat? Are you quite comfortable? Is there anything I could get you? Why, you're in a non-smoker. But that doesn't matter. Everyone will smoke. Are you sure you have everything? Oh, but wait just one moment." It was Francis, long and elegant, with his straight shoulders, and his coat buttoned to show his waist, and his face so well formed and so modern altogether. His voice was pleasantly modulated and never hurried. He now looked as if a thought had struck him. He put a finger to his brow, and hastened back to his own carriage. In a minute he returned with a new London literary magazine. "Something to read. I shall have to fly. See you at lunch." And he had turned and elegantly hastened, but not too fast, back to his carriage. The porter was holding the door for him. So Francis looked pleasantly hurried, but by no means rushed. Oh dear no. He took his time. It was not for him to bolt and scramble like a mere Italian. The people in Aaron's carriage had watched the apparition of the elegant youth intently. For them he was a being from another sphere, no doubt a young milordo with power, wealth, and glamorous life behind him. Which was just what Francis intended to convey. So handsome, so very, very impressive in all his elegant, calm showiness. He made such a bella figura. It was just what the Italians loved. Those in the first-class regions thought he might even be an Italian, he was so attractive. The train in motion, the many Italian eyes in the carriage studied Aaron. He, too, was good-looking, but by no means as fascinating as the young milordo. Not half as sympathetic. No good at all at playing a role. Probably a servant of the young signori. Aaron stared out of the window, and played the one single British role left to him. That of ignoring his neighbours, isolating himself in their midst, and minding his own business. Upon this insular trick our greatness and our predominance depends, such as it is. Yes, they might look at him. They might think him a servant or what they liked. But he was inaccessible to them. He isolated himself upon himself, and there remained. It was a lovely day. A lovely, lovely day of early autumn. Over the great plain of Lombardy, a magnificent blue sky glowed like midsummer. The sun shone strong. The great plain, with its great stripes of cultivation, without hedges or boundaries, how beautiful it was. Sometimes he saw oxen ploughing. Sometimes, oh so beautiful, teams of 8 or 10, even of 12 pale, great soft oxen in procession, ploughing the dark velvety earth, a driver with a great whip at their head, a man far behind holding the plough shafts. Beautiful the soft, soft plunging motion of oxen moving forwards. Beautiful the strange, snaky lifting of the muzzles, the swaying of the sharp horns, and the soft, soft crawling motion of a team of oxen, so invisible, almost, yet so inevitable. Now and again straight canals of water flashed blue. Now and again the great lines of grey silvery poplars rose and made avenues or lovely grey airy quadrangles across the plain. Their top boughs were spangled with gold and green leaf. Sometimes the vine leaves were gold and red, a patterning. And the great square farm homesteads, white, red-roofed with their outbuildings, stood naked amid the lands, without screen or softening. There was something big and exposed about it all. No more the cosy English ambushed life. No longer the cosy littleness of the landscape. A bigness, and nothing to shelter the unshrinking spirit. It was all exposed. Exposed to the sweep of plain, to the high, strong sky, and to human gaze. A kind of boldness, an indifference. Aaron was impressed and fascinated. He looked with new interest at the Italians in the carriage with him, for this same boldness and indifference and exposed gesture. And he found it in them, too. And again it fascinated him. It seemed so much bigger, as if the walls of life had fallen. Nay, the walls of English life will have to fall. Sitting there, in the third-class carriage, he became happy again. The presence of his fellow passengers was not so hampering as in England. In England everybody seems held tight and gripped. Nothing is left free. Every passenger seems like a parcel holding his string as fast as he can about him, lest one corner of the wrapper should come undone and reveal what is inside. And every other passenger is forced by the public will to hold himself as tight-bound also, which in the end becomes a sort of self-conscious madness. But here, in the third-class carriage, there was no tight string round every man. They were not all trussed with self-conscious string as tight as capons. They had a sufficient amount of callousness and indifference and natural equanimity. True, one of them spat continually on the floor in large spits, and another sat with his boots all unlaced and his collar off, and various important buttons undone. They did not seem to care if bits of themselves did show through the gaps in the wrapping. Aaron winced, but he preferred it to English tightness. He was pleased. He was happy with the Italians. He thought how generous and natural they were. So the towns passed by, and the hours, and he seemed at last to have got outside himself and his old conditions. It seemed like a great escape. There was magic again in life, real magic. Was it illusion, or was it genuine? He thought it was genuine, and opened his soul as if there was no danger. Lunchtime came. Francis summoned Aaron down the rocking tram. The three men had a table to themselves, and all felt they were enjoying themselves very much indeed. Of course Francis and Angus made a great impression again, but in the dining car were mostly middle-class, well-to-do Italians, and these did not look upon our two young heroes as two young wonders. No, rather with some criticism and some class envy. But they were impressed. Oh, they were impressed. How should they not be, when our young gentleman had such an air? Aaron was conscious all the time that the fellow diners were being properly impressed by the flower of civilization and the salt of the earth, namely, young, well-to-do gentlemen. And he had a faint premonition, based on experience perhaps, that fellow passengers in the end never forgive the man who has impressed them. Mankind loves being impressed. It asks to be impressed. It almost forces those whom it can force to play a role and to make an impression, and afterwards never forgives. When the train ran into Bologna station, they were still in the restaurant car, nor did they go at once to their seats. Angus had paid the bill. There was 3/4 of an hour's wait in Bologna. "You may as well come down and sit with us," said Francis. "We've got nobody in our carriage, so why shouldn't we all stay together during the wait? You kept your own seat, I suppose?" No, he had forgotten. So when he went to look for it, it was occupied by a stout man who was just taking off his collar and wrapping a white kerchief around his neck. The third-class carriages were packed, for those were early days after the war, while men still had pre-war notions and were poor. 10 months would steal imperceptibly by, and the mysterious revolution would be effected. Then the second class and the first class would be packed, indescribably packed, crowded, on all great trains, and the third class carriages, lo and behold, would be comparatively empty. Oh, marvellous days of bankruptcy, when nobody will condescend to travel third. However, these were still modest, sombre months immediately after the peace. So a large man with a fat neck and a white kerchief, and his collar over his knee, sat in Aaron's seat. Aaron looked at the man, and at his own luggage overhead. The fat man saw him looking and stared back, then stared also at the luggage overhead, and with his almost invisible North Italian gesture, said much plainer than words would have said it, "Go to hell. I'm here, and I'm going to stop here." There was something insolent and unbearable about the look, and about the rocky fixity of the large man. He sat as if he had insolently taken root in his seat. Aaron flushed slightly. Francis and Angus strolled along the train outside, for the corridor was already blocked with the mad Bologna rush, and the baggage belonging. They joined Aaron as he stood on the platform. "But where was your seat?" cried Francis, peering into the packed and jammed compartments of the third class. "That man's sitting in it." "Which?" cried Francis, indignant. "The fat one there, with the collar on his knee." "But it was your seat." Francis's gorge rose in indignation. He mounted into the corridor, and in the doorway of the compartment he bridled like an angry horse rearing, bridling his head. Poising himself on one hip, he stared fixedly at the man with the collar on his knee, then at the baggage aloft. He looked down at the fat man as a bird looks down from the eaves of a house. But the man looked back with a solid, rock-like impudence, before which an Englishman quails. A jeering, immovable insolence, with a sneer round the nose and a solid-seated posterior. End of chapter 15, part A. Chapter 15, part B, of Aaron's Rod by D.H. Lawrence. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 15, A Railway Journey. Part B. "But," said Francis in English, none of them had any Italian yet. "But," said Francis, turning around to Aaron, "that was your seat?" And then he flung his long forefinger in the direction of the fat man's thighs. "Yes," said Aaron. "And he's taken it," cried Francis in indignation. "And knows it too," said Aaron. "But," and Francis looked around imperiously as if to summon his bodyguard. But bodyguards are no longer forthcoming, and train guards are far from satisfactory. The fat man sat on with a sneer grin, very faint but very effective, round his nose, and a solidly planted posterior. He quite enjoyed the pantomime of the young foreigners. The other passengers said something to him, and he answered laconic. Then they all had the faint sneer grin around their noses. A woman in the corner grinned jeeringly straight in Francis's face. His charm failed entirely this time, and as for his commandingness, that was ineffectual indeed. Rage came up in him. "Oh, well, something must be done," he said decisively. "But didn't you put something on the seat to reserve it?" "Only that New Statesman, but he's moved it." The man still sat with the invisible sneer grin on his face, and that peculiar and immovable plant of his Italian posterior. "Mais cette place était réservée," said Francis, moving to the direct attack. The man turned aside and ignored him utterly, then said something to the men opposite, and they all began to show their teeth in a grin. Francis was not so easily foiled. He touched the man on the arm. The man looked round threateningly, as if he had been struck. "Cette place est réservée par ce monsieur," said Francis, with hauteur, though still in an explanatory tone, and pointing to Aaron. The Italian looked him, not in the eyes, but between the eyes, and sneered full in his face. Then he looked with contempt at Aaron. And then he said, in Italian, that there was room for such snobs in the first class, and that they had not any right to come occupying the place of honest men in the third. "Gia, Gia," barked the other passengers in the carriage. "Loro possono andare prima classe, prima classe," said the woman in the corner in a very high voice, as if talking to deaf people, and pointing to Aaron's luggage, then along the train to the first-class carriages. "Ce poste-là," said one of the men, shrugging his shoulders. There was a jeering quality in the hard insolence which made Francis go very red and Angus very white. Angus stared like a death's head behind his monocle, with death-blue eyes. "Oh, never mind. Come along to the first class. I'll pay the difference. We shall be much better altogether. Get the luggage down, Francis. It wouldn't be possible to travel with this lot, even if he gave up the seat. There's plenty of room in our carriage, and I'll pay the extra," said Angus. He knew there was one solution, and only one: money. But Francis bit his finger. He felt almost beside himself, and quite powerless. For he knew the guard of the train would jeer too. It is not so easy to interfere with honest third-class Bolognese in Bologna station, even if they have taken another man's seat. Powerless, his brow knitted, and looking just like Mephistopheles with his high forehead and slightly arched nose. Mephistopheles in a rage. He hauled down Aaron's bag and handed it to Angus. So they transferred themselves to the first-class carriage, while the fat man and his party in the third class watched in jeering, triumphant silence. Solid, planted, immovable, in static triumph. So Aaron sat with the others amid the red plush, whilst the train began its long, slow climb of the Apennines, stinking sulphurous through the tunnels innumerable. Wonderful the steep slopes, the great chestnut woods, and then the great distances glimpsed between the heights. Firenzuola away and beneath. Turnescu, hills far off, built of heaven bloom, not of earth. It was cold at the summit station, ice and snow in the air, fierce. Our travellers shrank into the carriage again, and wrapped themselves round. Then the train began its long slither downhill, still through a whole necklace of tunnels, which fortunately no longer stank. So down and down, till the plain appears in sight once more, the Arno Valley. But then began the inevitable hitch that always happens in Italian travel. The train began to hesitate, to falter to a halt, whistling shrilly as if in protest, whistling pip, pip, pip in expostulation as it stood forlorn among the fields, then stealing forward again and stealthily making pace, gathering speed till it had got up a regular spurt. Then suddenly the brakes came on with a jerk, more faltering to a halt, more whistling and pip-pip-pipping as the engine stood jingling with impatience, after which another creak and splash, and another choking off. So on till they landed in Prato station, and there they sat. A fellow passenger told them there was an hour to wait here. An hour. Something had happened up the line. "Then I propose we make tea," said Angus, beaming. "Why not? Of course, let us make tea, and I will look for water." So Aaron and Francis went to the restaurant bar and filled the little pan at the tap. Angus got down the red picnic case, of which he was so fond, and spread out the various arrangements on the floor of the coupe. He soon had the spirit lamp burning, the water heating. Francis proposed that he and Aaron should dash into Prato and see what could be bought, whilst the tea was in preparation. So off they went, leaving Angus like a busy old wizard manipulating his arrangements on the floor of the carriage, his monocle beaming with bliss. The one fat fellow passenger with a lurid striped rug over his knees watched with acute interest. Everybody who passed the doorway stood to contemplate the scene with pleasure. Officials came and studied the situation with appreciation. Then Francis and Aaron returned with a large supply of roast chestnuts, piping hot, and hard dried plums, and good dried figs, and rather stale rusks. They found the water just boiling, Angus just throwing in the tea egg, and the fellow passenger just poking his nose right in. He was so thrilled. Nothing pleased Angus so much as thus pitching camp in the midst of civilization. The scrubby newspaper packets of chestnuts, plums, figs, and rusks were spread out. Francis flew for salt to the man at the bar and came back with a little paper of rock salt. The brown tea was dispensed in the silver-fitted glasses from the Immortal luncheon case, and the picnic was in full swing. Angus, being in the height of his happiness, now sat on the seat cross-legged, with his feet under him, in the authentic Buddha fashion, and on his face the queer, rapt, alert look, half a smile, also somewhat Buddhistic, holding his glass of brown tea in his hand. He was as rapt and immobile as if he really were in a mystic state. yet it was only his delight in the tea party. The fellow passenger peered at the tea and said in broken French, was it good? In equally fragmentary French, Francis said, very good, and offered the fat passenger some. He, however, held up his hand in protest, as if to say not for any money would he swallow the hot watery stuff, and he pulled out a flask of wine. But a handful of chestnuts he accepted. The train conductor, ticket collector, and heavy green soldier who protected them, swung open the door and stared attentively. The fellow passenger addressed himself to these newcomers, and they all began to smile good-naturedly. Then the fellow passenger, he was stout and 50 and had a brilliant striped rug always over his knees, pointed out the Buddha-like position of Angus, and the three in-starers smiled again. And so the fellow passenger thought he must try too. So he put aside his rug, and lifted his feet from the floor, and took his toes in his hands, and tried to bring his legs up and his feet under him. But his knees were fat, his trousers in the direst extreme of peril, and he could no more manage it than if he had tried to swallow himself. So he desisted suddenly, rather scared, whilst the three bunched and official heads in the doorway laughed and jested at him, showing their teeth and teasing him. But on our gypsy party they turned their eyes with admiration. They loved the novelty and the fun. And on the thin, elegant Angus in his new London clothes they looked really puzzled, as he sat there immobile, gleaming through his monocle like some Buddha going wicked, perched cross-legged and ecstatic on the red velvet seat. They marvelled that the lower half of him could so double up like a foot rule. So they stared till they had seen enough, when they suddenly said, Buon appetito, withdrew their heads and shoulders, slammed the door, and departed. Then the train set off also, and shortly after 6 arrived in Florence. It was debated what should Aaron do in Florence. The young men had engaged a room at Bertolini's Hotel, on the Lungarno. Bertolini's was not expensive, but Aaron knew that his friends would not long endure hotel life. However, he went along with the other two, trusting to find a cheaper place on the morrow. It was growing quite dark as they drove to the hotel, but still was light enough to show the river rustling, the Ponte Vecchio spanning its little stories across the flood on its low, heavy piers, and some sort of magic in the darkening, varied houses facing on the other side of the stream. Of course they were all enchanted. I knew, said Francis, we should love it. Aaron was told he could have a little back room and pension terms for 15 lire a day if he stayed at least 15 days. The exchange was then at 45. So 15 lire meant just 6 shillings and 6 pence a day without extras. Extras meant wine, tea, butter, and light. It was decided he should look for something cheaper next day. By the tone of the young men, he now gathered that they would prefer it if he took himself off to a cheaper place. They wished to be on their own. Well then, said Francis, you will be in to lunch here, won't you? Then we'll see you at lunch. It was as if both the young men had drawn in their feelers now. They were afraid of finding the new man an incubus. They wanted to wash their hands of him. Aaron's brow darkened. Perhaps it was right, your love to dissemble, but why did you kick me downstairs? Then morning found him out early, before his friends had arisen. It was sunny again. The magic of Florence at once overcame him, and he forgot the bore of limited means and hotel costs. He went straight out of the hotel door, across the road, and leaned on the river parapet. There ran the Arno. Not such a flood after all, but a green stream with shoals of pebbles in its course. Across, and in the delicate shadow of the early sun, stood the opposite Lungarno, the old flat houses, pink or white, or grey stone with their green shutters, some closed, some opened. It had a flowery effect, the skyline irregular against the morning light. To the right the delicate Trinita bridge, to the left the old bridge with its little shops over the river. Beyond, towards the sun, glimpses of green, sky-bloomed country. Tuscany. There was a noise and clatter of traffic, boys pushing hand-barrows over the cobblestones, slow bullocks stepping side by side and shouldering one another affectionately, drawing a load of country produce, then horses in great brilliant scarlet cloths, like vivid palls, slowly pulling the long narrow carts of the district, and men hoo-hooing, and people calling, all the sharp clattering morning noise of Florence. Oh, Angus, do come and look. Oh, so lovely. Glancing up, he saw the elegant figure of Francis, in fine coloured silk pyjamas, perched on a small upper balcony, turning away from the river towards the bedroom again, his hand lifted to his lips, as if to catch there his cry of delight. The whole pose was classic and effective, and very amusing. How the Italians would love it. Aaron slipped back across the road, and walked away under the houses towards the Ponte Vecchio. He passed the bridge, and past the Uffizi, watching the green hills opposite, and San Miniato. Then he noticed the over-dramatic group of statuary in the Piazza Mentana, male and physical and melodramatic. And then the corner house. It was a big old Florentine house, with many green shutters and wide eaves. There was a notice plate by the door. Pension Nardini. He came to a full stop. He stared at the notice plate, stared at the glass door, and turning round, stared at the over-pathetic dead soldier on the arm of his over-heroic pistol-firing comrade. Mentana. And the date. Aaron wondered what and where Mentana was. Then at last he summoned his energy, opened the glass door, and mounted the first stairs. He waited some time before anybody appeared. Then a maidservant. "Can I have a room?" said Aaron. The bewildered, wild-eyed servant maid opened a door and showed him into a heavily gilt, heavily plushed drawing room, with a great deal of frantic grandeur about it. There he sat and cooled his heels for half an hour. Arrived at length a stout young lady, handsome, with big dark blue Italian eyes, but anemic and too stout. "Oh," she said as she entered, not knowing what else to say. "Good morning," said Aaron awkwardly. "Oh, good morning. English, yes. Oh, I'm so sorry to keep you. You know, to make you wait so long. I was upstairs, you know, with a lady. Will you sit?" "Can I have a room?" said Aaron. "A room? Yes, you can." "What terms?" "Terms? Oh, why, 10 francs a day, you know, pension. If you stay, how long will you stay?" "At least a month, I expect." "A month. Oh, yes, 10 francs a day." "For everything?" "Everything, yes, everything. Coffee, bread, honey or jam in the morning, lunch at 12:30, tea in the drawing room, 4:30, dinner at 7:30, all very nice. And a warm room with the sun. Would you like to see?" So Aaron was led up the big rambling old house to the top floor, then along a long old corridor, and at last into a big bedroom with 2 beds and a red tiled floor, a little dreary as ever, but the sun just beginning to come in, and a lovely view onto the river towards the Ponte Vecchio, and at the hills with their pines and villas and verdure opposite. Here he would settle. The Signorina would send a man for his bags at 2:30 in the afternoon. At luncheon, Aaron found the 2 friends, and told them of his move. "How very nice for you. 10 francs a day. But that is nothing. I am so pleased you found something. And when will you be moving in?" said Francis. "At 2:30. "Oh, so soon. Yes, just as well. But we shall see you from time to time, of course. What did you say the address was?" "Oh, yes, just near the awful statue. Very well. We can look you up any time. And you will find us here. Leave a message if we should happen not to be in. We've got lots of engagements." End of chapter 15, part B. Chapter 16, part A, of Aaron's Rod, by D.H. Lawrence. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 16, Florence. Part A. The very afternoon after Aaron's arrival in Florence, the sky became dark, the wind cold, and rain began steadily to fall. He sat in his big, bleak room above the river, and watched the pale green water fused with yellow, the many-threaded streams fuse into one, as swiftly the surface flood came down from the hills. Across, the dark green hills looked darker in the wet, the umbrella pines held up in vain above the villas. But away below, on the Lungarno, traffic rattled as ever. Aaron went down at 5 o'clock to tea, and found himself alone next a group of women, mostly Swedes or Danish or Dutch, drinking a peculiar brown herb brew which tasted like nothing else on earth, and eating 2 thick bits of darkish bread, smeared with a brown smear which hoped it was jam, but hoped in vain. Unhappily, he sat in the gilt and red, massively ornate room, while the foreign women eyed him. Oh, bitter to be a male under such circumstances. He escaped as soon as possible, back to his far-off regions, lonely and cheerless, way above. But he rather liked the far-off remoteness in the big old Florentine house. He did not mind the peculiar dark, uncosy dreariness. It was not really dreary, only indifferent. Indifferent to comfort, indifferent to all homeliness and coziness. The overbig furniture trying to be impressive, but never to be pretty or bright or cheerful. There it stood, ugly and apart. And there let it stand. Neither did he mind the lack of fire, the cold somberness of his big bedroom. At home, in England, the bright grate and the ruddy fire, the thick hearthrug, and the man's armchair, these had been inevitable. And now he was glad to get away from it all. He was glad not to have a cozy hearth, and his own armchair. He was glad to feel the cold, and to breathe the unwarmed air. He preferred the Italian way of no fires, no heating. If the day was cold, he was willing to be cold too. If it was dark, he was willing to be dark. The cozy brightness of a real home, it had stifled him till he felt his lungs would burst. The horrors of real domesticity. No, the Italian brutal way was better. So he put his overcoat over his knee and studied some music he had bought in Milan. Some Pergolesi and the Scarlatti he liked, and some Corelli. He preferred frail, sensitive, abstract music, with not much feeling in it, but a certain limpidity and purity. Night fell as he sat reading the scores. He would have liked to try certain pieces on his flute, but his flute was too sensitive. It winced from the new, strange surroundings, and would not blossom. Dinner sounded at last, at 8 o'clock, or something after. He had to learn to expect the meals always 40 minutes late. Down he went. Down the long, dark, lonely corridors and staircases. The dining room was right downstairs, but he had a little table to himself near the door. The elderly women were at some little distance. The only other men were Agostmo, the unshapely waiter, and an Italian duke, with wife and child and nurse, the family sitting all together at a table halfway down the room, and utterly preoccupied with a little yellow dog. However, the food was good enough and sufficient, and the waiter and the maidservant cheerful and bustling. Everything felt happy-go-lucky and informal. There was no particular atmosphere. Nobody put on any airs, because nobody in the Nardini took any notice if they did. The little ducal dog yapped, the ducal son shouted, the waiter dropped half a dozen spoons, the old women knitted during the waits, and all went off so badly that it was quite pleasant. Yes, Aaron preferred it to Bertolini's, which was trying to be efficient and correct, though not making any strenuous effort. Still, Bertolini's was much more up to the scratch. There was the tension of proper standards. Whereas here at Nardini's, nothing mattered very much. It was November. When he got up to his far-off room again, Aaron felt almost as if he were in a castle with the drawbridge drawn up. Through the open window came the sound of the swelling Arno as it rushed and rustled along its gravel shoals. Lights spangled the opposite side. Traffic sounded deep below. The room was not really cold, for the summer sun so soaks into these thick old buildings that it takes a month or two of winter to soak it out. The rain still fell. In the morning it was still November, and the dawn came slowly, and through the open window was the sound of the river's rushing. But the traffic started before dawn with a bang and a rattle of carts, and a bang and jingle of tramcars over the not distant bridge. Oh, noisy Florence. At 7:30, Aaron rang for his coffee, and got it at a few minutes past 8. The Signorina had told him to take his coffee in bed. Rain was still falling, but towards 9 o'clock it lifted, and he decided to go out. A wet, wet world. Carriages going by with huge, wet, shiny umbrellas, black and with many points, erected to cover the driver and the tail of the horse and the box seat. The hood of the carriage covered the fare. Clatter, clatter through the rain. Peasants with long wagons and slow oxen, and pale green huge umbrellas, erected for the driver to walk beneath. Men tripping along in cloaks, shawls, umbrellas, anything, quite unconcerned. A man loading gravel in the river bed, in spite of the wet, and innumerable bells ringing. But innumerable bells. The great soft trembling of the cathedral bell felt in all the air. Anyhow, it was a new world. Aaron went along close to the tall, thick houses, following his nose. And suddenly he caught sight of the long, slim neck of the Palazzo Vecchio up above, in the air. And in another minute he was passing between massive buildings, out into the Piazza della Signoria. There he stood still and looked round him in real surprise and real joy. The flat, empty square with its stone paving was all wet. The great buildings rose dark. The dark, sheer front of the Palazzo Vecchio went up like a cliff to the battlements, and the slim tower soared dark and hawk-like, crested high above. And at the foot of the cliff stood the great naked David, white and stripped in the wet, white against the dark, warm dark cliff of the building. And near, the heavy, naked men of Bandinelli. The first thing he had seen, as he turned into the square, was the back of one of these Bandinelli statues, a great naked man of marble, with a heavy back and strong naked flanks over which the water was trickling. And then to come immediately upon the David, so much whiter, glistening, skin white in the wet, standing a little forward, and shrinking. He may be ugly, too naturalistic, too big, and anything else you like, but the David in the Piazza della Signoria, there, under the dark great palace, in the position Michelangelo chose for him, there, standing forward, stripped and exposed and eternally half shrinking, half wishing to expose himself, he is the genius of Florence. The adolescent, the white, self-conscious, physical adolescent, enormous in keeping with the stark, grim, enormous palace, which is dark and bare as he is white and bare. And behind, the big, lumpy Bandinelli men are in keeping too. They may be ugly, but they are there in their place, and they have their own lumpy reality. And this morning in the rain, standing unbroken, with the water trickling down their flanks and along the inner side of their great thighs, they were real enough, representing the undaunted physical nature of the heavier Florentines. Aaron looked and looked at the three great naked men. David so much white and standing forward, self-conscious. Then at the great splendid front of the Palazzo Vecchio. And at the fountain splashing water upon its wet, wet figures. And the distant equestrian statue. And the stone-flagged space of the grim square. And he felt that here he was in one of the world's living centres, here in the Piazza della Signoria. The sense of having arrived, of having reached a perfect centre of the human world. This he had. And so, satisfied, he turned round to look at the bronze Perseus, which rose just above him. Benvenuto Cellini's dark hero looked female, with his plump hips and his waist, female and rather insignificant, graceful and rather vulgar. The clownish Bandinellis were somehow more to the point than all the statuary in the loggia. But that is a mistake. It looks too much like the yard of a monumental mason. The great naked men in the rain, under the dark grey November sky, in the dark, strong, inviolable square. The wonderful hawk head of the old palace. The physical, self-conscious adolescent, Michelangelo's David, shrinking and exposing himself, with his white, slack limbs. Florence, passionate, fearless Florence, had spoken herself out. Aaron was fascinated by the Piazza della Signoria. He never went into the town, nor returned from it to his lodging, without contriving to pass through the square. And he never passed through it without satisfaction. Here men had been at their intensest, most naked pitch. Here at the end of the old world and the beginning of the new. Since then, always rather puling and apologetic. Aaron felt a new self, a new life urge rising inside him. Florence seemed to start a new man in him. It was a town of men. On Friday morning, so early, he heard the traffic. Early, he watched the rather low, two-wheeled traps of the peasants spanking recklessly over the bridge, coming into town. And then, when he went out, he found the Piazza della Signoria packed with men. But all men. And all farmers, landowners, and land workers. The curious, fine-nosed Tuscan farmers, with their half-sardonic, amber-coloured eyes, their curious individuality, their clothes worn so easy and reckless, their hats with the personal twist, their curious full oval cheeks, their tendency to be too fat, to have a belly and heavy limbs. their close-sitting dark hair, and above all, their sharp, almost acrid, mocking expression, the silent curl of the nose, the eternal challenge, the rock-bottom unbelief, and the subtle fearlessness. The dangerous, subtle, never-dying fearlessness and the acrid unbelief. But men. Men. A town of men, in spite of everything. The one manly quality, undying, acrid fearlessness. The eternal challenge of the unquenched human soul. Perhaps too acrid and challenging today, when there is nothing left to challenge. But men who existed without apology and without justification. Men who would neither justify themselves nor apologize for themselves. Just men. The rarest thing left in our sweet Christendom. Altogether, Aaron was pleased with himself for being in Florence. Those were early days after the war, when as yet very few foreigners had returned, and the place had the native somberness and intensity, so that our friend did not mind being alone. The third day, however, Francis called on him. There was a tap at the bedroom door, and the young man entered, all eyes of curiosity. "Oh, there you are," he cried, flinging his hand and twisting his waist, and then laying his hand on his breast. "Such a long way up to you, but miles. Well, how are you? Are you quite all right here? You are? I'm so glad. We've been so rushed, seeing people that we haven't had a minute. But not a minute. People, people, people. Isn't it amazing how many there are and how many one knows and gets to know? But amazing. Endless acquaintances. Oh, and such quaint people here. So odd. So more than odd. Oh, extraordinary." Francis chuckled to himself over the extraordinariness. Then he seated himself gracefully at Aaron's table. "Oh, music, what? Corelli. So interesting. So very clever, these people, weren't they? Corelli and the younger Scarlatti and all that crowd." Here he closed the score again. "But now, look. Do you want to know anybody here or don't you? I've told them about you, and of course they're dying to meet you and hear you play. But I thought it best not to mention anything about your being hard up and all that. I said you were just here on a visit. You see, with this kind of people, I'm sure it's much the best not to let them start off by thinking you will need them at all, or that you might need them. Why give yourself away anyhow? Just meet them and take them for what they're worth. And then you can see. If they like to give you an engagement to play at some show or other, well, you can decide when the time comes whether you will accept. Much better that these kind of people shouldn't get it into their heads at once that they can hire your services. It doesn't do. They haven't enough discrimination for that. Much best make rather a favor of it than sort of ask them to hire you. Don't you agree? Perhaps I'm wrong." Aaron sat and listened and wondered at the wisdom and the genuine kindness of the young beau. And more still, he wondered at the profound social disillusionment. This handsome collie dog was something of a social wolf, half showing his fangs at the moment, but with genuine kind-heartedness for another wolf. Aaron was touched. "Yes, I think that's the best way," he said. "You do? Yes, so do I. Oh, they are such queer people. Why is it, do you think, that English people abroad go so very queer, so ultra-English, incredible, and at the same time so perfectly impossible, but impossible, pathological, I assure you. And as for their sexual behavior, oh dear, don't mention it. I assure you it doesn't bear mention. And all quite flagrant, quite unabashed, under the cover of this fanatical Englishness. But I couldn't begin to tell you all the things. It's just incredible." Aaron wondered how on earth Francis had been able to discover and bear witness to so much that was incredible in a bare 2 days. But a little gossip and an addition of lurid imagination will carry you anywhere. "Well now," said Francis, "what are you doing today?" Aaron was not doing anything in particular. "Then will you come and have dinner with us?" Francis fixed up the time and the place, a small restaurant at the other end of the town. Then he leaned out of the window. "Fascinating place, oh, fascinating place," he said, soliloquy. "And you've got a superb view. Almost better than ours, I think. Well then, 7:30. We're meeting a few other people, mostly residents or people staying some time. We're not inviting them, just dropping in, you know, a little restaurant. We shall see you then. Well then, Arrivederci till this evening. So glad you like Florence. I'm simply loving it. Reveling. And the pictures. Oh." The party that evening consisted all of men, Francis and Angus, and a writer, James Argyle, and little Algy Constable, and tiny Louis Mee, and deaf Walter Rosen. They all snapped and rattled at one another, and were rather spiteful but rather amusing. Francis and Angus had to leave early. They had another appointment, and James Argyle got quite tipsy and said to Aaron, "But, my boy, don't let yourself be led astray by the talk of such people as Algy. Be aware of them, my boy, if you've a soul to save. If you've a soul to save." And he swallowed the remains of his leader. Algy's nose trembled a little, and his eyes blinked. "And if you've a soul to lose," he said, "I would warn you very earnestly against Argyle." Whereupon Algy shut one eye and opened the other so wide that Aaron was almost scared. "Quite right, my boy. Ha ha! Never a truer said. Ha ha ha!" Argyle laughed at his Mephistophelian, tipsy laugh. "They'll teach you to save. Never was such a lot of ripe old savers. Save their old trouser buttons. Go to them if you want to learn to save. Oh yes, I advise it seriously. You'll lose nothing, not even a reputation. You may lose a soul, of course, but that's a detail among such a horde of banknotes and trouser buttons. Ha ha! What's a soul to them?" "What is it to you is perhaps the more pertinent question," said Algy, flapping his eyelids like some crazy owl. "It is you who specialize in the matter of soul, and we who are in need of enlightenment." End of chapter 16, part A. Chapter 16, part B, of Aaron's Rod by D.H. Lawrence. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 16, Florence, part B. Yes, very true. You are in need of enlightenment. Ha ha ha! That's good. That. Benighted wise virgins. What? Argyle put his red face near to Aaron's, and made a moo, narrowing his eyes quizzically as he peered up from under his level grey eyebrows. "Sit in the dark to save the lamp oil, and all no good to them. When the bridegroom cometh, ha ha! Good that. Good, my boy. The bridegroom," he giggled to himself. "What about the bridegroom, Algy, my boy, eh? What about him? Better trim your wick, old man, if it's not too late." "We were talking of souls, not wicks, Argyle," said Algy. "Same thing. Upon my soul, it all amounts to the same thing. Where's the soul in a man that hasn't got a bedfellow, eh? Answer me that. Can't be done, you know. Might as well ask a virgin chicken to lay you an egg." "Then there ought to be a good deal of it about," said Algy. "Of what? Of soul? There ought to be a good deal of soul about? Ah, because there's a good deal of... You mean... Ah, I wish it were so. I wish it were so. But believe me, there's far more damned chastity in the world than anything else, even in this town. Call it chastity if you like. I see nothing in it but sterility. It takes a rat to praise long tails. Impotence set up the praise of chastity. Believe me or not. But that's the bottom of it. The virtue is made out of the necessity. Ha ha ha! Like them. Like them. Ha ha! Saving their souls. Why, they'd save the waste matter of their bodies if they could. Grieves them to part with it. Ha ha ha!" There was a pause. Argyle was in his cups, which left no more to be said. Algy, quivering and angry, looked disconcertingly round the room as if he were quite calm and collected. The deaf Jewish Rosen was smiling down his nose and saying, "What was that last? I didn't catch that last," cupping his ear with his hand in the frantic hope that someone would answer. No one paid any heed. "I shall be going," said Algy, looking around. And then to Aaron he said, "You play the flute, I hear. May we hear you sometime?" "Yes," said Aaron, non-committal. "Well, look here. Come to tea tomorrow. I shall have some friends, and Del Torre will play the piano. Come to tea tomorrow, will you?" "Thank you, I will. And perhaps you'll bring your flute along." "Don't you do any such thing, my boy. Make them entertain you for once. They're always squeezing an entertainment out of somebody," and Argyle desperately emptied the remains of Algy's wine into his own glass, whilst Algy stood as if listening to something far off, and blinking terribly. "Anyhow," he said at length, "you'll come, won't you? And bring the flute, if you feel like it." "Don't you take that flute, my boy," persisted Argyle. "Don't think of such a thing. If they want a concert, let them buy their tickets and go to the Teatro Diana, or to Marchesa del Torre's Saturday morning. She can afford to treat them." Algy looked at Argyle and blinked. "Well," he said, "I hope you'll get home all right, Argyle." "Thank you for your courtesy, Algy. Won't you lend me your arm?" As Algy was small and frail, somewhat shaky, and as Argyle was a finely built, heavy man of 50 or more, the slap was unkind. "Afraid I can't, tonight. Good night." Algy departed. So did little Mee, who had sat with a little delighted disapproval on his tiny bird-like face, without saying anything. And even the Jew Rosen put away his deaf machine and began awkwardly to take his leave. His long nose was smiling to itself complacently at all the things Argyle had been saying. When he too had gone, Argyle arched his brows at Aaron, saying, "Oh, my dear fellow, what a lot they are. Little Mee looking like an innocent little boy. He's over 70 if he's a day. Well over 70. Well, you don't believe me. Ask his mother. Ask his mother. She's 95. Old lady of 95. Argyle even laughed himself at his own preposterousness. And then Algy. Algy's not a fool, you know. Oh, he can be most entertaining, most witty and amusing, but he's out of place here. He should be in Kensington, dandling around the ladies' drawing-rooms and making his mots. They're rich, you know, the pair of them. Little Mee used to boast that he lived on 11 3/10 a week. Had to, poor chap. But then what does a white mouse like that need? Makes a heavy meal on cheese-paring. Luck, you know. But of course he's come into money as well. Rich as Croesus. And still lives on 19 2 a week. Though it's nearly double, of course, what it used to be. No wonder he looks anxious. They disapprove of me. Oh, quite right from their own point of view. Where would their money be otherwise? It wouldn't last long if I laid hands on it." He made a devilish quizzing face. "But you know, they get on my nerves. Little old maids, you know, little old maids. I'm sure I'm surprised at their patience with me. But when people are patient with you, you want to spit gall at them, don't you? Ha, ha, ha. Poor old Algy. Did I lay it on him tonight, or did I miss him?" "I think you got him," said Aaron. "He'll never forgive me. Depend on it, he'll never forgive me. Ha, ha, ha. I like to be unforgiven. It adds zest to one's intercourse with people to know that they'll never forgive one. Ha, ha, ha. Little old maids who do their knitting with their tongues. Poor old Algy. He drops his stitches now. Ha, ha, ha. Must be 80, I should say." Aaron laughed. He had never met a man like Argyle before, and he could not help being charmed. The other man had a certain wicked whimsicality that was very attractive, when levelled against someone else and not against oneself. He must have been very handsome in his day, with his natural dignity, and his clean-shaven, strong, square face. But now his face was all red and softened and inflamed. His eyes had gone small and wicked under his bushy grey brows. Still he had a presence, and his grey hair, almost gone white, was still handsome. "And what are you going to do in Florence?" asked Argyle. Aaron explained. "Well," said Argyle, "make what you can out of them. And then go. Go before they have time to do the dirty on you. If they think you want anything from them, they'll treat you like a dog. Like a dog. Oh, they're very frightened of anybody who wants anything of them. Frightened to death. I see nothing of them. Live by myself. See nobody. Can't stand it, you know. Their silly little tea parties. Simply can't stand it. No, I live alone. And shall die alone. At least, I sincerely hope so. I should be sorry to have any of them hanging around." The restaurant was empty. The pale, malarial waiter, he had of course contracted malaria during the war, was looking purple round the eyes. But Argyle callously sat on. Aaron therefore rose to his feet. "Oh, I'm coming," said Argyle. He got unsteadily to his feet. The waiter helped him on with his coat, and he put a disreputable-looking little curly hat on his head. And then he took his stick. "Don't look at my appearance, my dear fellow," said Argyle. "I am frayed at the wrists. Look here." He showed the cuffs of his overcoat, just frayed through. "I've got a trunk full of clothes in London, if only somebody would bring it to me." "Ready, then. Avanti." And so they passed out into the still rainy street. Argyle lived in the very centre of the town, in the Cathedral Square. Aaron left him at his hotel door. "But come and see me," said Argyle. "Call for me at 12 o'clock, or just before 12, and let us have luncheon together. What? Is that all right? Yes, come just before 12. When? Tomorrow? Tomorrow morning? Will you come tomorrow?" Aaron said he would on Monday. "Monday, eh? You say Monday. Very well, then. Don't you forget, now. Don't you forget, for I've a memory like a vice. I shan't forget. Just before 12, then. And come right up. I'm right under the roof. In paradise, as the porter always says. Siamo nel paradiso. But he's a cretin. As near paradise as I care for it's devilish hot in summer and damned cold in winter. Don't you forget, now. Monday, 12 o'clock. And Argyle pinched Aaron's arm fast, then went unsteadily up the steps to his hotel door. The next day at Algy's there was a crowd. Algy had a very pleasant flat indeed, kept more scrupulously neat and finicking than ever any woman's flat was kept. So today, with its bowls of flowers and its pictures and books and old furniture, and Algy very nicely dressed, fluttering and blinking and making really a charming host, it was all very delightful to the little mob of visitors. They were a curious lot, it is true, everybody rather exceptional, which, though it may be startling, is so very much better fun than everybody all alike. Aaron talked to an old Italian elegant in side curls, who peeled off his grey gloves and studied his formalities with a delightful mid-Victorian dash, and told stories about a plaint which Lady Surrey had against Lord Marsh, and was quite incomprehensible. Out rolled the English words like plums out of a burst bag, and all completely unintelligible. But the old beau was supremely satisfied. He loved talking English and holding his listeners spellbound. Next to Aaron on the sofa sat the Marchesa del Torre, an American woman from the southern states who had lived most of her life in Europe. She was about 40 years of age, handsome, well-dressed, and quiet in the buzz of the tea-party. It was evident she was one of Algy's lionesses. Now she sat by Aaron, eating nothing, but taking a cup of tea and keeping still. She seemed sad, or not well, perhaps. Her eyes were heavy, but she was very carefully made up and very well dressed, though simply, and sitting there, full-bosomed, rather sad, remote-seeming, she suggested to Aaron a modern Cleopatra brooding, Anthony-less. Her husband, the Marchese, was a little intense Italian in a colonel's grey uniform, cavalry, leathery gaiters. He had blue eyes, his hair was cut very short, his head looked hard and rather military. He would have been taken for an Austrian officer or even a German, had it not been for the peculiar Italian sprightliness and touch of grimace in his mobile countenance. He was rather like a gnome, not ugly, but odd. Now he came and stood opposite to Signor Delanti, and quizzed him in Italian. But it was evident, in quizzing the old buck, the little Marchese was hovering near his wife, in earshot. Algy came up with cigarettes, and she at once began to smoke, with that peculiar heavy intensity of a nervous woman. Aaron did not say anything, did not know what to say. He was peculiarly conscious of the woman sitting next to him, her arm near his. She smoked heavily, in silence, as if abstracted, a sort of cloud on her level, dark brows. Her hair was dark, but a softish brown, not black, and her skin was fair. Her bosom would be white. Why Aaron should have had this thought he could not for the life of him say. Manfredi, her husband, rolled his blue eyes and grimaced as he laughed at old Lanti. But it was obvious that his attention was diverted sideways, towards his wife. Aaron, who was tired of nursing a teacup, placed it on a table, and resumed his seat in silence. But suddenly the little Marchese whipped out his cigarette case, and making a little bow, presented it to Aaron, saying, "Won't you smoke?" "Thank you," said Aaron. "Turkish that side, Virginia there, you see." "Thank you. Turkish," said Aaron. The little officer in his dove grey and yellow uniform snapped his box shut again and presented a light. "You are new in Florence?" he said as he presented the match. 4 days, said Aaron. "And I hear you are musical." "I play the flute, no more." "Ah, yes, but then you play it as an artist, not as an accomplishment." "But how do you know?" laughed Aaron. "I was told so, and I believe it." "That's nice of you, anyhow. But you are a musician, too." "Yes, we are both musicians, my wife and I." Manfredi looked at his wife. She flicked the ash off her cigarette. "What sort?" said Aaron. "Why, how do you mean, what sort? We are dilettanti, I suppose." "No, what is your instrument? The piano?" "Yes, the pianoforte. And my wife sings. But we are very much out of practice. I have been at the war 4 years, and we have had our home in Paris. My wife was in Paris. She did not wish to stay in Italy alone. And so, you see, everything goes." "But you will begin again?" "Yes, we have begun already. We have music on Saturday mornings. Next Saturday a string quartet, and violin solos by a young Florentine woman, a friend, very good indeed, daughter of our Professor Tortoli, who composes, as you may know." "Yes," said Aaron. "Would you care to come and hear?" "Awfully nice if you would," suddenly said the wife, quite simply, as if she had merely been tired and not talking before. "I should like to very much." "Do come, then." While they were making the arrangements, Algy came up in his blandest manner. "Now, Marchesa, might we hope for a song?" "No, I don't sing any more," came the slow contralto reply. "Oh, but you can't mean you say that deliberately." "Yes, quite deliberately." She threw away her cigarette and opened her little gold case to take another. "But what can have brought you to such a disastrous decision?" "I can't say," she replied with a little laugh. "The war, probably." "Oh, but don't let the war deprive us of this, as of everything else." "Can't be helped," she said. "I have no choice in the matter. The bird has flown." She spoke with a certain heavy languor. "You mean the bird of your voice? Oh, but that is quite impossible. One can hear it calling out of the leaves every time you speak." "I'm afraid you can't get him to do any more than call out of the leaves." But pardon me. Is it because you don't intend there should be any more song? Is that your intention?" "That I couldn't say," said the Marchesa, smoking. "Yes," said Manfredi. "At the present time it is because she will not because she cannot. It is her will, as you say." Dear me," said Algy. "But this is really another disaster added to the war list. But will none of us ever be able to persuade you?" He smiled, half cajoling, half pathetic, with a prodigious flapping of his eyes. "I don't know," said she. "That will be as it must be." "Then can't we say it must be song once more?" To this sally she merely laughed, and pressed out her half-smoked cigarette. "How very disappointing, how very cruel of fate, and the war, and all the sum total of evils," said Algy. "Perhaps," here the little and piquant host turned to Aaron, "perhaps, Mr. Sisson, your flute might call out the bird of song. As thrushes call each other into challenge, you know. Don't you think that is very probable?" "I have no idea," said Aaron. "But you, Marchesa, won't you give us hope that it might be so?" "I've no idea either," she said. "But I should very much like to hear Mr. Sisson's flute. It's an instrument I like extremely." "There now, you see you may work the miracle, Mr. Sisson. Won't you play to us?" "I'm afraid I didn't bring my flute along," said Aaron. "I didn't want to arrive with a little bag." "Quite," said Algy. "What a pity it wouldn't go in your pocket." "Not music and all," said Aaron. "Dear me, what a comble of disappointment. I never felt so strongly, Marchesa, that the old life and the old world had collapsed. Really, I shall soon have to try to give up being cheerful at all." "Don't do that," said the Marchesa. "It isn't worth the effort." "Ah, I'm glad you find it so. Then I have hope." She merely smiled, indifferent. The tea party began to break up. Aaron found himself going down the stairs with the Marchesa and her husband. They descended all three in silence, husband and wife in front. Once outside the door, the husband asked, "How shall we go home, dear? Tram or carriage?" It was evident he was economical. "Walk," she said, glancing over her shoulder at Aaron. "We are all going the same way, I believe." Aaron said where he lived. They were just across the river, and so all three proceeded to walk through the town. "You are sure it won't be too much for you? Too far?" said the little officer, taking his wife's arm solicitously. She was taller than he, but he was a spirited fellow. "No, I feel like walking. So long as you don't have to pay for it afterwards." Aaron gathered that she was not well. Yet she did not look ill, unless it were nerves. She had that peculiar heavy, remote quality of preoccupation and neurosis. The streets of Florence were very full this Sunday evening, almost impassable, crowded particularly with gangs of grey-green soldiers. The three made their way brokenly, and with difficulty. The Italian was in a constant state of returning salutes. The grey-green, sturdy, unsoldierly soldiers looked at the woman as she passed. "I am sure you had better take a carriage," said Manfredi. "No, I don't mind it." "Do you feel at home in Florence?" Aaron asked her. "Yes, as much as anywhere. Oh yes, quite at home." "Do you like it as well as anywhere?" he asked. "Yes, for a time. Paris for the most part." "Never America?" "No, never America. I came when I was quite a little girl to Europe. Madrid, Constantinople, Paris. I hardly knew America at all." Aaron remembered that Francis had told him the Marchesa's father had been ambassador to Paris. "So you feel you have no country of your own?" "I have Italy. I am Italian now, you know." Aaron wondered why she spoke so muted, so numbed. Manfredi seemed really attached to her, and she to him. They were so simple with one another. They came towards the bridge where they should part. "Won't you come and have a cocktail?" she said. "Now?" said Aaron. "Yes, this is the right time for a cocktail. What time is it, Manfredi?" 6:30. "Do come and have one with us," said the Italian. "We always take one about this time." Aaron continued with them over the bridge. They had the first floor of an old palazzo opposite, a little way up the hill. A manservant opened the door. "If only it will be warm," she said. "The apartment is almost impossible to keep warm. We will sit in the little room." Aaron found himself in a quite worn room with shaded lights and a mixture of old Italian stiffness and deep, soft, modern comfort. The Marchesa went away to take off her wraps, and the Marchese chatted with Aaron. The little officer was amiable and kind, and it was evident he liked his guest. End of chapter 16, part B. Chapter 16, Part C, of Aaron's Rod, by D.H. Lawrence. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 16, Florence, Part C. "Would you like to see the room where we have music?" he said. "It is a fine room for the purpose. We used it before the war to have music every Saturday morning from 10 to 12, and all friends might come. Usually we had 15 or 20 people. Now we are starting again. I myself enjoy it so much. I am afraid my wife isn't so enthusiastic as she used to be. I wish something would rouse her up, you know. The war seemed to take her life away. Here in Florence are so many amateurs, very good indeed. We can have very good chamber music indeed. I hope it will cheer her up and make her quite herself again. I was away for such long periods at the front, and it was not good for her to be alone. I am hoping now all will be better." So saying, the little odd officer switched on the lights of the long salon. It was a handsome room in the Italian mode of the Empire period. Beautiful old faded tapestry panels, reddish, and some ormolu furniture, and other things mixed in, rather conglomerate, but pleasing, all the more pleasing. It was big, not too empty, and seemed to belong to human life, not to show and shut-uppedness. The host was happy showing it. "Of course, the flat in Paris is more luxurious than this," he said. "But I prefer this. I prefer it here." There was a certain wistfulness, as he looked around, then began to switch off the lights. They returned to the little saletta. The Marchesa was seated in a low chair. She wore a very thin white blouse that showed her arms and her throat. She was a full-breasted, soft-skinned woman, though not stout. "Make the cocktails, then, Manfredi," she said. "Do you find this room very cold?" she asked of Aaron. "Not a bit cold," he said. "The stove goes all the time," she said, "but without much effect." "You wear such thin clothes," he said. "Ah, no, the stove should give heat enough. Do sit down. Will you smoke? There are cigarettes and cigars, if you prefer them." "No, I've got my own, thanks." She took her own cigarette from her gold case. "It is a fine room for music, the big room," said he. "Yes, quite. Would you like to play for us some time, do you think?" "Do you want me to? I mean, does it interest you?" "What, the flute?" "No, music altogether." "Music altogether. Well, I used to love it. Now I'm not sure. Manfredi lives for it, almost." "For that and nothing else?" asked Aaron. No. Other things as well." "But you don't like it much any more?" "I don't know. Perhaps I don't. I'm not sure." "You don't look forward to the Saturday mornings?" he asked. "Perhaps I don't. But for Manfredi's sake, of course I do. But for his sake more than my own, I admit. And I think he knows it." "A crowd of people in one's house," said Aaron. "Yes, the people. But it's not only that. It's the music itself. I think I can't stand it any more. I don't know." "Too emotional? Too much feeling for you?" "Yes, perhaps. But no. What I can't stand is chords, you know, harmonies, a number of sounds all sounding together. It just makes me ill. It makes me feel so sick." "What, do you want discords? Dissonances?" "No, they are nearly as bad. No, it's just when any number of musical notes, different notes, come together, harmonies or discords. Even a single chord struck on the piano, it makes me feel sick. I just feel as if I should retch. Isn't it strange? Of course, I don't tell Manfredi. It will be too cruel for him. It would cut his life in two." "But then why do you have the music? The Saturdays, then?" "Oh, I just keep out of the way as much as possible. I'm sure you feel there is something wrong with me, that I take it as I do," she added, as if anxious, but half ironical. "No, I was just wondering. I believe I feel something the same myself. I know orchestra makes me blind with hate, or I don't know what. But I want to throw bombs. There now. It does that to me too. Only now it has fairly got me down, and I feel nothing but helpless nausea. You know, like when you are seasick." Her dark blue, heavy, haunted-looking eyes were resting on him as if she hoped for something. He watched her face steadily, a curious intelligence flickering on his own. "Yes," he said, "I understand it. And I know, at the bottom, I'm like that. But I keep myself from realizing, don't you know? Else, perhaps, where should I be? Because I make my life and my living at it as well." "At music? Do you? But how bad for you. But perhaps the flute is different. I have a feeling that it is. I can think of one single pipe note. Yes, I can think of it quite calmly. And I can't even think of the piano, or of the violin with its tremolo, or of orchestra, or a string quartet, or even a military band. I can't think of it without a shudder. I can only bear drum and fife. Isn't it crazy of me? But from the other, from what we call music proper, I've endured too much. But bring your flute one day. Bring it, will you? And let me hear it quite alone. Quite alone. I think it might do me an awful lot of good. I do, really. I can imagine it." She closed her eyes, and her strange, sing-song, lapsing voice came to an end. She spoke almost like one in a trance, or a sleepwalker. "I've got it now in my overcoat pocket," he said, "if you like." "Have you? Yes." She was never hurried, always slow and resonant, so that the echoes of her voice seemed to linger. "Yes, do get it. Do get it, and play in the other room, quite without accompaniment. Do, and try me." "And you will tell me what you feel?" "Yes." Aaron went out to his overcoat. When he returned with his flute, which he was screwing together, Manfredi had come with the tray and the 3 cocktails. The Marchesa took her glass. "Listen, Manfredi," she said. "Mr. Sisson is going to play, quite alone in the sala, and I am going to sit here and listen." "Very well," said Manfredi. "Drink your cocktail first. Are you going to play without music?" "Yes," said Aaron. "I'll just put on the lights for you." "No, leave it dark. Enough light will come in from here." "Sure?" said Manfredi. "Yes." The little soldier was an intruder at the moment. Both the others felt it so. But they bore him no grudge. They knew it was they who were exceptional, not he. Aaron swallowed his drink, and looked towards the door. "Sit down, Manfredi. Sit still," said the Marchesa. "Won't you let me try some accompaniment?" said the soldier. "No. I shall just play a little thing from memory," said Aaron. "Sit down, dear. Sit down," said the Marchesa to her husband. He seated himself obediently. The flash of bright yellow on the grey of his uniform seemed to make him like a chaffinch or a gnome. Aaron retired to the other room, and waited a while to get back the spell which connected him with the woman, and gave the two of them this strange isolation, beyond the bounds of life, as it seemed. He caught it again, and there, in the darkness of the big room, he put his flute to his lips, and began to play. It was a clear, sharp, lilted run and fall of notes, not a tune in any sense of the word, and yet a melody, a bright, quick sound of pure animation, a bright, quick, animate noise, running and pausing. It was like a bird's singing, in that it had no human emotion or passion or intention or meaning, a ripple and poise of animate sound. But it was unlike a bird's singing, in that the notes followed clear and single one after the other, in their subtle gallop. A nightingale is rather like that. A wild sound. To read all the human pathos into Nightingale's singing is nonsense. A wild, savage, non-human lurch and squander of sound. Beautiful, but entirely unaesthetic. What Aaron was playing was not of his own invention. It was a bit of medieval phrasing written for the pipe and the viol. It made the piano seem a ponderous, nerve-racking steamroller of noise, and the violin, as we know it, a hateful, wire-drawn nerve-torturer. After a little while, when he entered the smaller room again, the Marchesa looked full into his face. "Good," she said. "Good." And a gleam almost of happiness seemed to light her up. She seemed like one who had been kept in a horrible enchanted castle for years and years. Oh, a horrible enchanted castle, with wet walls of emotions and ponderous chains of feeling, and a ghastly atmosphere of must-be. She felt she had seen through the opening door a crack of sunshine, and thin, pure light outside air. Outside, beyond this dank and beastly dungeon of feelings and moral necessity. Ugh! She shuddered convulsively at what had been. She looked at her little husband. Chains of necessity all round him. A little jailer. Yet she was fond of him. If only he would throw away the castle keys. He was a little gnome. What did he clutch the castle keys so tight for? Aaron looked at her. He knew that they understood one another, he and she, without any moral necessity or any other necessity. Outside. They had got outside the castle of so-called human life. Outside the horrible, stinking human castle of life. A bit of true, limpid freedom. Just a glimpse. "Charming," said the Marchese. "Truly charming. But what was it you played?" Aaron told him. "But truly delightful. I say, won't you play for us one of these Saturdays? And won't you let me take the accompaniment? I should be charmed if you would." "All right," said Aaron. "Do drink another cocktail," said his hostess. He did so, and then he rose to leave. "Will you stay to dinner?" said the Marchesa. "We have 2 people coming, 2 Italian relatives of my husband. But—" No, Aaron declined to stay to dinner. "Then won't you come on, let me see, on Wednesday? Do come on Wednesday. We are alone. And do bring the flute. Come at 6:30, as today, will you? Yes?" Aaron promised, and then he found himself in the street. It was 7:30. Instead of returning straight home, he crossed the Ponte Vecchio and walked straight into the crowd. The night was fine now. He had his overcoat over his arm, and in a sort of trance or frenzy, whirled away by his evening's experience and by the woman, he strode swiftly forward, hardly heeding anything, but rushing blindly on through the crowd, carried away by his own feelings, as much as if he had been alone, and all these many people merely trees. Leaving the Piazza Vittorio Emanuele, a gang of soldiers suddenly rushed round him, buffeting him in one direction, whilst another gang, swinging round the corner, threw him back helpless again into the midst of the first gang. For some moments he struggled among the rude, brutal little mob of grey-green coarse uniforms that smelt so strong of soldiers. Then, irritated, he found himself free again, shaking himself and passing on towards the cathedral. Irritated, he now put on his overcoat and buttoned it to the throat, closing himself in, as it were, from the brutal insolence of the Sunday night mob of men. Before, he had been walking through them in a rush of naked feeling, all exposed to their tender mercies. He now gathered himself together. As he was going home, suddenly, just as he was passing the Bargello, he stopped. He stopped and put his hand to his breast pocket. His leather case was gone. He had been robbed. It was as if lightning ran through him at that moment, as if a fluid electricity rushed down his limbs, through the sluice of his knees, and out at his feet, leaving him standing there, almost unconscious. For a moment, unconscious and superconscious, he stood there. He had been robbed. They had put their hand in his breast and robbed him. If they had stabbed him, it could hardly have had a greater effect on him. And he had known it. He had known it. When the soldiers jostled him so evilly, they robbed him. And he knew it. He had known it as if it were fate, even as if it were fated beforehand. Feeling quite weak and faint, as if he had really been struck by some evil electric fluid, he walked on. And as soon as he began to walk, he began to reason. Perhaps his letter case was in his other coat. Perhaps he had not had it with him at all. Perhaps he was feeling all this just for nothing. Perhaps it was all folly. He hurried forward. He wanted to make sure. He wanted relief. It was as if the power of evil had suddenly seized him and thrown him. And he wanted to say it was not so, that he had imagined it all, conjured it up. He did not want to admit the power of evil, particularly at that moment, for surely a very ugly evil spirit had struck him, in the midst of that gang of Italian soldiers. He knew it. It had pierced him. It had got him. But he wanted to say it was not so. Reaching the house, he hastened upwards to his far-off lonely room, through the dark corridors. Once in his own apartment, he shut the door and switched on the light, a sensation like fear at his heart. Then he searched his other pockets. He looked everywhere. In vain. In vain, truly enough, for he knew the thing was stolen. He had known it all along. The soldiers had deliberately plotted, had deliberately rushed him and taken his purse. They must have watched him previously. They must have grinned and jeered at him. He sat down in a chair to recover from the shock. The pocketbook contained 400 francs, 3 one-pound notes, and various letters and private effects. Well, these were lost, but it was not so much the loss as the assault on his person that caused him to feel so stricken. He felt the jeering, jibing blows they had given as they jostled him. And now he sat, weak in every limb, and said to himself, yes, and if I hadn't rushed along so full of feeling, if I hadn't exposed myself, if I hadn't got worked up with the Marchesa, and then rushed all kindled through the streets, without reserve, it would never have happened. I gave myself away, and there was someone ready to snatch what I gave. I gave myself away. It is my own fault. I should have been on my guard. I should be always on my guard. Always, always. With God and the devil both, I should be on my guard. Godly or devilish, I should hold fast to my reserve and keep on the watch. And if I don't, I deserve what I get. But still he sat in his chair in his bedroom, dazed. One part of his soul was saying emphatically, it serves you right. It is nothing but right. It serves everybody right who rushes enkindled through the street and trusts implicitly in mankind and in the life spirit, as if mankind and the life spirit were a playground for enkindled individuals. It serves you right. You have paid about £12 sterling for your lesson. Fool, you might have known beforehand, and then you needn't have paid it all. You can ill afford 12 pounds sterling, you fool. But since paid you have, then mind the lesson is learned. Never again, never expose yourself again, never again absolute trust. It is a blasphemy against life, is absolute trust. Has a wild creature ever absolute trust? It minds itself. Sleeping or waking, it is on its guard. And so must you be, or you'll go under. Sleeping or waking, man or woman, God or the devil, keep your guard over yourself. Keep your guard over yourself, lest worse befall you. No man is robbed unless he incites a robber. No man is murdered unless he attracts a murderer. Then be not robbed. It lies within your own power. And be not murdered. Or if you are, you deserve it. Keep your guard over yourself now, always and forever. Yes, against God quite as hard as against the devil. He's fully as dangerous to you. Thus thinking, not in his mind but in his soul, his active living soul, he gathered his equanimity once more and accepted the fact. So he rose and tidied himself for dinner. His face was now set and still. His heart also was still and fearless, because its sentinel was stationed forever. And Aaron never forgot. After this it became essential to him to feel that the sentinel stood guard in his own heart. He felt a strange unease the moment he was off his guard. Asleep or awake, in the midst of the deepest passion or the suddenest love, or in the throes of greatest excitement or bewilderment, somewhere, some corner of himself was awake to the fact that the sentinel of the soul must not sleep. No, never. Not for one instant. End of chapter 16, part C. Chapter 17, part A of Aaron's Rod by D.H. Lawrence. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 17, High Up Over the Cathedral Square. Part A. Aaron and Lilly sat in Argyle's little loggia, high up under the eaves of the small hotel, a sort of long attic terrace just under the roof, where no one would have suspected it. It was level with the grey conical roof of the baptistry. Here sat Aaron and Lilly in the afternoon, in the last of the lovely autumn sunshine. Below, the square was already cold in shadow. The pink and white and green baptistry rose lantern-shaped as from some seashore, cool, cold, and wan, now the sun was gone. Black figures, innumerable black figures, curious because they were all on end, up on end. Aaron could not say why he expected them to be horizontal. Little black figures, upon end, like fishes that swim on their tails, wiggled endlessly across the piazza. Little carriages on natural all-fours rattled tinnily across the yellow little tram-cars, like dogs slipped around the corner. The balcony was so high up that the sound was ineffectual. The upper space, above the houses, was nearer than the undercurrents of the noisy town. Sunlight, lovely full sunlight, lingered warm and still on the balcony. It caught the facade of the cathedral sideways, like the tips of a flower, and sideways lit up the stem of Giotto's tower, like a lily stem, or a long, lovely, pale pink and white and green pistil of the lily of the cathedral. Florence, the flowery town. Firenze, the flowery town. The red lilies. The Fiorentini, the flower sold. Flowers with good roots in the mud and muck, as should be, and fearless blossoms in air, like the cathedral and the tower and the David. "I love it," said Lilly. "I love this place. I love the cathedral and the tower. I love its pinkness and its paleness. The Gothic souls find fault with it, and say it is gimcrack and tawdry and cheap. But I love it. It is delicate and rosy, and the dark stripes are as they should be, like the tiger marks on a pink lily. It's a lily, not a rose. A pinky white lily with dark tigery marks. And heavy, too, in its own substance. Earth substance, risen from earth into the air, and never forgetting the dark, black, fierce earth. I reckon here men for a moment were themselves, as a plant in flower is for the moment completely itself. Then it goes off. as Florence has gone off. No flowers now, but it has flowered. And I don't see why a race should be like an aloe tree, flower once and die. Why should it? Why not flower again? Why not? If it's going to, it will, said Aaron. Our deciding about it won't alter it. The decision is part of the business. Here they were interrupted by Argyle, who put his head through one of the windows. He had flecks of lather on his reddened face. "Do you think you're wise now," he said, "to sit in that sun?" "In November?" laughed Lilly. "Always fear the sun when there's an R in the month," said Argyle. "Always fear it, R or no R, I say. I'm frightened of it. I've been in the South. I know what it is. I tell you I'm frightened of it. But if you think you can stand it, well, it won't last much longer anyhow," said Lilly. "Too long for me, my boy. I'm a shady bird, in all senses of the word, in all senses of the word. Now are you comfortable? What? Have another cushion. A rug for your knees? You're quite sure now? Well, wait just one moment till the waiter brings up a siphon, and you shall have a whiskey and soda. Precious. Oh, yes, very precious these days. Like drinking gold. 35 lire a bottle, my boy." Argyle pulled a long face and made a noise with his lips. "But I had this bottle given me, and luckily you've come while there's a drop left. Very glad you have. Very glad you have." Here he poked a little table through the window, and put a bottle and 2 glasses, one a tooth glass, upon it. Then he withdrew again to finish shaving. The waiter presently hobbled up with the siphon and 3rd glass. Argyle pushed his head through the window, that was only a little higher than the balcony. He was soon neatly shaved, and was brushing his hair. "Go ahead, my boys. Go ahead with that whiskey," he said. "We'll wait for you," said Lilly. "No, no, don't think of it. However, if you will, I shall be 1 minute only. 1 minute only. I'll put on the water for the tea now. Oh, damned bad methylated spirit they sell now. And 6 francs a litre. 6 francs a litre. I don't know what I'm going to do. The air I breathe costs money nowadays. Just 1 moment, and I'll be with you. Just 1 moment." In a very little while he came from the tiny attic bedroom, through the tiniest cupboard of a sitting room under the eaves, where his books were, and where he had hung his old red India tapestries, or silk embroideries, and he emerged there, up above the world on the loggia. "Now then, siamo nel paradiso, eh? Paradisal enough for you, is it?" "The devil looking over Lincoln," said Lilly, laughing, glancing up into Argyle's face. "The devil looking over Florence would feel sad," said Argyle. "The place is fast growing respectable. Oh, piety makes the devil chuckle. But respectability, my boy, argues a serious diminution of spunk. And when the spunk diminishes, well, it's enough to make the most sturdy devil look sick. What? No doubt about it. No doubt whatever. There." He had just finished settling his tie and buttoning his waistcoat. "How do I look, eh? Presentable? I've just had this suit turned. Clever little tailor across the way there. But he charged me 120 francs. Argyle pulled a face and made the little trumping noise with his lips. "However, not bad, is it? He had to let in a bit at the back of the waistcoat, and a gusset, my boy, a gusset, in the trousers back. Seems I've grown in the arsal region. Well, well, might do worse. Is it all right?" Lilly eyed the suit. Very nice indeed. Such a good cloth. That makes all the difference." "Oh, my dear fellow, all the difference. This suit is 11 years old. 11 years old. But beautiful English cloth. Before the war. Before the war." "It looks quite wonderfully expensive and smart now," said Lilly. "Expensive and smart, eh? Ha, ha, ha. Well, it cost me 120 francs to have it turned, and I found that expensive enough. Well now, come." Here Argyle's voice took on a new, gay cheer. "A whiskey and soda, Lilly. Say when. Oh, nonsense, nonsense. You're going to have double that. You're no lily of the valley here, remember. Not with me. Not likely. Siamo nel paradiso, remember." "But why should we drink your whiskey? Tea would do for us just as well." "Not likely. Not likely. When I have the pleasure of your company, my boy, we drink a glass of something, unless I am utterly stripped. Say when, Aaron." "When?" said Aaron. Argyle at last seated himself heavily on a small chair. The sun had left the loggia, but was glowing still on Giotto's tower and the top of the cathedral façade, and on the remoter great red-tiled dome. "Look at my little red monthly rose," said Argyle. "Wonderful little fellow. I wouldn't have anything happen to him for the world. Oh, a Bacchic little chap. I made Pasquale wear a wreath of them on his hair. Very becoming they were, very. Oh, I've had a charming show of flowers. Wonderful creatures sunflowers are." They got up and put their heads over the balcony, looking down on the square below. "Oh, great fun, great fun. Yes, I had a charming show of flowers. Charming. Zinnias, petunias, ranunculus, sunflowers, white stocks. Oh, charming. Look at that bit of honeysuckle. You see the berries where his flowers were? Delicious scent, I assure you." Under the little balcony wall, Argyle had put square red tiled pots, all round, and in these still bloomed a few pansies and asters, whilst in a corner a monthly rose hung flowers like round blood drops. Argyle was as tidy and scrupulous in his tiny rooms and his balcony as if he were a first-rate seaman on a yacht. Lilly remarked on this. "Do you see signs of the old maid coming out in me?" "Oh, I don't doubt it, I don't doubt it. We all end that way. Age makes old maids of us all. And Tanny is all right, you say? Bring her to see me. Why didn't she come today? You know you don't like people unless you expect them." "Oh, but my dear fellow, you and Tanny, you'd be welcome if you came at my busiest moment." "Of course you would. I'd be glad to see you if you interrupted me at any crucial moment. I'm alone now till August. Then we shall go away together somewhere. But you and Tanny, why there's the world. And there's Lilly. That's how I put it, my boy." "All right, Argyle. Hofflichkeiten." "What?" "Gar kein Hofflichkeiten. Wahrhaftiger Kerl bin ich. When am I going to see Tanny? When are you coming to dine with me?" "After you've dined with us. Say the day after tomorrow." "Right you are. Delighted. Let me look if that water's boiling." He got up and poked half himself inside the bedroom. "Not yet. Damned filthy methylated spirit they sell." "Look," said Lilly. "There's Del Torre. Like some sort of midge in that damned grey and yellow uniform. I can't stand it, I tell you. I can't stand the sight of any more of these uniforms. Like a blight on the human landscape. Like a blight. Like green flies on rose trees. Smother flies. Europe's got the smother fly in these infernal shoddy militarists." "Del Torre's coming out of it as soon as he can," said Lilly. "I should think so, too. I like him myself, very much. Look, he's seen us. He wants to come up, Argyle." "What, in that uniform? I'll see him in his grandmother's crinoline first." "Don't be fanatical. It's bad taste. Let him come up a minute." "Not for my sake, but for yours, he shall." Argyle stood at the parapet of the balcony and waved his arm. "Yes, come up," he said. "Come up, you little Mistkopfer. What the Americans call a bug. Come up and be damned." Of course Del Torre was too far off to hear this exhortation. Lilly also waved to him, and watched him pass into the doorway far below. "I'll rinse one of these glasses for him," said Argyle. The Marchese's step was heard on the stone stairs. Then his knock. Come in," cried Argyle from the bedroom, where he was rinsing the glass. The Marchese entered, grinning with his curious, half-courteous greeting. Go through," cried Argyle. "Go on to the loggia, and mind your head. Good heavens, mind your head in that doorway." The Marchese just missed the top of the doorway as he climbed the abrupt steps to the loggia. There he greeted Lilly and Aaron with hearty handshakes. "Very glad to see you. Very glad indeed," he cried, grinning with excited courtesy and pleasure, and covering Lilly's hand with both his own gloved hands. "When did you come to Florence?" There was a little explanation. Argyle shoved the last chair, it was a luggage stool, through the window. "All I can do for you in the way of a chair," he said. "Ah, that is all right," said the Marchese. "Well, it is very nice up here, and very nice company. Of the very best in Florence." "The highest, anyhow," said Argyle grimly, as he entered with the glass. Have a whiskey and soda, Del Torre. It's the bottom of the bottle, as you see." "The bottom of the bottle. Then I start with the tail end, yes." He stretched his blue eyes so that the whites showed all round, and grinned a wide, gnome-like grin. "You made that start long ago, my dear fellow. Don't play the ingenue with me. You know it won't work. Say when, my man. Say when." "Yes, when," said Del Torre. "When did I make that start, then?" "At some unmentionably young age. Chickens such as you soon learn to cheep." "Chickens such as I soon learn to cheep," repeated Del Torre, pleased with the verbal play. "What is cheap, please? What is to cheap?" "Cheap, cheap," squeaked Argyle, making a face at the little Italian, who was perched on one strap of the luggage stool. "It's what chickens say when they're poking their little noses into new adventures. Naughty ones." "Are chickens naughty? Oh, I thought they could only be good." "Featherless chickens like yourself, my boy." "Oh, as for featherless, then there's no saying what they will do." And here the Marchese turned away from Argyle with the inevitable question to Lilly. "Well, and how long will you stay in Florence?" Lilly did not know, but he was not leaving immediately. "Good. Then you will come and see us at once." Argyle rose once more and went to make the tea. He shoved a lump of cake, or rather panettone, good currant loaf, through the window, with a knife to cut it. "Help yourselves to the panettone," he said. "Eat it up. The tea is coming at once. You'll have to drink it in your glasses. There's only one old cup." The Marchese cut the cake and offered pieces. The two men took and ate. "So you have already found Mr. Sisson," said Del Torre to Lilly. "Ran straight into him in the Via Nazionale," said Lilly. "Oh, one always runs into everybody in Florence. We are all already acquainted. Also with the flute. That is a great pleasure." "So I think. Does your wife like it too?" "Very much indeed. She is quite éprise. I too shall have to learn to play it." "And run the risk of spoiling the shape of your mouth, like Alcibiades?" "Is there a risk? Yes, then I shan't play it. My mouth is too beautiful. But Mr. Sisson has not spoiled his mouth." "Not yet," said Lilly. "Give him time." "Is he also afraid, like Alcibiades?" "Are you, Aaron?" said Lilly. "What?" "Afraid of spoiling your beauty by screwing your mouth to the flute." "I look a fool, do I, when I'm playing?" said Aaron. "Only the least little bit in the world," said Lilly. "The way you prance your head, you know, like a horse." "Ah, well," said Aaron, "I've nothing to lose." "And were you surprised, Lilly, to find your friend here?" asked Del Torre. "I ought to have been, but I wasn't really." "Then you expected him?" "No, it came naturally, though." "But why did you come, Aaron? What exactly brought you?" "Accident," said Aaron. "Ah, no. No, there is no such thing as accident," said the Italian. "A man is drawn by his fate where he goes." "You are right," said Argyle, who came now with the teapot. "A man is drawn, or driven. Driven, I've found it. Ah, my dear fellow, what is life but a search for a friend? A search for a friend. That sums it up." "Or a lover," said the Marchese, grinning. "Same thing. Same thing. My hair is white, but that is the sum of my whole experience. The search for a friend." There was something at once real and sentimental in Argyle's tone. "And never finding?" said Lilly, laughing. "Oh, what would you? Often finding. Often finding. And losing, of course. A life's history. Give me your glass. Miserable tea, but nobody has sent me any from England." "And you will go on till you die, Argyle?" said Lilly. "Always seeking a friend? And always a new one?" "If I lose the friend I've got." "Ah, my dear fellow, in that case I shall go on seeking. I hope so, I assure you. Something will be very wrong with me if I ever sit friendless and make no search." "But, Argyle, there is a time to leave off." "To leave off what? To leave off what?" "Having friends. Or a friend, rather. Or seeking to have one." "Oh, no, not at all, my friend. Not at all. Only death can make an end of that, my friend. Only death. And I should say not even death. Not even death ends a man's search for a friend. That is my belief. You may hang me for it, but I shall never alter." "Nay," said Lilly. "There is a time to love, and a time to leave off loving." All I can say to that is that my time to leave off hasn't come yet, said Argyle, with obstinate feeling. Ah, yes, it has. It is only a habit and an idea you stick to. Indeed, it is no such thing. Indeed, it is no such thing. It is a profound desire and necessity. And what is more, a belief. An obstinate persistency, you mean, said Lilly. Well, call it so if it pleases you. It is by no means so to me. There was a brief pause. The sun had left the cathedral dome and the tower. The sky was full of light, the square swimming in shadow. But a man can live, said the Marchese, without having something he lives for, something he wishes for or longs for and tries that he may get? Impossible. Completely impossible, said Argyle. Man is a seeker, and except as such he has no significance, no importance. He bores me with his seeking, said Lilly. He should learn to possess himself, to be himself, and keep still. Ay, perhaps so, said Aaron. Only... But, my dear boy, believe me, a man is never himself save in the supreme state of love. Or perhaps hate, too, which amounts to the same thing. Never really himself. Apart from this he is a tram driver, or a money shoveler, or an idea machine. Only in the state of love is he really a man, and really himself. I say so because I know, said Argyle. Ah, yes, that is one side of the truth. It is quite true, also. But it is just as true to say that a man is never less himself than in the supreme state of love. Never less himself than then. Maybe. But what could be better? What could be better than to lose oneself with someone you love entirely, and so find yourself? Ah, my dear fellow, that is my creed, and you can't shake me in it. Never in that. Never in that. Yes, Argyle, said Lilly, I know you're an obstinate love apostle. I am. And I have certain standards, my boy, and certain ideals, which I never transgress, and never abandon. All right, then, you are an incurable love-maker. Pray God I am, said Argyle. Yes, said the Marchese, perhaps we are all so. What else do you give? Would you have us make money? Or do you give the centre of your spirit to your work? How is it to be? I don't vitally care either about money or my work, or... Lilly faltered. Or what then? Or anything. I don't really care about anything. Except that... You don't care about anything? But what is that for a life? Cried the Marchese with a hollow mockery. What do you care for? Asked Lilly. Me? I care for several things. I care for my wife. I care for love. And I care to be loved. And I care for some pleasures. And I care for music. And I care for Italy. You are well off for cares, said Lilly. And you seem to me so very poor, said Del Torre. I should say so, if he cares for nothing, interjaculated Argyle. Then he clapped Lilly on the shoulder with a laugh. Ha, ha, ha! But he only says it to tease us, he cried, shaking Lilly's shoulder. He cares more than we do for his own way of loving. Come along. Don't try and take us in. We are old birds, said Argyle. But at that moment he seemed a bit doddering. End of chapter 17, part A. Chapter 17, part B, of Aaron's Rod by D.H. Lawrence. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 17, High Up Over the Cathedral Square. Part B. A man can't live, said the Italian, without an object. Well, and that object? Said Lilly. Well, it may be many things. Mostly it is two things, love and money. But it may be many things, ambition, patriotism, science, art, many things. But it is some objective, something outside the self, perhaps many things outside the self. I have had only one objective all my life, said Argyle. And that was love. For that I have spent my life. And the lives of a number of other people, too, said Lilly. Admitted. Oh, admitted. It takes two to make love, unless you're a miserable "Don't you think," said Aaron, turning to Lily, "that however you try to get away from it, if you're not after money, and can't fit yourself into a job, you've got to try and find something else, somebody else, somebody? You can't really be alone. No matter how many mistakes you've made, you can't really be alone?" asked Lily. "You can be alone for a minute. You can be alone just in that minute when you've broken free, and you feel heart thankful to be alone, because the other thing wasn't to be born. But you can't keep on being alone. No matter how many tunes you've broken free and feel, thank God, to be alone. Nothing on earth is so good as to breathe fresh air and be alone. No matter how many times you've felt this, it wears off every time, and you begin to look again, and you begin to roam round. And even if you won't admit it to yourself, still you're seeking, seeking. Aren't you? Aren't you yourself seeking?" "Oh, that's another matter," put in Argyle. "Lily is happily married and on the shelf. With such a fine woman as Tanny, I should think so. Rather. But his is an exceptional nature, and an exceptional case. As for me, I made a hell of my marriage, and I swear it nearly sent me to hell. But I didn't forswear love when I forswore marriage and woman. Not by any means." "Are you not seeking any more, Lily?" asked the Marchese. "Do you seek nothing?" "We married men who haven't left our wives, are we supposed to seek anything?" said Lily. "Aren't we perfectly satisfied and in bliss with the wonderful women who honour us as wives?" "Ah, yes, yes," said the Marchese. "But now we are not speaking to the world. Now we are trying to speak of that which we have in our centre of our hearts." "And what have we there?" said Lily. "Well, shall I say, we have unrest. We have another need. We have something that hurts and eats us. Yes, eats us inside. Do I speak the truth?" "Yes. But what is the something?" "I don't know. But it is something in love, I think. It is love itself which gnaws us inside like a cancer," said the Italian. "But why should it? Is that the nature of love?" said Lily. "I don't know. Truly, I don't know. But perhaps it is in the nature of love. I don't know. But I tell you, I love my wife. She is very dear to me. I admire her. I trust her. I believe her. She is to me much more than any woman, more than even my mother. And so I am very happy. I am very happy. She is very happy, in our love and our marriage. But wait. Nothing has changed. The love has not changed. It is the same. And yet we are not happy. No, we are not happy. I know she is not happy. I know I am not." "Why should you be?" said Lily. "Yes, and it is not even happiness," said the Marchese, screwing up his face in a painful effort of confession. "It is not even happiness. No, I do not ask to be happy. Why should I? It is childish. But there is for both of us, I know it, something which bites us, which eats us within, and drives us somewhere, we don't know where. But it drives us and eats away the life. And yet we love each other, and we must not separate. Do you know what I mean? Do you understand me at all in what I say? I speak what is true." "Yes, I understand. I'm in the same dilemma myself. But what I want to hear is why you think it is so. Why is it?" "Shall I say what I think? Yes? And you can tell me if it is foolish to you. Shall I tell you? Well, because a woman, she now first wants the man, and he must go to her because he is wanted. Do you understand? You know, supposing I go to a woman. Supposing she is my wife, and I go to her, yes, with my blood all ready, because it is I who want. Then she puts me off. Then she says, not now, not now, I am tired, I am not well. I do not feel like it. She puts me off, till I am angry or sorry or whatever I am. But till my blood has gone down again, you understand, and I don't want her any more. And then she puts her arms around me, and caresses me, and makes love to me, till she rouses me once more. So she rouses me, and so I come to her, and I love her. It is very good, very good. But it was she who began, it was her initiative, you know. I do not think, in all my life, my wife has loved me from my initiative, you know. She will yield to me because I insist, or because she wants to be a good submissive wife who loves me. So she will yield to me. But, what is it, you know? What is it, a woman who allows me and who has no answer? It is something worse than nothing. Worse than nothing. And so it makes me very discontented and unbelieving. If I say to her, she says it is not true. Not at all true. Then she says all she wants is that I should desire her, that I should love her and desire her. But even that is putting her will first. And if I come to her so, if I come to her of my own desire, then she puts me off, or she only allows me to come to her. Even now it is the same after 10 years as it was at first. But now I know, and for many years I did not know. The little man was intense. His face was strained, his blue eyes so stretched that they showed the whites all round. He gazed into Lily's face. "But does it matter," said Lily slowly, "in which of you the desire initiates? Isn't the result the same?" "It matters. It matters," cried the Marchese. "Oh, my dear fellow, how much it matters," interrupted Argyle sagely. "Aye," said Aaron. The Marchese looked from one to the other of them. "It matters," he cried. "It matters life or death. It used to be that desire started in the man, and the woman answered. It used to be so for a long time in Italy. For this reason the women were kept away from the men. For this reason our Catholic religion tried to keep the young girls in convents, and innocent, before marriage, so that with their minds they should not know, and should not start this terrible thing, this woman's desire over a man, beforehand. This desire which starts in a woman's head when she knows, and which takes a man for her use, for her service. This is Eve. I hate Eve. I hate her, when she knows, and when she wills. I hate her when she will make of me that which serves her desire. She may love me, she may be soft and kind to me, she may give her life for me. But why? Only because I am hers. I am that thing which does her most intimate service. She can see no other in me. And I may be no other to her." "Then why not let it be so, and be satisfied?" said Lily. "Because I cannot. I cannot. I would, but I cannot. The Borghesia, the citizens, the bourgeoisie, they are the ones who can. Oh, yes. The bourgeoisie, the shopkeepers, these serve their wives so, and their wives love them. They are the marital maquereaux. The husband maquereau, you know. Their wives are so stout and happy, and they dote on their husbands and always betray them. So it is with the bourgeoise. She loves her husband so much and is always seeking to betray him. Or she is a Madame Bovary, seeking for a scandal. But the bourgeois husband, he goes on being the same. He is the horse, and she the driver. And when she says, 'Gee up,' you know, then he comes ready, like a hired maquereau. Only he feels so good, like a good little boy at her breast. And then there are the nice little children. And so they keep the world going. But for me," he spat suddenly and with frenzy on the floor. "You are quite right, my boy," said Argyle. "You are quite right. They've got the start of us, the women. And we've got to canter when they say gee up. I went through it all. But I broke the shafts and smashed the matrimonial cart, I can tell you. And I didn't care whether I smashed her up along with it or not. I didn't care one single bit, I assure you. And here I am. And she is dead and buried these dozen years. Well. Life, you know, life. And women, they are the very hottest hell once they get the start of you. There's nothing they won't do to you once they've got you. Nothing they won't do to you. Especially if they love you. Then you may as well give up the ghost. Or smash the cart behind you, and her in it. Otherwise she will just harry you into submission, and make a dog of you, and cuckold you under your nose, and you'll submit. Oh, you'll submit, and go on calling her my darling. Or else if you don't submit, she'll do for you. Your only chance is to smash the shafts, and the whole matrimonial cart. Or she'll do for you. For a woman has an uncanny, hellish strength. She's a she-bear and a wolf, is a woman when she's got the start of you. Oh, it's a terrible experience if you're not a bourgeois. and not one of the knuckling-under, money-making sort. Knuckling-under sort, yes, that is it, said the Marchese. But can't there be a balancing of wills, said Lily. My dear boy, the balance lies in that when one goes up, the other goes down. One acts, the other takes. It is the only way in love. And the women are nowadays the active party. Oh yes, not a shadow of doubt about it. They take the initiative and the man plays up. That's how it is. The man just plays up. Nice manly proceeding, what? Cried Argyle. But why can't man accept it as the natural order of things, said Lily. Science makes it the natural order. All my blank to science, said Argyle. No man with one drop of real spunk in him can stand it long. Yes, 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 cried the Italian. Most men want it so. Most men want only that a woman shall want them, and they shall then play up to her when she has roused them. Most men want only this, that a woman shall choose one man out to be her man, and he shall worship her and come up when she shall provoke him. Otherwise he is to keep still. And the woman, she is quite sure of her part. She must be loved and adored and above all obeyed, particularly in her sex desire. There she must not be thwarted, or she becomes a devil. And if she is obeyed, she becomes a misunderstood woman with nerves, looking round for the next man whom she can bring under. So it is. Well, said Lily, and then what? Nay, interrupted Aaron, but do you think it's true what he says? Have you found it like that? You're married. Has your experience been different, or the same? What was yours? Asked Lily. Mine was the same. Mine was the same, if ever it was, said Aaron. And mine was extremely similar, said Argyle with a grimace. And yours, Lily? Asked the Marchese anxiously. Not very different, said Lily. Ah, cried Del Torre, jerking up erect as if he had found something. And what's your way out? Aaron asked him. I'm not out, so I won't halloa, said Lily. But Del Torre puts it best. What do you say is the way out, Del Torre? The way out is that it should change. That the man should be the asker and the woman the answerer. It must change. But it doesn't. Purr! Argyle made his trumpeting noise. Does it? Asked Lily of the Marchese. No, I think it does not. And will it ever again? Perhaps never. And then what? Then? Why then man seeks a pis-aller. Then he seeks something which will give him answer, and which will not only draw him with a terrible sexual will. So he seeks young girls who know nothing, and so cannot force him. He thinks he will possess them while they are young, and they will be soft and responding to his wishes. But in this, too, he is mistaken. Because now a baby of 1 year, if it be a female, is like a woman of 40. So is its will made up. So it will force a man. And so young girls are no good, even as pis-aller. No good, because they are all modern women. Everyone a modern woman. Not one who isn't. Terrible thing, the modern woman, put in Argyle. And then? Then man seeks other forms of loves, always seeking the loving response, you know, of one gentler and tenderer than himself, who will wait till the man desires and then will answer with full love. But it is all pis-aller, you know? Not by any means, my boy, cried Argyle. And then a man naturally loves his own wife, too, even if it is not bearable to love her. Or one leaves her, like Aaron, said Lily. And seeks another woman, so, said the Marchese. Does he seek another woman? Said Lily. Do you, Aaron? I don't want to, said Aaron. But I can't stand by myself in the middle of the world and in the middle of people and know I am quite by myself and nowhere to go and nothing to hold on to. I can for a day or two. But then it becomes unbearable as well. You get frightened. You feel you might go funny, as you would if you stood on this balcony wall with all the space beneath you. Can't one be alone? Quite alone, said Lily. Like St. Simeon Stylites on a pillar. But it is absurd, cried the Italian. I don't mean like Simeon Stylites. I mean, can't one live with one's wife and be fond of her, and with one's friends and enjoy their company, and with the world and everything pleasantly, and yet know that one is alone? Essentially, at the very core of me, alone, eternally alone, and choosing to be alone, not sentimental or lonely. Alone, choosing to be alone, because by one's own nature, one is alone. The being with another person is secondary, said Lily. One is alone, said Argyle, in all but love. In all but love, my dear fellow, and then I agree with you. No, said Lily, in love most intensely of all, alone. Completely incomprehensible, said Argyle, amounts to nothing. One man is but a part. How can he be so alone, said the Marchese. Insofar as he is a single individual soul, he is alone, ipso facto. Insofar as I am I, and only I am I, and I am only I, insofar I am inevitably and eternally alone, and it is my last blessedness to know it, and to accept it, and to live with this as the core of my self-knowledge. My dear boy, you are becoming metaphysical, and that is as bad as softening of the brain, said Argyle. All right, said Lily. And, said the Marchese, it may be so by reason, but in the heart, can the heart ever beat quite alone? Plop, plop. Can the heart beat quite alone? Alone in all the atmosphere, all the space of the universe? Plop, plop, plop. Quite alone in all the space? A slow smile came over the Italian's face. It is impossible. It may eat against the heart of other men, in anger, all in pressure against the others. It may beat hard, like iron, saying it is independent, but this is only beating against the heart of mankind, not alone. But either with or against the heart of mankind, or the heart of someone, mother, wife, friend, children, so must the heart of every man beat. It is so. It beats alone in its own silence, said Lily. The Italian shook his head. We'd better be going inside anyhow, said Argyle. Some of you will be taking cold. Aaron, said Lily. Is it true for you? Nearly, said Aaron, looking into the quiet, half-amused, yet frightening eyes of the other man. Or it has been. A miss is as good as a mile, laughed Lily, rising and picking up his chair to take it indoors. And the laughter of his voice was so like a simple, deliberate amiability that Aaron's heart really stood still for a second. He knew that Lily was alone. As far as he, Aaron, was concerned. Lily was alone, and out of his isolation came his words, indifferent as to whether they came or not. And he left his friends utterly to their own choice. Utterly to their own choice. Aaron felt that Lily was there, existing in life, yet neither asking for connection nor preventing any connection. He was present. He was the real center of the group. And yet he asked nothing of them. And he imposed nothing. He left each to himself, and he himself remained just himself. Neither more nor less. And there was a finality about it, which was at once maddening and fascinating. Aaron felt angry, as if he were half insulted by the other man's placing the gift of friendship or connection so quietly back in the giver's hands. Lily would receive no gift of friendship in equality. Neither would he violently refuse it. He let it lie unmarked. And yet at the same time Aaron knew that he could depend on the other man for help, nay, almost for life itself, so long as it entailed no breaking of the intrinsic isolation of Lily's soul. But this condition was also hateful. And there was also a great fascination in it. End of chapter 17, part B. Chapter 18, Part A, of Aaron's Rod by D.H. Lawrence. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 18, The Marchesa, Part A. So Aaron dined with the Marchesa and Manfredi. He was quite startled when his hostess came in. She seemed like somebody else. She seemed like a demon, her hair on her brows, her terrible modern elegance. She wore a wonderful gown of thin blue velvet, of a lovely color, with some kind of gauzy, gold-threaded filament down the sides. It was terribly modern, short, and showed her legs, and her shoulders, and breast, and all her beautiful white arms. Round her throat was a collar of dark blue sapphires. Her hair was done low, almost to the brows, and heavy, like an Aubrey Beardsley drawing. She was most carefully made up, yet with that touch of exaggeration, lips slightly too red, which was quite intentional, and which frightened Aaron. He thought her wonderful and sinister. She affected him with a touch of horror. She sat down opposite him, and her beautifully shapen legs, in frail, goldish stockings, seemed to glisten metallic naked, thrust from out of the wonderful, wonderful skin, like periwinkle blue velvet. She had tapestry shoes, blue and gold, and almost one could see her toes, metallic naked. The gold-threaded gauze slipped at her side. Aaron could not help watching the naked-seeming arch of her foot. It was as if she were dusted with dark gold dust upon her marvellous nudity. She must have seen his face, seen that he was ébloui. "You brought the flute?" she said in that toneless, melancholy, unstriving voice of hers. Her voice alone was the same, direct and bare and quiet. "Yes. Perhaps I shall sing later on, if you'll accompany me. Will you?" "I thought you hated accompaniments." "Oh, no. Not just unison. I don't mean accompaniment. I mean unison. I don't know how it will be. But will you try?" "Yes, I'll try. Manfredi is just bringing the cocktails. Do you think you'd prefer orange in yours? I'll have mine as you have yours." "I don't take orange in mine. Won't you smoke?" The strange, naked, remote-seeming voice, and then the beautiful firm limbs thrust out in that dress, and nakedly dusky, as with gold dust. Her beautiful woman's legs, slightly glistening, duskily. His one abiding instinct was to touch them, to kiss them. He had never known a woman to exercise such power over him. It was a bare, occult force, something he could not cope with. Manfredi came in with the little tray. He was still in uniform. "Hello," cried the little Italian. "Glad to see you. Well, everything all right? Glad to hear it. How is the cocktail, Nan?" "Yes," she said. "All right." "One drop too much peach, eh?" "No. All right." "Ah," and the little officer seated himself, stretching his gaitered legs as if gaily. He had a curious smiling look on his face, that Aaron thought also diabolical, and almost handsome. Suddenly the odd, laughing, satanic beauty of the little man was visible. "Well, and what have you been doing with yourself?" said he. "What did you do yesterday?" "Yesterday?" said Aaron. "I went to the Uffizi." "To the Uffizi? Well, and what did you think of it?" "Very fine." "I think it is. I think it is. What pictures did you look at?" "I was with Decker. We looked at most, I believe." "And what do you remember best?" "I remember Botticelli's Venus on the Shell." "Yes, yes," said Manfredi. "I like her. But I like the others better." "You thought her a pretty woman, yes?" "No, not particularly pretty. But I like her body. And I like the fresh air. I like the fresh air, the summer sea air, all through it. Through her as well." "And her face?" asked the Marchesa, with a slow, ironic smile. "Yes, she's a bit baby-faced," said Aaron. "Trying to be more innocent than her own common sense will let her," said the Marchesa. "I don't agree with you, Nan," said her husband. "I think it is just that wistfulness and innocence which makes her the true Venus. The true modern Venus. She chooses not to know too much. And that is her attraction. Don't you agree, Aaron? Excuse me, but everybody speaks of you as Aaron. It seems to come naturally. Most people speak of me as Manfredi, too, because it is easier, perhaps, than Del Torre. So if you find it easier, use it. Do you mind that I call you Aaron?" "Not at all. I hate misters, always." "Yes, so do I. I like one name only." The little officer seemed very winning and delightful to Aaron this evening, and Aaron began to like him extremely. But the dominating consciousness in the room was the woman's. "Do you agree, Mr. Sisson?" said the Marchesa. "Do you agree that the mock innocence and the sham wistfulness of Botticelli's Venus are her great charms?" "I don't think she is at all charming as a person," said Aaron. "As a particular woman she makes no impression on me at all. But as a picture, and the fresh air, particularly the fresh air. She doesn't seem so much a woman, you know, as the kind of outdoors morning feelings at the seaside." "Quite. A sort of seascape of a woman, with a perfectly sham innocence. Are you as keen on innocence as Manfredi is?" "Innocence?" said Aaron. "It's the sort of thing I don't have much feeling about." "Ah, I know you," laughed the soldier, wickedly. "You are the sort of man who wants to be Anthony to Cleopatra." Ha ha! Aaron winced as if struck. Then he too smiled, flattered. Yet he felt he had been struck. Did he want to be Anthony to Cleopatra? Without knowing, he was watching the Marchesa, and she was looking away, but knew he was watching her. And at last she turned her eyes to his with a slow dark smile, full of pain and fuller still of knowledge. A strange, dark, silent look of knowledge she gave him. From so far away, it seemed. And he felt all the bonds that held him melting away. His eyes remained fixed and gloomy, but with his mouth he smiled back at her. And he was terrified. He knew he was sulking towards her. And he was terrified. But at the back of his mind also he knew there was Lily, whom he might depend on. And also he wanted to sink towards her. The flesh and blood of him simply melted out, in desire towards her. Cost what may, he must come to her. And yet he knew at the same time that, cost what may, he must keep the power to recover himself from her. He must have his cake and eat it. And she became Cleopatra to him. Age cannot wither, nor customs stale. To his instinctive, unwilled fancy, she was Cleopatra. They went in to dinner, and he sat on her right hand. It was a smallish table, with a very few daisy flowers. Everything rather frail and sparse. The food the same, nothing very heavy, all rather exquisite. They drank hock, and he was aware of her beautiful arms and her bosom. Her low, crowded, thick hair parted in the centre, the sapphires on her throat, the heavy rings on her fingers, and the paint on her lips, the fard. Something deep, deep at the bottom of him hovered upon her, cleaved to her. Yet he was as if sightless, in a stupor. Who was she? What was she? He had lost all his grasp. Only he sat there with his face turned to hers, or to her, all the time. And she talked to him, but she never looked at him. Indeed, she said little. It was the husband who talked. His manner towards Aaron was almost caressive, and Aaron liked it. The woman was silent mostly, and seemed remote, and Aaron felt his life ebb towards her. He felt the marvellousness, the rich beauty of her arms and breast, and the thought of her gold-dusted, smooth limbs beneath the table made him feel almost an idiot. The second wine was a gold-coloured Moselle, very soft and rich and beautiful. She drank this with pleasure, as one who understands. And for dessert there was a dish of kachi, that orange-coloured, pulpy Japanese fruit, persimmons. Aaron had never eaten these before. Soft, almost slimy, of a wonderful colour and of a flavour that had sunk from harsh astringency down to that first decay sweetness which is all autumn rich. The Marchese loved them, and scooped them out with his spoon. But she ate none. Aaron did not know what they talked about, what was said. If someone had taken his mind away altogether and left him with nothing but a body and a spinal consciousness, it would have been the same. But at coffee the talk turned to Manfredi's duties. He would not be free from the army for some time yet. On the morrow, for example, he had to be out and away before it was day. He said he hated it, and wanted to be a free man once more. But it seemed to Aaron he would be a very bored man once he was free. And then they drifted on to talk of the palazzo in which was their apartment. "We've got such a fine terrace. You can see it from your house, where you are," said Manfredi. "Have you noticed it?" "No," said Aaron. "Near that tuft of palm trees. Don't you know?" "No," said Aaron. "Let us go out and show it him," said the Marchesa. Manfredi fetched her a cloak, and they went through various doors, then up some steps. The terrace was broad and open. It looked straight across the river at the opposite Lungarno, and there was the thin-necked tower of the Palazzo Vecchio, and the great dome of the cathedral in the distance, in shadow bulk in the cold-aired night of stars. Little trams were running brilliant over the flat new bridge on the right, and from a garden just below rose a tuft of palm trees. "You see," said the Marchesa, coming and standing close to Aaron so that she just touched him. You can know the terrace just by these palm trees. And you are in the Nardini, just across there, are you? On the top floor, you said? Yes, the top floor. One of the middle windows, I think. One that is always open now, and the others are shut. I have noticed it, not connecting it with you. Yes, my window is always open. She was leaning very slightly against him as he stood, and he knew, with the same kind of inevitability with which he knew he would one day die, that he would be the lover of this woman, nay, that he was her lover already. "Don't take cold," said Manfredi. She turned at once indoors. Aaron caught a faint whiff of perfume from the little orange trees in the tubs around the wall. "Will you get the flute?" she said as they entered. "And will you sing?" he answered. "Play first," she said. He did as she wished. As the other night, he went into the big music room to play, and the stream of sound came out with the quick, wild imperiousness of the pipe. It had an immediate effect upon her. She seemed to relax the peculiar, drug-like tension which was upon her at all ordinary times. She seemed to go still and yielding. Her red mouth looked as if it might moan with relief. She sat with her chin dropped on her breast. And she did not move, but she sat softly, breathing rather quick, like one who has been hurt and is soothed. A certain womanly naturalness seemed to soften her. And the music of the flute came quick, rather brilliant, like a call note, or like a long, quick message, half command. To her it was like a pure male voice, as a blackbird's when he calls. A pure male voice, not only calling, but telling her something and soothing her soul to sleep. It was like the fire music putting Brunhilde to sleep. But the pipe did not flicker and sink. It seemed to cause a natural relaxation in her soul, a peace. Perhaps it was more like waking to a sweet morning awakening, after a night of tormented, painful, tense sleep. Perhaps more like that. When Aaron came in, she looked at him with a gentle, fresh smile that seemed to make the fard on her face look like a curious tiredness, which now she might recover from. And as the last time, it was difficult for her to identify this man with the voice of the flute. It was rather difficult. Except that perhaps between his brows was something of a doubt, and in his bearing an aloofness that made her dread he might go away and not come back. She could see it in him that he might go away and not come back. She said nothing to him, only just smiled, and the look of knowledge in her eyes seemed for the moment to be contained in another look, a look of faith and at last happiness. Aaron's heart stood still. No, in her moment's mood of faith and at last peace, life trust, he was perhaps more terrified of her than in her previous sinister elegance. His spirit started and shrank. What was she going to ask of him? "I am so anxious that you should come to play one Saturday morning," said Manfredi. "With an accompaniment, you know. I should like so much to hear you with the piano accompaniment." "Very well," said Aaron. "Will you really come? And will you practice with me so that I can accompany you?" said Manfredi eagerly. "Yes, I will," said Aaron. "Oh, good. Oh, good. Look here, come in on Friday morning, and let us both look through the music." "If Mr. Sisson plays for the public," said the Marchesa, "he must not do it for charity. He must have the proper fee." "No, I don't want it," said Aaron. "But you must earn money, mustn't you?" said she. "I must," said Aaron, "but I can do it somewhere else." "No, if you play for the public, you must have your earnings. When you play for me, it is different." "Of course," said Manfredi. "Every man must have his wage. I have mine from the Italian government." After a while Aaron asked the Marchesa if she would sing. "Shall I?" she said. "Yes, do." "Then I will sing alone first, to let you see what you think of it. I shall be like Trilby. I won't say like Yvette Gilbert, because I daren't. So I will be like Trilby, and sing a little French song, though not Malbrook, and without a Svengali to keep me in tune." She went near the door, and stood with her hands by her side. There was something wistful, almost pathetic now, in her elegance. "Derrière, chez mon père, vole, vole mon cœur, vole. Derrière, chez mon père, il y a un pommier doux. Tout doux, et io, tout doux. Il y a un pommier doux. Trois belles princesses. Vol, vol, mon coeur vol. Trois belles princesses sont assises dessous. Tous deux et you, tous deux, sont assis dessous. She had a beautiful, strong, sweet voice, but it was faltering, stumbling, and sometimes it seemed to drop almost to speech. After 3 verses she faltered to an end, bitterly chagrined. "No," she said, "it's no good. I can't sing." And she dropped in her chair. "A lovely little tune," said Aaron. "Haven't you got the music?" She rose, not answering, and found him a little book. "What do the words mean?" he asked her. She told him, and then he took his flute. "You don't mind if I play it, do you?" he said. So he played the tune. It was so simple, and he seemed to catch the lilt and the timbre of her voice. "Come and sing it while I play," he said. "I can't sing," she said, shaking her head rather bitterly. "But let us try," said he, disappointed. "I know I can't," she said. But she rose. He remained sitting at the little table, the book propped up under the reading lamp. She stood at a little distance, unhappy. "I've always been like that," she said. "I could never sing music, unless I had a thing drilled into me, and then it wasn't singing any more." But Aaron wasn't heeding. His flute was at his mouth. He was watching her. He sounded the note, but she did not begin. She was twisting her handkerchief. So he played the melody alone. At the end of the verse he looked up at her again, and a half-mocking smile played in his eyes. Again he sounded the note, a challenge, and this time, as at his bidding, she began to sing. The flute instantly swung with a lovely soft firmness into the song, and she wavered only for a minute or two. Then her soul and her voice got free, and she sang. She sang as she wanted to sing, as she had always wanted to sing, without that awful scotch, that impediment inside her own soul which prevented her. She sang free, with the flute gliding along with her. And oh, how beautiful it was for her! How beautiful it was to sing the little song in the sweetness of her own spirit. How sweet it was to move pure and unhampered at last in the music. The lovely ease and lilt of her own soul in its motion through the music. She wasn't aware of the flute. She didn't know there was anything except her own pure, lovely song drift. Her soul seemed to breathe as a butterfly breathes, as it rests on a leaf and slowly breathes its wings. For the first time her soul drew its own deep breath. All her life, the breath had caught halfway, and now she breathed full, deep, to the deepest extent of her being. And oh, it was so wonderful. She was dazed. The song ended. She stood with a dazed, happy face, like one just coming awake, and the fard on her face seemed like the old night crust, the bad sleep. New and luminous, she looked out, and she looked at Aaron with a proud smile. "Bravo, Nan! That was what you wanted," said her husband. "It was, wasn't it?" she said, turning a wondering, glowing face to him. His face looked strange and withered and gnome-like at the moment. She went and sat in her chair, quite silent, as if in a trance. The 2 men also sat quite still. And in the silence a little drama played itself between the 3, of which they knew definitely nothing. But Manfredi knew that Aaron had done what he himself could never do for this woman. And yet the woman was his own woman, not Aaron's. And so he was displaced. Aaron, sitting there, glowed with a sort of triumph. He had performed a little miracle, and felt himself a little wonder-worker, to whom reverence was due. And as in a dream the woman sat, feeling what a joy it was to float and move like a swan in the high air, flying upon the wings of her own spirit. She was as a swan which never before could get its wings quite open, and so which never could get up into the open, where alone it can sing. For swans and storks make their music only when they are high, high up in the air. Then they give sound to their strange spirits. And so she. End of chapter 18, part A. Chapter 18, part B, of Aaron's Rod by D.H. Lawrence. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 18, The Marchesa, part B. Aaron and Manfredi kept their faces averted from one another, and hardly spoke to one another. It was as if two invisible hands pushed their faces apart, away, averted. And Aaron's face glimmered with a little triumph, and a little grimace of obstinacy. And the Italian's face looked old, rather monkey-like, and of a deep, almost stone-bare bitterness. The woman looked wondering from one man to the other, wondering. The glimmer of the open flower, the wonder look, still lasted. And Aaron said in his heart, what a goodly woman. What a woman to taste and enjoy. Ah, what a woman to enjoy. And was it not his privilege? Had he not gained it? His manhood, or rather his maleness, rose powerfully in him in a sort of mastery. He felt his own power. He felt suddenly his own virile title to strength and reward. Suddenly, and newly flushed with his own male superpower, he was going to have his reward. The woman was his reward. So it was in him, and he cast it over in his mind. He wanted her. Ha, didn't he? But the husband sat there like a soapstone Chinese monkey, greyish-green, so it would have to be another time. He rose, therefore, and took his leave. "But you'll let us do that again, won't you?" said she. "When you tell me, I'll come," said he. "Then I'll tell you soon," said she. So he left, and went home to his own place, and there to his own remote room. As he laid his flute on the table, he looked at it and smiled. He remembered that Lily had called it Aaron's rod. "So you blossom, do you? And thorn as well," said he. For such a long time he had been gripped inside himself, and withheld. For such a long time it had been hard and unyielding, so hard and unyielding. He had wanted nothing, his desire had kept itself back, fast back. For such a long time his desire for a woman had withheld itself, hard and resistant. All his deep, desirous blood had been locked. He had wanted nobody, and nothing. And it had been hard to live so. Without desire, without any movement of passionate love, only gripped back in recoil. That was an experience to endure. And now came his desire back, but strong, fierce as iron, like the strength of an eagle with the lightning in its talons. Something to glory in, something overweening the powerful male passion, arrogant, royal. Jove's thunderbolt. Aaron's black rod of power, blossoming again with red Florentine lilies and fierce thorns. He moved about in the splendor of his own male lightning, invested in the thunder of the male passion power. He had got it back, the male godliness, the male godhead. So he slept, and dreamed violent dreams of strange black strife, something like the street riot in Milan, but more terrible. In the morning, however, he cared nothing about his dreams. As soon as it was really light, he rose, and opened his window wide. It was a grey, slow morning, but he saw neither the morning, nor the river, nor the woman walking on the gravel river-bed with her goose, nor the green hill up to San Miniato. He watched the tuft of palm trees, and the terrace beside it. He could just distinguish the terrace clearly, among the green of foliage. So he stood at his window for a full hour, and did not move, motionless. Planted, he stood and watched that terrace across above the Arno, but like a statue. After an hour or so, he looked at his watch. It was 9 o'clock, so he rang for his coffee, and meanwhile stood watching the terrace on the hill. He felt his turn had come. The phoenix had risen in fire again, out of the ashes. Therefore, at 10 o'clock, he went over the bridge. He wrote on the back of his card a request. Would she please let him have the little book of songs, that he might practice them over. The manservant went, and came back with the request that Aaron should wait. So Aaron entered, while the man took his hat. The manservant spoke only French and Spanish, no English. He was a Spaniard, with greyish hair and stooping shoulders, and dark, mute-seeming eyes. He spoke as little as possible. The Marchesa had inherited him from her father. Aaron sat in the little sitting-room and waited. After a rather long time, the Marchesa came in, wearing a white, thin blouse and a blue skirt. She was hardly made up at all. She had an odd, pleased, yet brooding look on her face as she gave Aaron her hand. Something brooded between her brows, and her voice was strange, with a strange, secret undertone that he could not understand. He looked up at her. and his face was bright, and his knees, as he sat, were like the knees of the gods. "You wanted the book of chansons?" she said. "I wanted to learn your tunes," he replied. "Yes, look, here it is." And she brought him the little yellow book. It was just a handbook, with melody and words only, no accompaniment. So she stood offering him the book, but waiting as if for something else, and standing as if with another meaning. He opened the leaves at random. "But I ought to know which ones you sing," said he, rising and standing by her side with the open book. "Yes," she said, looking over his arm. He turned the pages one by one. "Trois jeunes tambours," said she. "Yes, that. Yes. En passant par Lorraine. Auprès de ma blonde. Oh, I like that one so much." He stood and went over the tune in his mind. "Would you like me to play it?" he said. "Very much," said she. So he got his flute, propped up the book against a vase, and played the tune whilst she hummed it fragmentarily. But as he played, he felt that he did not cast the spell over her. There was no connection. She was in some mysterious way withstanding him. She was withstanding him and his male superpower, and his thunderbolt desire. She was, in some indescribable way, throwing cold water over his phoenix, newly risen from the ashes of its nest in flames. He realized that she did not want him to play. She did not want him to look at the songs. So he put the book away, and turned round, rather baffled, not quite sure what was happening, yet feeling she was withstanding him. He glanced at her face. It was inscrutable. It was her Cleopatra face once more, yet with something new and warm in it. He could not understand it. What was it in her face that puzzled him, almost angered him? But she could not rob him of his male power. She could not divest him of his concentrated force. She said, looking at him with strange dark eyes. A strange woman, he could not understand her. Yet as he sat down again, having removed his overcoat, he felt her looking at his limbs, his physical body. And this went against him. He did not want it. Yet quite fixed in him too was the desire for her, her beautiful white arms, her whole soft white body. And such desire he would not contradict, nor allow to be contradicted. It was his will also. Her whole soft white body, to possess it in its entirety, its fullness. "What have you to do this morning?" she asked him. "Nothing," he said. "Have you?" He lifted his head and looked at her. "Nothing at all," said she. And then they sat in silence, he with his head dropped. Then again he looked at her. "Shall we be lovers?" he said. She sat with her face averted, and did not answer. His heart struck heavily, but he did not relax. "Shall we be lovers?" came his voice once more, with the faintest touch of irony. Her face gradually grew dusky, and he wondered very much to see it. "Yes," said she, still not looking at him. "If you wish." "I do wish," he said. And all the time he sat with his eyes fixed on her face, and she sat with her face averted. "Now?" he said. "And where?" Again she was silent for some moments, as if struggling with herself. Then she looked at him, a long, strange, dark look, incomprehensible, and which he did not like. "You don't want emotions? You don't want me to say things, do you?" he said. A faint ironic smile came on her face. "I know what all that is worth," she said, with curious calm equanimity. "No, I want none of that." Then... But now she sat gazing on him with wide, heavy, incomprehensible eyes. It annoyed him. "What do you want to see in me?" he asked with a smile, looking steadily back again. And now she turned aside her face once more, and once more the dusky colour came in her cheek. He waited. "Shall I go away?" he said at length. "Would you rather?" she said, keeping her face averted. "No," he said. Then again she was silent. "Where shall I come to you?" he said. She paused a moment still, then answered. "I'll go to my room." "I don't know which it is," he said. "I'll show it you," she said. "And then I shall come to you in 10 minutes. In 10 minutes," he reiterated. So she rose and led the way out of the little salon. He walked with her to the door of her room, bowed his head as she looked at him, holding the door handle. And then he turned and went back to the drawing room, glancing at his watch. In the drawing room he stood quite still, with his feet apart, and waited. He stood with his hands behind him, and his feet apart, quite motionless, planted and firm. So the minutes went by unheeded. He looked at his watch. The 10 minutes were just up. He had heard footsteps and doors, so he decided to give her another 5 minutes. He wished to be quite sure that she had had her own time for her own movements. Then at the end of the 5 minutes he went straight to her room, entered, and locked the door behind him. She was lying in bed, with her back to him. He found her strange, not as he had imagined her, not powerful as he had imagined her. Strange, in his arms she seemed almost small and childish, whilst in daily life she looked a full womanly woman. Strange, the naked way she clung to him, almost like a sister, a younger sister, or like a child. It filled him with a curious wonder, almost a bewilderment. In the dark sightlessness of passion she seemed almost like a clinging child in his arms. And yet like a child who in some deep and essential way mocked him. In some strange and incomprehensible way, as a girl child, blindly obstinate in her deepest nature, she was against him. He felt she was not his woman. Through him went the feeling, this is not my woman. When, after a long sleep, he awoke and came fully to himself, with that click of awakeness which is the end, the first shades were closing on the afternoon. He got up and reached for his watch. 4:15, he said. Her eyes stretched wide with surprise as she looked at him, but she said nothing. The same strange and wide, perhaps insatiable, childlike curiosity was in her eyes as she watched him. He dressed very quickly, and her eyes were wide, and she said no single word. But when he was dressed and bent over her to say good-bye, she put her arms round him, that seemed such frail and childish arms now, yet withal so deadly in power. Her soft arms round his neck, her tangle of hair over his face, and yet, even as he kissed her, he felt her deadly. He wanted to be gone. He wanted to get out of her arms and her clinging, and her tangle of hair and her curiosity and her strange and hateful power. "You'll come again? We'll be like this again?" she whispered. And it was hard for him to realize that this was that other woman who had sat so silently on the sofa, so darkly and reservedly, at the tea at Algy's. "Yes, I will. Goodbye now." And he kissed her, and walked straight out of the room. Quickly he took his coat and his hat, quickly, and left the house. In his nostrils was the scent with which the bed linen was faintly scented. He did not know what it was, but now he wiped his face and his mouth to wipe it away. He had eaten nothing since coffee that morning, and was hungry, faint feeling. And his face and his mind felt withered. Curiously, he felt blasted, as if blighted by some electricity. And he knew quite well, he was only in possession of a tithe of his natural faculties. And in his male spirit he felt himself hating her deeply, damnably. But he said to himself, "No, I won't hate her. I won't hate her." So he went on, over the Ponte Vecchio, where the jewellers' windows on the bridge were already blazing with light, on into the town. He wanted to eat something, so he decided to go to a shop he knew, where one could stand and eat good tiny rolls split into truffle, or salami sandwiches, and drink marsala. So one after the other he ate little truffle rolls, and drank a few glasses of marsala. And then he did not know what to do. He did not want to eat any more. He had had what he wanted. His hunger had been more nervous than sensual. So he went into the street. It was just growing dark, and the town was lighting up. He felt curiously blazed, as if some flame or electric power had gone through him and withered his vital tissue. Blazed, as if some kind of electric flame had run over him and withered him. His brain felt withered. His mind had only one of its many-sighted eyes left open and unscorched. So many of the eyes of his mind were scorched now and sightless. Yet a restlessness was in his nerves. What should he do? He remembered he had a letter in his pocket from Sir William Franks. Sir William had still teased him about his fate and his providence, in which he, Aaron, was supposed to trust. "I shall be very glad to hear from you, and to know how your benevolent providence, or was yours a fate, has treated you since we saw you." So Aaron turned away and walked to the post office. There he took paper, and sat down at one of the tables in the writing room, and wrote his answer. It was very strange, writing thus when most of his mind's eyes were scorched, and it seemed he could hardly see to hold the pen, to drive it straight across the paper. Yet write he must. And most of his faculties being quenched or blasted for the moment, he wrote perhaps his greatest or his innermost truth. I don't want my faith or my providence to treat me well. I don't want kindness or love. I don't believe in harmony and people loving one another. I believe in the fight and nothing else. I believe in the fight which is in everything. And if it is a question of women, I believe in the fight of love, even if it blinds me. And if it is a question of the world, I believe in fighting it and in having it hate me, even if it breaks my legs. I want the world to hate me, because I can't bear the thought that it might love me. For of all things, love is the most deadly to me, and especially from such a repulsive world as I think this is. Well, here was a letter for a poor old man to receive. But in the dryness of his withered mind, Aaron got it out of himself. When a man writes a letter to himself, it is a pity to post it to somebody else. Perhaps the same is true of a book. His letter written, however, he stamped it and sealed it and put it in the box. That made it final. Then he turned towards home. One fact remained unbroken in the debris of his consciousness, that in the town was Lily, and that when he needed he could go to Lily. Also that in the world was Lottie, his wife, and that against Lottie his heart burned with a deep, deep, almost unreachable bitterness, like a deep burn on his deepest soul, Lottie. And like a fate which he resented, yet which steadied him, Lily. He went home and lay on his bed. He had enough self-command to hear the gong and go down to dinner. White and abstract-looking, he sat and ate his dinner. Then, thank God, he could go to bed, alone, in his own cold bed, alone, thank God. To be alone in the night, for this he was unspeakably thankful. End of chapter 18, part B. Chapter 19 of Aaron's Rod by D.H. Lawrence. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 19. Cleopatra, but not Anthony. Aaron awoke in the morning feeling better, but still only a part of himself. The night alone had restored him, and the need to be alone was still his greatest need. He felt an intense resentment against the Marchesa. He felt that somehow she had given him a scorpion. And his instinct was to hate her. And yet he avoided hating her. He remembered Lily, and the saying that one must possess oneself, and be alone in possession of oneself. And somehow, under the influence of Lily, he refused to allow the reflex of his own passion. He refused to hate the Marchesa. He did like her. He did esteem her. And after all, she too was struggling with her fate. He had a genuine sympathy with her. Nay, he was not going to hate her. But he could not see her. He could not bear the thought that she might call and see him. So he took the tram to Settignano, and walked away all day into the country, having bread and sausage in his pocket. He sat for long hours among the cypress trees of Tuscany, and never had any trees seemed so like ghosts, like soft, strange, pregnant presences. He lay and watched tall cypresses breathing and communicating, faintly moving and as it were walking in the small wind. And his soul seemed to leave him and to go far away, far back, perhaps, to where life was all different and time passed otherwise than time passes now. As in clairvoyance he perceived it, that our life is only a fragment of the shell of life. That there has been and will be life, human life as such we do not begin to conceive. Much that is life has passed away from men, leaving us all mere bits. In the dark, mindful silence and inflection of the cypress trees, lost races, lost language, lost human ways of feeling and of knowing. Men have known as we can no more know, have felt as we can no more feel. Great life realities gone into the darkness. But the cypresses commemorate. In the afternoon Aaron felt the cypresses rising dark about him, like so many high visitants from an old, lost, subtle world. where men had the wonder of demons about them, the aura of demons, such as still clings to the cypresses in Tuscany. All day he did not make up his mind what he was going to do. His first impulse was never to see her again. And this was his intention all day. But as he went home in the tram, he softened, and thought. Nay, that would not be fair. For how had she treated him otherwise than generously? She had been generous, and the other thing that he felt blasted afterwards, which was his experience, that was fate, and not her fault. So he must see her again. He must not act like a churl, but he would tell her that he was a married man, and that though he had left his wife, and though he had no dogma of fidelity, still the years of marriage had made a married man of him. And any other woman than his wife was a strange woman to him, a violation. I will tell her, he said to himself, that at the bottom of my heart I love Lottie still, and that I can't help it. I believe that is true. It isn't love, perhaps, but it is marriage. I am married to Lottie, and that means I can't be married to another woman. It isn't my nature. And perhaps I can't bear to live with Lottie now, because I am married and not in love. When a man is married, he is not in love. A husband is not a lover, Lily told me that. And I know it's true now. Lily told me that a husband cannot be a lover, and a lover cannot be a husband. And that women will only have lovers now, and never a husband. Well, I am a husband, if I am anything, and I shall never be a lover again, not while I live. No, not to anybody. I haven't it in me. I'm a husband, and so it is finished with me as a lover. I can't be a lover any more. Just as I can't be aged 20 any more. I'm a man now, not an adolescent. And to my sorrow, I'm a husband to a woman who wants a lover. Always a lover. But all women want lovers. And I can't be it any more. I don't want to. I have finished that. Finished forever. Unless I become senile. Therefore, next day he gathered up his courage. He would not have had courage unless he had known that he was not alone. The other man was in the town, and from this fact he derived his strength. The fact that Lily was there. So at tea time he went over the river, and rang at her door. Yes, she was at home, and she had other visitors. She was wearing a beautiful soft afternoon dress. Again of a blue like chicory flowers, a pale warm blue. And she had cornflowers in her belt. Heaven knows where she had got them. She greeted Aaron with some of the childish shyness. He could tell that she was glad he had come, and that she had wondered at his not coming sooner. She introduced him to her visitors, 2 young ladies and 1 old lady and 1 elderly Italian count. The conversation was mostly in French or Italian, so Aaron was rather out of it. However, the visitors left fairly early, so Aaron stayed them out. When they had gone, he asked, "Where is Manfredi?" "He will come in soon, at about 7 o'clock. Then there was silence again. "You are dressed fine today," he said to her. "Am I?" She smiled. He was never able to make out quite what she felt, what she was feeling. But she had a quiet little air of proprietorship in him, which he did not like. "You will stay to dinner tonight, won't you?" she said. "No, not tonight," he said. And then awkwardly he added, "You know, I think it is better if we are friends, not lovers. You know, I don't feel free. I feel my wife, I suppose, somewhere inside me, and I can't help it." She bent her head and was silent for some moments. Then she lifted her face and looked at him oddly. "Yes," she said, "I am sure you love your wife." The reply rather staggered him, and to tell the truth, annoyed him. "Well," he said, "I don't know about love, but when one has been married for 10 years, and I did love her, then, some sort of bond or something grows. I think some sort of connection grows between us, you know. And it isn't natural quite to break it. Do you know what I mean?" She paused a moment. Then very softly, almost gently, she said, "Yes, I do. I know so well what you mean." He was really surprised at her soft acquiescence. What did she mean? "But we can be friends, can't we?" he said. "Yes, I hope so." "Why, yes, goodness, yes. I should be sorry if we couldn't be friends." After which speech he felt that everything was all right. Everything was A1. and when Manfredi came home, the first sound he heard was the flute and his wife's singing. "I'm so glad you've come," his wife said to him. "Shall we go into the sala and have real music? Will you play?" "I should love to," replied the husband. Behold them, then, in the big drawing-room, and Aaron and the Marchese practising together, and the Marchesa singing an Italian folk song, while her husband accompanied her on the pianoforte. But her singing was rather strained and forced. Still, they were quite a little family, and it seemed quite nice. As soon as she could, the Marchesa left the two men together whilst she sat apart. Aaron and Manfredi went through the old Italian and old German music, tried one thing and then another, and seemed quite like brothers. They arranged a piece which they should play together on a Saturday morning, 8 days hence. The next day, Saturday, Aaron went to one of the Del Torre music mornings. There was a string quartet, and a violin soloist, and the Marchese at the piano. The audience, some 12 or 14 friends, sat at the near end of the room, or in the smaller salata, whilst the musicians performed at the further end of the room. The Lillys were there, both Tanny and her husband. But apart from these, Aaron knew nobody, and felt uncomfortable. The Marchesa gave her guests little sandwiches and glasses of wine, or marsala, or vermouth, as they chose. And she was quite the hostess, the well-bred and very simple, but still the conventional hostess. Aaron did not like it, and he could see that Lilly too was unhappy. In fact, the little man bolted the moment he could, dragging after him the indignant Tanny, who was so looking forward to the excellent little sandwiches. But no, Lilly just rudely bolted. Aaron followed as soon as he could. "Will you come to dinner tomorrow evening?" said his hostess to him as he was leaving. And he agreed. He had really resented seeing her as a conventional hostess, attending so charmingly to all the other people, and treating him so merely as one of the guests, among many others. So that when at the last moment she quietly invited him to dinner next day, he was flattered and accepted at once. The next day was Sunday, the 7th day after his coming together with the Marchesa, which had taken place on the Monday. And already he was feeling much less dramatic in his decision to keep himself apart from her, to be merely friends. Already the memory of the last time was fanning up in him, not as a warning, but as a terrible incitement. Again the naked desire was getting hold of him, with that peculiar, brutal powerfulness which startled him and also pleased him. So that by the time Sunday morning came, his recoil had exhausted itself, and he was ready again, eager again, but more wary this time. He sat in his room alone in the morning, playing his flute, playing over from memory the tunes she loved, and imagining how he and she would get into unison in the evening. His flute, his Aaron's rod, would blossom once again with splendid scarlet flowers, the red Florentine lilies. It was curious, the passion he had for her. Just unalloyed desire, and nothing else. Something he had not known in his life before. Previously there had been always some personal quality, some sort of personal tenderness. But here, none. She did not seem to want it. She seemed to hate it, indeed. No, all he felt was stark, naked desire, without a single pretension. True enough, his last experience had been a warning to him. His desire and himself likewise had broken rather disastrously under the proving. But not finally broken. He was ready again. And with all the sheer powerful insolence of desire he looked forward to the evening. For he almost expected Manfredi would not be there. The officer had said something about having to go to Padua on the Saturday afternoon. So Aaron went skipping off to his appointment at 7 o'clock. Judge of his chagrin, then, when he found already seated in the salata an elderly, quite well-known, very cultured and very well-connected English authoress. She was charming, in her white hair and dress of soft white wool and white lace, with a long chain of filigree gold beads, like bubbles. She was charming in her old-fashioned manner, too, as if the world were still safe and stable, like a garden in which delightful culture and choice ideas bloomed safe from wind and weather. Alas, never was Aaron more conscious of the crude collapse in the world than when he listened to this animated young-seeming lady from the safe days of the 70s. All the old culture and choice ideas seemed like blowing bubbles. And dear old Corinna Wade, she seemed to be blowing bubbles still, as she sat there so charming in her soft white dress, and talked with her bright animation about the influence of woman in Parliament, and the influence of woman in the Periclean day. Aaron listened spellbound, watching the bubbles float round his head, and almost hearing them go pop. To complete the party arrived an elderly litterateur who was more proud of his not very important social standing than of his literature. In fact, he was one of those English snobs of the old order living abroad. Perfectly well dressed for the evening, his grey hair and his prim face was the most well-dressed thing to be met in North Italy. "Oh, so glad to see you, Mr. French. I didn't know you were in Florence again. You make that journey from Venice so often, I wonder you don't get tired of it," cried Corinna Wade. "No," he said, "so long as duty to England calls me to Florence, I shall come to Florence. But I can live in no town but Venice." "No, I suppose you can't. Well, there is something special about Venice. Having no streets and no carriages, and moving about in a gondola, I suppose it is all much more soothing. Much less nerve-wracking, yes. And then there is a quality in the whole life. Of course I see few English people in Venice, only the old Venetian families, as a rule." "Ah, yes. That must be very interesting. They are very exclusive still, the Venetian noblesse?" said Miss Wade. "Oh, very exclusive," said Mr. French. "That is one of the charms. Venice is really altogether exclusive. It excludes the world, really, and defies time and modern movement. Yes, in spite of the steamers on the canal and the tourists." "That is so, that is so. Venice is a strange backwater. And the old families are very proud still in these democratic days. They have a great opinion of themselves, I am told." "Well," said Mr. French, "perhaps you know the rhyme. Veneziano gran signore, Padovano buon dottore, Vicenese mangia il gatto, Veronese tutto matto." "How very amusing," said Miss Wade. "Veneziano gran signore. The Venetian is a great gentleman. Yes, I know they are all convinced of it. Really, how very amusing in these advanced days. To be born a Venetian is to be born a great gentleman. But this outdoes divine right of king." "To be born a Venetian gentleman is to be born a great gentleman," said Mr. French rather fussily. "You seriously think so?" said Miss Wade. "Well now, what do you base your opinion on?" Mr. French gave various bases for his opinion. "Yes, very interesting, very interesting. Rather like the Byzantines. Lingering on into far other ages. Anna Komnena always charmed me very much. How she despised the flower of the north. Even Tancred. And so the lingering Venetian families. And you, in your palazzo on the Grand Canal, you are a northern barbarian civilized into the old Venetian signoria. But how very romantic a situation." It was really amusing to see the old maid, how she skirmished and hit out gaily, like an old jaunty freelance. And to see the old bachelor, how prim he was, and nervy, and fussy, and precious, like an old maid. But need we say that Mr. Aaron felt very much out of it? He sat and listened with a sardonic small smile on his face, and a sardonic gleam in his blue eyes that looked so very blue on such an occasion. He made the two elderly people uncomfortable with his silence. His democratic silence, Miss Wade might have said. However, Miss Wade lived out towards Galuzzo, so she rose early to catch her tram, and Mr. French gallantly and properly rose to accompany her to see her safe on board. Which left Aaron and the Marchesa alone. "What time is Manfredi coming back?" said he. "Tomorrow," replied she. There was a pause. "Why do you have those people?" he asked. "Who?" "Those two who were here this evening." "Miss Wade and Mr. French? Oh, I like Miss Wade so very much. She is so refreshing." "Those old people," said Aaron. "They licked the sugar off the pill, and go on as if everything was toffee. And we've got to swallow the pill. It's easy to be refreshing. No, don't say anything against her. I like her so much." "And him?" "Mr. French. Well, he's perhaps a little like the princess who felt the pea through 3 feather beds. But he can be quite witty. And an excellent conversationalist, too. Oh, yes, I like him quite well." "Matter of taste," said Aaron. They had not much to say to one another. The time passed, in the pauses. He looked at his watch. "I shall have to go," he said. "Won't you stay?" she said, in a small, muted voice. "Stay all night?" he said. "Won't you?" "Yes," he said quietly. Did he not feel the strength of his desire on him? After which she said no more. Only she offered him whiskey and soda, which he accepted. "Go then," he said to her, "and I'll come to you. Shall I come in 15 minutes?" She looked at him with strange, slow, dark eyes, and he could not understand. "Yes," she said, and she went. And again, this night as before, she seemed strangely small and clinging in his arms. And this night he felt his passion drawn from him as if a long, live nerve were drawn out from his body, a long, live thread of electric fire, a long, living nerve finally extracted from him, from the very roots of his soul, a long, fine discharge of pure, bluish fire from the core of his soul. It was an excruciating, but also an intensely gratifying sensation. This night he slept with a deeper obliviousness than before, but as it grew towards morning, how he wished he could be alone. They must stay together till the day was light, and she seemed to love clinging to him and curling strangely on his breast. He could never reconcile it with her who was a hostess entertaining her guests. How could she now in a sort of little ecstasy curl herself and nestle herself on his, Aaron's, breast, tangling his face all over with her hair? He verily believed that this was what she really wanted of him. To curl herself on his naked breast. To make herself small, small. To feel his arms around her, while he himself was remote, silent, in some way inaccessible. This seemed almost to make her beside herself with gratification. But why? Why? Was it because he was one of her own race, and she, as it were, crept right home to him? He did not know. He only knew it had nothing to do with him, and that save out of complacence he did not want it. It simply blasted his own central life. It simply blighted him. And she clung to him closer. Strange, she was afraid of him. Afraid of him as of a fetish. Fetish afraid, and fetish fascinated. Or was her fear only a delightful game of cat and mouse? Or was the fear genuine, and the delight the greater, a sort of sacrilege? The fear, and the dangerous sacrilegious power over that which she feared. In some way, she was not afraid of him at all. In some other way, she used him as a mere magic implement, used him with the most amazing priestess craft. Himself, the individual man which he was, this she treated with an indifference that was startling to him. He forgot, perhaps, that this was how he had treated her. His famous desire for her, what had it been but this same attempt to strike a magic fire out of her, for his own ecstasy? They were playing the same game of fire. In him, however, there was all the time something hard and reckless and defiant, which stood apart. She was absolutely gone in her own incantations. She was absolutely gone, like a priestess utterly involved in her terrible rites. And he was part of the ritual only. God and victim in one. God and victim. All the time, God and victim. When his aloof soul realized, amid the welter of incantation, how he was being used, not as himself, but as something quite different, God and victim, then he dilated with intense surprise. And his remote soul stood up tall and knew itself alone. He didn't want it, not at all. He knew he was apart, and he looked back over the whole mystery of their love contact. Only his soul was apart. He was aware of the strength and beauty and godlikeness that his breast was then to her, the magic. But himself, he stood far off, like Moses' sister Miriam. She would drink the one drop of his innermost heart's blood, and he would be carrion. As Cleopatra killed her lovers in the morning. Surely they knew that death was their just climax. They had approached the climax. Accept, then. But his soul stood apart, and could have nothing to do with it. If he had really been tempted, he would have gone on, and she might have had his central heart's blood. Yes, and thrown away the carrion. He would have been willing. But fatally he was not tempted. His soul stood apart and decided. At the bottom of his soul he disliked her. Or if not her, then her whole motive, her whole life mode. He was neither God nor victim, neither greater nor less than himself. His soul, in its isolation as she lay on his breast, chose it so, with the soul's inevitability. So there was no temptation. When it was sufficiently light, he kissed her and left her. Quietly he left the silent flat. He had some difficulty in unfastening the various locks and bars and catches of the massive door downstairs, and began in irritation and anger to feel he was a prisoner, that he was locked in. But suddenly the ponderous door came loose, and he was out in the street. The door shut heavily behind him, with a shudder. He was out in the morning streets of Florence. End of chapter 19. Chapter 20, Part A, of Aaron's Rod by D.H. Lawrence. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 20, The Broken Rod, Part A. The day was rainy. Aaron stayed indoors alone and copied music and slept. He felt the same stunned, withered feeling as before, but less intensely, less disastrously this time. He knew now, without argument or thought, that he would never go again to the Marchesa. Not as a lover. He would go away from it all. He did not dislike her, but he would never see her again. A great gulf had opened, leaving him alone on the far side. He did not go out till after dinner. When he got downstairs, he found the heavy night door closed. He wondered, then remembered the Signorina's fear of riots and disturbances, as again he fumbled with the catches. He felt that the doors of Florence were trying to prevent his egress. However, he got out. It was a very dark night, about 9 o'clock, and deserted seeming. He was struck by the strange, deserted feeling of the city's atmosphere. Yet he noticed before him at the foot of the statue 3 men, one with a torch, a long torch with naked flames. The men were stooping over something dark, the man with the torch bending forward too. It was a dark, weird little group, like medieval Florence. Aaron lingered on his doorstep, watching. He could not see what they were doing, but now the 2 were crouching down over a long, dark object on the ground, and the one with the torch bending also to look. What was it? They were just at the foot of the statue, a dark little group under the big pediment, the torch flames weirdly flickering as the torch-bearer moved and stooped lower to the 2 crouching men, who seemed to be kneeling. Aaron felt his blood stir. There was something dark and mysterious, stealthy, in the little scene. It was obvious the men did not want to draw attention. They were so quiet and furtive seeming. And an eerie instinct prevented Aaron's going nearer to look. Instead, he swerved onto the Lungarno and went along the top of the square, avoiding the little group at the center. He walked the deserted, dark-seeming street by the river, then turned inwards into the city. He was going to the Piazza Vittoria Emanuele, to sit in the cafe, which is the center of Florence at night. There he could sit for an hour, and drink his vermouth, and watch the Florentines. As he went along one of the dark, rather narrow streets, he heard a hurrying of feet behind him. Glancing round, he saw the torch-bearer coming along at a trot, holding his flaming torch up in front of him as he trotted down the middle of the narrow, dark street. Aaron shrank under the wall. The trotting torch-bearer drew near, and now Aaron perceived the other 2 men slowly trotting behind, stealthily, bearing a stretcher on which a body was wrapped up, completely and darkly covered. The torch-bearer passed. The men with the stretcher passed too, hastily and stealthily, the flickering flames revealing them. They took no notice of Aaron, no notice of anything, but trotted softly on towards the center of the city. Their queer, quick footsteps echoed down the distance. Then Aaron, too, resumed his way. He came to the large, brilliantly lighted cafe. It was Sunday evening, and the place was full. Men, Florentines, many men sat in groups and in 2s and 3s at the little marble tables. They were mostly in dark clothes, or black overcoats. They had mostly been drinking just a cup of coffee. Others, however, had glasses of wine or liquor. But mostly it was just a little coffee tray with a tiny coffee pot and a cup and saucer. There was a faint film of tobacco smoke, and the men were all talking, with that peculiar intensity of the Florentines. Aaron felt the intense, compressed sound of many half-secret voices. For the little groups and couples abated their voices, none wished that others should hear what they said. Aaron was looking for a seat. There was no table to him. When suddenly, someone took him by the arm. It was Argyle. "Come along now. Come and join us. Here, this way. Come along." Aaron let himself be led away towards a corner. There sat Lily and a strange man, called Levison. The room was warm. Aaron could never bear to be too hot. After sitting a minute, he rose and took off his coat and hung it on a stand near the window. As he did so, he felt the weight of his flute. It was still in his pocket, and he wondered if it was safe to leave it. "I suppose no one will steal from the overcoat pockets," he said as he sat down. "My dear chap, they'd steal the gold filling out of your teeth if you happened to yawn," said Argyle. "Why have you left the valuables in your overcoat?" "My flute," said Aaron. "Oh, they won't steal that," said Argyle. "Besides," said Lily, "we should see anyone who touched it." And so they settled down to the vermouth. "Well," said Argyle, "what have you been doing with yourself, eh? I haven't seen a glimpse of you for a week. Been going to the dogs, eh?" "Or the bitches," said Aaron. "Oh, but look here, that's bad. That's bad. I can see I shall have to take you in hand and commence my work of reform. Oh, I'm a great reformer, and Savonarola in one. I couldn't count the number of people I've led into the right way. It takes some finding, you know. Straight as the gate, damned straight sometimes. A damned tight squeeze." Argyle was somewhat intoxicated. He spoke with a slight stir and laughed, really tickled at his own jokes. The man Levison smiled acquiescent, but Lily was not listening. His brow was heavy, and he seemed abstracted. He hardly noticed Aaron's arrival. "Did you see the row yesterday?" asked Levison. "No," said Aaron. "What was it?" "It was the Socialists. They were making a demonstration against the imprisonment of one of the railway strikers. I was there. They went on all right, with a good bit of howling and jibing. A lot of young louts, you know. And the shopkeepers shut up shop, and nobody showed the Italian flag, of course. Well, when they came to the Via Benedetto Croce, there were a few mounted carabinieri, so they stopped the procession. And the sergeant said that the crowd could continue, could go on where they liked, but would they not go down the Via Verrocchio, because it was being repaired. The roadway was all up, and there were piles of cobblestones. These might prove a temptation and lead to trouble. So would the demonstrators not take that road? They might take any other they liked. Well, the very moment he had finished, there was a revolver shot. He made a noise, and fell forward over his horse's nose. One of the anarchists had shot him. Then there was hell let loose. The carabinieri fired back, and people were bolting and fighting like devils. I cleared out myself. But my God, what do you think of it?" "Seems pretty mean," said Aaron. "Mean! He had just spoken them fair. They could go where they liked. Only would they not go down the one road, because of the heap of stones. And they let him finish, and then shot him dead." "Was he dead?" said Aaron. "Yes. Killed outright, the Nazione says." There was a silence. The drinkers in the cafe all continued to talk vehemently, casting uneasy glances. "Well," said Argyle, "if you let loose the dogs of war, you mustn't expect them to come to heel again in 5 minutes." "But there's no fair play about it, not a bit," said Levison. "Ah, my dear fellow, are you still so young and callow that you cherish the illusion of fair play?" said Argyle. "Yes, I am," said Levison. "Live longer and grow wiser," said Argyle, rather contemptuously. "Are you a socialist?" asked Levison. "Am I my Aunt Tabitha's dachshund bitch called Bella?" said Argyle in his musical, indifferent voice. "Yes, Bella's her name. And if you can tell me a damneder name for a dog, I shall listen, I assure you." "Attentively." "But you haven't got an aunt called Tabitha," said Aaron. "Haven't I? Oh, haven't I? I've got 2 aunts called Tabitha, if not more." "They aren't of any vital importance to you, are they?" said Levison. "Not the very least in the world. If it hadn't been my elder Aunt Tabitha had christened her dachshund bitch Bella. I cut myself off from the family after that. Oh, I turned over a new leaf, with not a family name on it. Couldn't stand Bella amongst the rest." "You must have strained most of the gnats out of your drink, Argyle," said Lily, laughing. "Assiduously, assiduously. I can't stand these little vermin. Oh, I am quite indifferent about swallowing a camel or 2, or even a whole string of dromedaries. How charmingly Eastern that sounds. But gnats! Not for anything in the world would I swallow one." "You're a bit of a socialist, though, aren't you?" persisted Levison, now turning to Lily. "No," said Lily. "I was." "And am no more," said Argyle sarcastically. "My dear fellow, the only hope of salvation for the world lies in the reinstitution of slavery." "What kind of slavery?" asked Levison. "Slavery. Slavery. When I say slavery, I don't mean any of your damned modern reform cant. I mean solid, sound slavery, on which the Greek and the Roman world rested. Far finer worlds than ours, my dear chap. Oh, far finer. And can't be done without slavery. Simply can't be done. Oh, they'll all come to realize it, when they've had a bit more of this democratic washerwoman business." Levison was laughing, with a slight sneer down his nose. "Anyhow, there's no immediate danger, or hope, if you prefer it, of the reinstituting of classic slavery," he said. "Unfortunately, no. We are all such fools," said Argyle. "Besides," said Levison, "who would you make slaves of?" "Everybody, my dear chap, beginning with the idealists and the theorizing Jews, and after them your nicely bred gentlemen, and then perhaps your profiteers and Rothschilds. And all politicians, and ending up with the proletariat," said Argyle. "Then who would be the masters? The professional classes, doctors and lawyers and so on?" "What? Masters? They would be the sewerage slaves, as being those who had made most smells." There was a moment's silence. "The only fault I have to find with your system," said Levison, rather acidly, "is that there would be only one master, and everybody else slaves." "Do you call that a fault? What do you want with more than one master? Are you asking for several? Well, perhaps there's cunning in that. Cunning devils, these theorizing slaves." And Argyle pushed his face with a devilish leer into Aaron's face. "Cunning devils," he reiterated with a slight tipsy slur. "That befouled Epictetus wasn't the last of 'em, nor the first. Oh, not by any means, not by any means." Here Lily could not avoid a slight spasm of amusement. "But returning to serious conversation," said Levison, turning his rather sallow face to Lily, "I think you'll agree with me that socialism is the inevitable next step." Lily waited for some time without answering. Then he said, with unwilling attention to the question, "I suppose it's the logically inevitable next step." "Use logic as lavatory paper," cried Argyle harshly. "Yes, logically inevitable, and humanly inevitable at the same time. Some form of socialism is bound to come, no matter how you postpone it or try variations," said Levison. "All right, let it come," said Lily. "It's not my affair neither to help it nor to keep it back, or even to try varying it." End of chapter 20, Part A. Chapter 20, Part B, of Aaron's Rod, by D.H. Lawrence. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 20, The Broken Rod, Part B. "There I don't follow you," said Levison. "Suppose you were in Russia now." "I watch it I'm not." "But you're in Italy, which isn't far off. Supposing a socialist revolution takes place all around you. Won't that force the problem on you?" "It is every man's problem," persisted Levison. "Not mine," said Lily. "How shall you escape it?" said Levison. "Because to me it is no problem. To bolsh or not to bolsh, as far as my mind goes, presents no problem. Not any more than to be or not to be. To be or not to be is simply no problem. No, I quite agree that since you are already existing, and since death is ultimately inevitable, to be or not to be is no sound problem, said Levison. But the parallel isn't true of socialism. That is not a problem of existence, but of a certain mode of existence which centuries of thought and action on the part of Europe have now made logically inevitable for Europe. And therefore there is a problem. There is more than a problem. There is a dilemma. Either we must go to the logical conclusion, or somewhere else, said Lilly. Yes, precisely. But where else? That's the one half of the problem. Supposing you do not agree to a logical progression in human social activity, because after all human society through the course of ages only enacts, spasmodically, but still inevitably, the logical development of a given idea. Well then, I tell you, the idea and the ideal has for me gone dead. Dead as carrion. Which idea? Which ideal precisely? The ideal of love, the ideal that it is better to give than to receive, the ideal of liberty, the ideal of the brotherhood of man, the ideal of the sanctity of human life, the ideal of what we call goodness, charity, benevolence, public-spiritedness, the ideal of sacrifice for a cause, the ideal of unity and unanimity. All the lot, all the whole beehive of ideals, has all got the modern bee disease, and gone putrid, stinking. And when the ideal is dead and putrid, the logical sequence is only stink, which for me is the truth concerning the ideal of good, peaceful, loving humanity, and its logical sequence in socialism and equality, equal opportunity, or whatever you like. But this time he stinketh, and I'm sorry for any Christus who brings him to life again, to stink livingly for another 30 years. The beastly Lazarus of our idealism. That may be true for you, but it's true for nobody else, said Lilly. All the worse for them. Let them die of the bee disease. Not only that, persisted Levison, but what is your alternative? Is it merely nihilism? My alternative, said Lilly, is an alternative for no one but myself, so I'll keep my mouth shut about it. That isn't fair. I tell you the ideal of fairness stinks with the rest. I have no obligation to say what I think. Yes, if you enter into conversation, you have... Bah! Then I didn't enter into conversation. The only thing is, I agree in the rough with Argyle. You've got to have a sort of slavery again. People are not men. They are insects and instruments, and their destiny is slavery. They are too many for me, and so what I think is ineffectual. But ultimately they will be brought to agree, after sufficient extermination. And then they will elect for themselves a proper and healthy and energetic slavery. I should like to know what you mean by slavery, because to me it is impossible that slavery should be healthy and energetic. You seem to have some other idea in your mind, and you merely use the word slavery out of exasperation. I mean it none the less. I mean a real committal of the life issue of inferior beings to the responsibility of a superior being. It'll take a bit of knowing who are the inferior and which is the superior, said Levison sarcastically. Not a bit. It is written between a man's brows which he is. I'm afraid we shall all read differently, so long as we're liars. And putting that question aside, I presume that you mean that this committal of the life issue of inferior beings to someone higher shall be made voluntarily, a sort of voluntary self-gift of the inferiors. Yes, more or less, and a voluntary acceptance. For it's no pretty gift after all. But once made, it must be held fast by genuine power. Oh yes, no playing and fooling about with it. Permanent and very efficacious power. You mean military power? I do, of course. Here Levison smiled a long, slow, subtle smile of ridicule. It all seemed to him the preposterous pretentiousness of a megalomaniac, one whom, after a while, humanity would probably have the satisfaction of putting into prison, or into a lunatic asylum. And Levison felt strong, overwhelmingly strong, in the huge social power with which he, insignificant as he was armed against such criminal, imbecile pretensions as those above set forth. Prison or the lunatic asylum. The face of the fellow gloated in these two inevitable engines of his disapproval. "It will take you some time before you'll get your doctrines accepted," he said. "Accepted? I'd be sorry. I don't want a lot of swine snouting and sniffing at me with their acceptance. Bah, Levison, one can easily make a fool of you. Do you take this as my gospel?" "I take it you are speaking seriously." Here Lilly broke into that peculiar gay, whimsical smile. "But I should say the blank opposite with just as much fervor," he declared. "Do you mean to say you don't mean what you've been saying?" said Levison, now really looking angry. "Why, I'll tell you the real truth," said Lilly. "I think every man is a sacred and holy individual, never to be violated. I think there is only one thing I hate to the verge of madness, and that is bullying. To see any living creature bullied, in any way, almost makes a murderer of me. That is true. Do you believe it?" "Yes," said Levison unwillingly. "That may be true as well. You have no doubt, like most of us, got a complex nature which—" Crash! There intervened one awful minute of pure shock, when the soul was in darkness. Out of this shock Aaron felt himself issuing amid a mass of terrible sensations. The fearful blow of the explosion, the noise of glass, the hoarse howl of people, the rushing of men, the sudden gulf, the awful gulfing whirlpool of horror in the social life. He stood in agony and semi-blindness amid a chaos. Then, as he began to recover his consciousness, he found himself standing by a pillar some distance from where he had been sitting. He saw a place where tables and chairs were all upside down, legs in the air, amid debris of glass and breakage. He saw the cafe almost empty, nearly everybody gone. He saw the owner, or the manager, advancing aghast to the place of debris. He saw Lilly standing not far off, white as a sheet, and as if unconscious. And still he had no idea of what had happened. He thought perhaps something had broken down. He could not understand. Lilly began to look round. He caught Aaron's eye, and then Aaron began to approach his friend. "What is it?" he asked. "A bomb," said Lilly. The manager, and one old waiter, and 3 or 4 youths had now advanced to the place of debris. And now Aaron saw that a man was lying there. And horror, blood was running across the floor of the cafe. Men began now hastily to return to the place. Some seized their hats and departed again at once. But many began to crowd in. A black, eager crowd of men pressing to where the bomb had burst, where the man was lying. It was rather dark. Some of the lamps were broken, but enough still shone. Men surged in with that eager, excited zest of people when there has been an accident. Grey carabinieri and carabinieri in the cocked hat and fine Sunday uniform pressed forward officiously. "Let us go," said Lilly. And he went to the far corner where his hat hung. But Aaron looked in vain for his own hat. The bomb had fallen near the stand where he had hung it and his overcoat. "My hat and coat," he said to Lilly. Lilly, not very tall, stood on tiptoe. Then he climbed on a chair and looked round. Then he squeezed past the crowd. Aaron followed. On the other side of the crowd, excited, angry men were wrestling over overcoats that were mixed up with a broken marble tabletop. Aaron spied his own black hat under the sofa near the wall. He waited his turn, and then in the confusion pressed forward to where the coats were. Someone had dragged out his, and it lay on the floor under many feet. He managed, with a struggle, to get it from under the feet of the crowd. He felt at once for his flute, but his trampled, torn coat had no flute in its pocket. He pushed and struggled, caught sight of a section, and picked it up. But it was split right down. 2 silver stops were torn out, and a long, thin spelch of wood was curiously torn off. He looked at it, and his heart stood still. No need to look for the rest. He felt utterly, utterly overcome, as if he didn't care what became of him any further. He didn't care whether he were hit by a bomb or whether he himself threw the next bomb and hit somebody. He just didn't care any more about anything in life or death. It was as if the reins of his life slipped from his hands, and he would let everything run where it would, so long as it did run. Then he became aware of Lily's eyes on him, and automatically he joined the little man. "Let us go," said Lily. And they pushed their way through the door. The police were just marching across the square. Aaron and Lily walked in the opposite direction. Groups of people were watching. Suddenly Lily swerved. In the middle of the road was a large black glisten of blood, trickling horribly. A wounded man had run from the blow and fallen here. Aaron did not know where he was going, but in the Via Tornabuoni, Lily turned towards the Arno, and soon they were on the Ponte Santa Trinita. "Who threw the bomb?" said Aaron. "I suppose an anarchist." "It's all the same," said Aaron. The two men, as if unable to walk any further, leaned on the broad parapet of the bridge and looked at the water in the darkness of the still deserted night. Aaron still had his flute section in his hand, his overcoat over his arm. "Is that your flute?" asked Lily. "Bit of it. Smashed." "Let me look." He looked and gave it back. "No good," he said. "Oh, no," said Aaron. "Throw it in the river, Aaron," said Lily. Aaron turned and looked at him. "Throw it in the river," repeated Lily. "It's an end." Aaron nervelessly dropped the flute into the stream. The two men stood leaning on the bridge parapet, as if unable to move. "We shall have to go home," said Lily. "Tammy may hear of it and be anxious." Aaron was quite dumbfounded by the night's event, the loss of his flute. Here was a blow he had not expected. And the loss was for him symbolistic. It chimed with something in his soul. The bomb, the smashed flute, the end. "There goes Aaron's rod, then," he said to Lily. "It'll grow again. It's a reed, a water plant. You can't kill it," said Lily, unheeding. "And me? You'll have to live without a rod, meanwhile." To which pleasant remark Aaron made no reply. End of chapter 20, part B.
Chapter 21, Part A of Aaron's Rod by D.H. Lawrence. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by K. Hand. Chapter 21, Words, Part A. He went home to bed, and dreamed a strange dream. He dreamed that he was in a country with which he was not acquainted. Night was coming on, and he had nowhere to sleep. So he passed to the mouth of a sort of cave or house, in which a woman, an old woman, sat. Therefore he entered, and though he could not understand the language, still his second self understood. The cave was a house, and men came home from work. His second self assumed that they were tin miners. He wandered uneasily to and fro, no one taking any particular notice of him. And he realized that there was a whole vast country spreading, a sort of underworld country, spreading away beyond him. He wandered from vast apartment to apartment, down narrow corridors like the roads in a mine. In one of the great square rooms the men were going to eat. And it seemed to him that what they were going to eat was a man, a naked man. But his second self knew that what appeared to his eyes as a man was really a man's skin stuffed tight with prepared meat, as the skin of a bologna sausage. This did not prevent his seeing the naked man who was to be eaten walk slowly and stiffly across the gangway and down the corridor. He saw him from behind. It was a big handsome man in the prime of life, quite naked and perhaps stupid. But of course he was only a skin stuffed with meat whom the grey tin miners were going to eat. Aaron, the dream Aaron, turned another way and strayed along the vast square rooms, cavern apartments. He came into one room where there were many children all in white gowns. And they were all busily putting themselves to bed, in the many beds scattered about the room at haphazard. And each child went to bed with a wreath of flowers on its head, white flowers and pink, so it seemed. So there they all lay, in their flower crowns, in the vast space of the rooms. And Aaron went away. He could not remember the following part, only he seemed to have passed through many grey domestic apartments, where were all women, all greyish in their clothes and appearance, being wives of the underground tin miners. The men were away, and the dream Aaron remembered with fear the food they were to eat. The next thing he could recall was that he was in a boat, and now he was most definitely two people. His invisible, conscious self, what we have called his second self, hovered as it were before the prow of the boat, seeing and knowing, but unseen. His other self, the palpable Aaron, sat as a passenger in the boat which was being rowed by the unknown people of this underworld. They stood up as they thrust the boat along. Other passengers were in the boat too, women as well, but all of them unknown people and not noticeable. The boat was upon a great lake in the underworld country, a lake of dark blue water, but crystal clear and very beautiful in color. The second or invisible Aaron sat in the prow and watched the fishes swimming suspended in the clear, beautiful, dark blue water. Some were pale fish, some frightening looking, like centipedes swimming, and some were dark fish of definite form and delightful to watch. The palpable or visible Aaron sat at the side of the boat, on the end of the middle seat, with his naked right elbow leaning out over the side. And now the boat entered upon shallows. The impalpable Aaron in the bows saw the whitish clay of the bottom swirl up in clouds at each thrust of the oars, whitish clayey clouds which would envelop the strange fishes in a sudden mist. And on the right hand of the course stakes stood up in the water at intervals to mark the course. The boat must pass very near these stakes, almost touching, and Aaron's naked elbow was leaning right over the side. As they approached the first stake, the boatmen all uttered a strange cry of warning in a foreign language. The flesh and blood Aaron seemed not even to hear. The invisible Aaron heard, but did not comprehend the words of the cry. So the naked elbow struck smartly against the stake as the boat passed. The rowers rowed on. And still the flesh and blood Aaron sat with his arm over the side. Another stake was nearing. Will he heed? Will he heed? Thought this anxious second self. The rowers gave the strange warning cry. He did not heed, and again the elbow struck against the stake as the boat passed. And yet the flesh and blood Aaron sat on and made no sign. There were stakes all along this shallow part of the lake. Beyond was deep water again. The invisible Aaron was becoming anxious. Will he never hear? Will he never heed? Will he never understand? He thought. And he watched in pain for the next stake. But still the flesh and blood Aaron sat on, and though the rowers cried so acutely that the invisible Aaron almost understood their very language, still the Aaron seated at the side heard nothing, and his elbow struck against the third stake. This was almost too much. But after a few moments, as the boat rowed on, the palpable Aaron changed his position as he sat, and drew in his arm, though even now he was not aware of any need to do so. The invisible Aaron breathed with relief in the bows, the boat swung steadily on, into the deep, unfathomable water again. They were drawing near a city. A lake city like Mexico. They must have reached a city, because when Aaron woke up and tried to piece together the dream of which these are mere fragments, he could remember having just seen an idol. An Astarte he knew it as, seated by the road, and in her open lap were some eggs, smallish hen's eggs, one or two bigger eggs like a swan's, and one single little roll of bread. These lay in the lap of the roadside Astarte, and then he could remember no more. He woke, and for a minute tried to remember what he had been dreaming, and what it all meant. But he quickly relinquished the effort. So he looked at his watch. It was only 3:30. He had one of those American watches with luminous phosphorescent figures and fingers, and tonight he felt afraid of its eerily shining face. He was awake a long time in the dark, for 2 hours, thinking and not thinking, in that barren state which is not sleep nor yet full wakefulness, and which is a painful strain. At length he went to sleep again, and did not wake till past 8 o'clock. He did not ring for his coffee till 9. Outside was a bright day, but he hardly heeded it. He lay profitlessly, thinking. With the breaking of the flute, that which was slowly breaking had finally shattered at last. But there was nothing ahead, no plan, no prospect. He knew quite well that people would help him, Francis Decker, or Angus Guest, or the Marchese, or Lilly. They would get him a new flute, and find him engagements. But what was the good? His flute was broken, and broken finally. The bomb had settled it. The bomb had settled it and everything. It was an end, no matter how he tried to patch things up. The only thing he felt was a thread of destiny attaching him to Lily. The rest had all gone as bare and bald as the dead orb of the moon. So he made up his mind, if he could, to make some plans that would bring his life together with that of his evanescent friend. Lily was a peculiar bird. Clever and attractive as he undoubtedly was, he was perhaps the most objectionable person to know. It was stamped on his peculiar face. Aaron thought of Lily's dark, ugly face, which had something that lurked in it as a creature under leaves. Then he thought of the wide-apart eyes, with their curious candor and surety, the peculiar half-veiled surety, as if nothing, nothing could overcome him. It made people angry, this look of silent, indifferent assurance. Nothing can touch him on the quick, nothing can really get at him, they felt at last. And they felt it with resentment, almost with hate. They wanted to be able to get at him. For he was so open-seeming, so very outspoken. He gave himself away so much. And he had no money to fall back on. Yet he gave himself away so easily, paid such attention, almost deference, to any chance friend. So they all thought, here is a wise person who finds me the wonder which I really am. And lo and behold, after he had given them the trial, and found their inevitable limitations, he departed and ceased to heed their wonderful existence. Which, to say the least of it, was fraudulent and damnable. It was then, after his departure, that they realized his basic indifference to them and his silent arrogance. A silent arrogance that knew all their wisdom and left them to it. Aaron had been through it all. He had started by thinking Lily a peculiar little freak, gone on to think him a wonderful chap, and a bit pathetic, progressed, and found him generous, but overbearing. Then cruel and intolerant, allowing no man to have a soul of his own. Then terribly arrogant, throwing a fellow aside like an old glove which is in holes at the finger ends. And all the time, which was most beastly, seeing through one. All the time, freak and outsider as he was, Lily knew. He knew, and his soul was against the whole world. Driven to bay and forced to choose. Forced to choose, not between life and death, but between the world and the uncertain, assertive Lily. Forced to choose, and yet, in the world, having nothing left to choose. For in the world there was nothing left to choose, unless he would give in and try for success. Aaron knew well enough that if he liked to do a bit of buttering, people would gladly make a success of him and give him money and success. He could become quite a favourite. But no. If he had to give in to something, if he really had to give in, and it seemed he had, then he would rather give in to the little Lily than to the beastly people of the world. If he had to give in, then it should be to no woman, and to no social ideal, and to no social institution. No. If he had to yield his wilful independence and give himself, then he would rather give himself to the little individual man than to any of the rest. For to tell the truth, in the man was something incomprehensible which had dominion over him, if he chose to allow it. As he lay pondering this over, escaping from the cul-de-sac in which he had been running for so long, by yielding to one of his pursuers, yielding to the peculiar mastery of one man's nature rather than to the quicksands of woman or the stinking bogs of society, yielding, since yield he must, in some direction or other, yielding in a new direction now to one strange and incalculable little individual. As Aaron lay so relaxing, finding a peculiar delight in giving his soul to his mind's hero, the self same hero tapped and entered. "I wondered," he said, "if you'd like to walk into the country with me. It is such a nice day. I thought you might have gone out already, but here you are, in bed like a woman who's had a baby. You're all right, aren't you?" "Yes," said Aaron, "I'm all right." "Miserable about your flute? Ah, well, there are more flutes. Get up, then." And Lily went to the window and stood out, looking at the river. "We're going away on Thursday," he said. "Where to?" said Aaron. "Naples. We've got a little house there for the winter, in the country, not far from Sorrento. I must get a bit of work done, now that the winter is coming. And forget all about everything and just live with life. What's the good of running after life when we've got it in us, if nobody prevents us and obstructs us?" Aaron felt very queer. "But for how long will you settle down?" he asked. "Oh, only the winter. I am a vagrant, really, or a migrant. I must migrate. Do you think a cuckoo in Africa and a cuckoo in Essex is one and the same bird? Anyhow, I know I must oscillate between north and south, so oscillate I do. It's just my nature. All people don't have the same needs." "I guess there are others that feel caged as well as you," said Aaron. "I guess they are. And maybe they haven't a chance to get out." Lilly was silent a moment. Then he said, "Well, I didn't make life in society. I can only go my own way." Aaron too was silent. A deep disappointment was settling over his spirit. "Will you be alone all winter?" "Just myself and Tanny," he answered. "But people always turn up." "And then next year, what will you do?" "Who knows? I may sail far off. I should like to. I should like to try quite a new life mode. This is finished in me, and yet perhaps it is absurd to go further. I'm rather sick of seekers. I hate a seeker." "What?" said Aaron rather sarcastically. "Those who are looking for a new religion?" "Religion and love and all that. It's a disease now." "Oh, I don't know," said Aaron. "Perhaps the lack of love and religion is the disease." "Ah, bah! The grinding the old millstones of love and God is what ails us when there's no more grist between the stones. We've ground love very small. Time to forget it. Forget the very words religion and God and love, and then have a shot at a new mode. But the very words rivet us down and don't let us move. Rivets, and we can't get them out." "And where should we be if we could?" said Aaron. "We might begin to be ourselves, anyhow." "And what does that mean?" said Aaron. "Being yourself. What does it mean?" "To me, everything." "And to most folks, nothing. They've got to have a goal." "There is no goal. I loathe goals more than any other impertinence. Jails they are. Bah! Jails and jailers. Jails and jailers." "Wherever you go you'll find people with their noses tied to some goal," said Aaron. "Their wagon hitched to a star, which goes round and round like an ass in a gin," laughed Lilly. "Be damned to it." Aaron got himself dressed, and the two men went out, took a tram, and went into the country. Aaron could not help it. Lilly put his back up. They came to a little inn near a bridge where a broad stream rustled bright and shallow. It was a sunny, warm day, and Aaron and Lilly had a table outside under the thin trees at the top of the bank above the river. The yellow leaves were falling. The Tuscan sky was turquoise blue. In the stream below, three naked boys still adventurously bathed, and lay flat on the shingle in the sun. A wagon with two pale, loving, velvety oxen drew slowly down the hill, looking at each step as if they were going to come to rest, to move no more. But still they stepped forward, till they came to the inn, and there they stood to rest. Two old women were picking the last acorns under three scrubby oak trees, whilst a girl with bare feet drove her two goats and a sheep up from the waterside towards the women. The girl wore a dress that had been blue, perhaps indigo, but which had faded to the beautiful lavender purple color which is so common, and which always reminded Lilly of purple anemones in the south. The two friends sat in the sun and drank red wine. It was midday. From the thin, square belfry on the opposite hill the bells had rung. The old woman and the girl squatted under the trees, eating their bread and figs. The boys were dressing, fluttering into their shirts on the stream's shingle. A big girl went past, with somebody's dinner tied in a red kerchief and perched on her head. It was one of the most precious hours, the hour of pause, noon and the sun, and the quiet acceptance of the world. At such a time everything seems to fall into a true relationship after the strain of work and of urge. Aaron looked at Lilly and saw the same odd, distant look on his face as on the face of some animal when it lies awake and alert, yet perfectly at one with its surroundings. It was something quite different from happiness, an alert enjoyment of rest, an intense and satisfying sense of centrality, as a dog when it basks in the sun with one eye open and winking, or a rabbit quite still and wide-eyed with a faintly twitching nose. Not passivity, but alert enjoyment of being central, Life central in one's own little circumambient world. They sat thus still, or lay under the trees, for an hour and a half. Then Lilly paid the bill and went on. "What am I going to do this winter, do you think?" Aaron asked. "What do you want to do?" End of chapter 21, part A. Chapter 21, part B of Aaron's Rod by D.H. Lawrence. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by K. Hand. Chapter 21, Words, part B. Nay, that's what I want to know. Do you want anything? I mean, does something drive you from inside? I can't just rest, said Aaron. Can't you settle down to something? To a job, for instance? I've not found the job I could settle down to yet, said Aaron. Why not? It's just my nature. Are you a seeker? Have you got a divine urge or need? How do I know? Laughed Aaron. Perhaps I've got a damned urge at the bottom of me. I'm sure it's nothing divine. Very well, then. Now, in life, there are only two great dynamic urges. Do you believe me? How do I know? Laughed Aaron. Do you want to be believed? No, I don't care a straw. Only for your own sake, you better believe me. All right, then. What about it? Well, then, there are only two great dynamic urges in life, love and power. Love and power, said Aaron. I don't see power as so very important. You don't see because you don't look. But that's not the point. What sort of urge is your urge? Is it the love urge? I don't know, said Aaron. Yes, you do. You know that you have got an urge, don't you? Yes. Rather unwillingly, Aaron admitted it. Well, then what is it? Is it that you want to love or to be obeyed? A bit of both. All right, a bit of both. And what are you looking for in love? A woman whom you can love and who will love you out and all and happy ever after sort of thing? That's what I started out for, perhaps, laughed Aaron. And now you know it's all my eye. Aaron looked at Lilly, unwilling to admit it. Lilly began to laugh. You know it well enough, he said. It's one of your lost illusions, my boy. Well, then, what next? Is it a God you're after? Do you want a God you can strive to and attain through love and live happy ever after, countless millions of eternities, immortality, and all that? Is this your little dodge? Again Aaron looked at Lilly with that odd double look of mockery and unwillingness to give himself away. All right, then. You've got a love urge that urges you to God, have you? Then go and join the Buddhists in Burma, or the newest fangled Christians in Europe. Go and stick your head in a bush of nirvana or spiritual perfection. Trot off. I won't, said Aaron. You must. If you've got a love urge, then give it its fulfillment. I haven't got a love urge. You have. You want to get excited in love. You want to be carried away in love. You want to whoosh off in a nice little love whoosh and love yourself. Don't deny it. I know you do. You want passion to sweep you off on wings of fire till you surpass yourself, and like the swooping eagle swoop right into the sun. I know you do, my love boy. Not any more. Not any more. I've been had too often, laughed Aaron. Bah! It's a lesson men never learn. No matter how sick they make themselves with love, they always rush for more, like a dog to his vomit. Well, what am I to do then, if I'm not to love? Cried Aaron. You want to go on, from passion to passion, from ecstasy to ecstasy, from triumph to triumph, until you can whoosh away into glory, beyond yourself, all bonds loosened and happily ever after. Either that or nirvana, opposite side of the medal. There's probably more hate than love in me, said Aaron. That's the recoil of the same urge. The anarchist, the criminal, the murderer, he is only the extreme lover acting on the recoil. But it is love, only in recoil. It flies back the love urge and becomes a horror. All right, then. I'm a criminal and a murderer, said Aaron. No, you're not. But you've a love urge, and perhaps on the recoil just now. But listen to me. It's no good thinking the love urge is the one and only. Niente. You can whoosh if you like and get excited and carried away loving a woman or humanity or God. Swoop away in the love direction till you lose yourself. But that's where you're had. You can't lose yourself. You can try, but you might just as well try to swallow yourself. You'll only bite your fingers off in the attempt. You can't lose yourself, neither in woman, nor humanity, nor in God. You've always got yourself on your hands in the end, and a very raw and jaded and humiliated and nervous, neurasthenic self it is too in the end. A very nasty thing to wake up to is one's own raw self after an excessive love whoosh. Look even at President Wilson. He love whooshed for humanity and found in the end he'd only got a very sorry self on his hands. So leave off. Leave off, my boy. Leave off love whooshing. You can't lose yourself, so stop trying. The responsibility is on your own shoulders all the time, and no god which man has ever struck can take it off. You are yourself, and so be yourself. Stick to it and abide by it. Passion or no passion, ecstasy or no ecstasy, urge or no urge, there's no goal outside you where you can consummate like an eagle flying into the sun or a moth into a candle. There's no goal outside you, and there's no God outside you. No God whom you can get to and rest in. None. It's a case of trot, trot to market to buy a penny bun, and trot, trot back again as fast as you can run. But there's no God outside you whom you can rise to or sink to or swoop away to. You can't even gum yourself to a divine nirvana moon, because all the time you've got to eat your dinner and digest it. There is no goal outside you, none. There is only one thing, your own very self, so you better stick to it. You can't be any bigger than just yourself, so you needn't drag God in. You've got one job and no more. There inside you lies your own very self, like a germinating egg, your precious Easter egg of your own soul. There it is, developing bit by bit from one single egg cell which you were at your conception in your mother's womb, on and on to the strange and peculiar complication in unity which never stops till you die, if then. You've got an innermost, integral, unique self, and since it's the only thing you have got or ever will have, don't go trying to lose it. You've got to develop it, from the egg into the chicken, and from the chicken into the one and only phoenix, of which there can only be one at a time in the universe. There can be only one of you at a time in the universe, and one of me. So don't forget it. Your own single oneness is your destiny. Your destiny comes from within, from your own self-form. And you can't know it beforehand, neither your destiny nor your self-form. You can only develop it. You can only stick to your own very self and never betray it. And by so sticking you can develop the one and only phoenix out of your own self, and you unfold your own destiny as a dandelion unfolds itself into a dandelion and not into a stick of celery. Remember this, my boy. You've never got to deny the Holy Ghost which is inside you, your own soul's self. Never. Where you'll catch it. And you've never got to think you'll dodge the responsibility of your own soul's self by loving or sacrificing or nirvana-ing or even anarchizing and throwing bombs. You never will. Aaron was silenced for a moment by this flood of words. Then he said, smiling, "So I better sit tight on my soul till it hatches, had I?" "Oh, yes. If your soul's urges you to love, then love. But always know that what you are doing is the fulfilling of your own soul's impulse. It's no good trying to act by prescription, not a bit, and it's no use getting into frenzies. If you've got to go in for love and passion, go in for them. But they aren't the goal. They're a mere means, a life means, if you will. The only goal is the fulfilling of your own soul's active desire and suggestion. Be passionate as much as ever it is your nature to be passionate, and deeply sensual as far as you can be. Small souls have a small sensuality, deep souls a deep one. But remember, all the time, the responsibility is upon your own head, it all rests with your own lonely soul, the responsibility for your own action." "I never said it didn't," said Aaron. "You never said it did. You never accepted. You thought there was something outside to justify you, God, or a creed, or a prescription. But remember, your soul inside you is your only Godhead. It develops your actions within you as a tree develops its own new cells. And the cells push on into buds and boughs and flowers. And these are your passion and your acts and your thoughts and expressions, your developing consciousness. You don't know beforehand, and you can't. You can only stick to your own soul through thick and thin. You are your own tree of life, roots and limbs and trunk. Somewhere within the wholeness of the tree lies the very self, the quick, its own innate Holy Ghost. And this Holy Ghost puts forth new buds, and pushes past old limits, and shakes off a whole body of dying leaves. And the old limits hate being impassed, and the old leaves hate to fall, but they must if the tree soul says so. They had sat down again during this harangue, under a white wall. Aaron listened more to the voice than the words. It was more the sound value which entered his soul, the tone, the strange speech music which sank into him. The sense he hardly heeded. And yet he understood. He knew. He understood, oh, so much more deeply than if he had listened with his head. And he answered an objection from the bottom of his soul. "But you talk," he said, "as if we were like trees, alone by ourselves in the world. We aren't. If we love, it needs another person than ourselves, and if we hate, and even if we talk." "Quite," said Lilly, "and that's just the point. We've got to love and hate moreover, and even talk. But we haven't got to fix on any one of these modes, and say that's the only mode. It is such imbecility to say that love and love alone must rule. It is so obviously not the case. Yet we try and make it so." "I feel that," said Aaron. "It's all a lie." "It's worse. It's a half lie. But listen. I told you there were two urges, two great life urges, didn't I? There may be more. But it comes on me so strongly now that there are two, love and power. And we've been trying to work ourselves, at least as individuals, from the love urge exclusively, hating the power urge and repressing it. And now I find we've got to accept the very thing we've hated. We've exhausted our love urge for the moment, and yet we try to force it to continue working. So we get inevitability, anarchy, and murder. It's no good. We've got to accept the power motive, accept it in deep responsibility. Do you understand me? It is a great life motive. It was that great dark power urge which kept Egypt so intensely living for so many centuries. It is a vast dark source of life and strength in us now, wanting either to issue into true action or to burst into cataclysm. Power. The power urge. The will to power. But not in Nietzsche's sense. Not intellectual power, not mental power, not conscious will power, not even wisdom. But dark, living, fructifying power. Do you know what I mean?" "I don't know," said Aaron. "Take what you call love, for example. In the real way of love, the positive aim is to make the other person or persons happy. It devotes itself to the other or to others. But change the mode. Let the urge be the urge of power. Then the great desire is not happiness, neither of the beloved nor of oneself. Happiness is only one of many states, and it is horrible to think of fixing us down to one state. The urge of power does not seek for happiness any more than for any other state. It urges from within, darkly, for the displacing of the old leaves, the inception of the new. It is powerful and self-central, not seeking its center outside, in some god or some beloved, but acting indomitably from within itself. And of course there must be one who urges and one who is impelled. Just as in love there is a beloved and a lover. The man is supposed to be the lover, the woman the beloved. Now, in the urge of power, it is the reverse. The woman must submit, but deeply, deeply submit. Not to any foolish fixed authority, not to any foolish and arbitrary will, but to something deep, deeper. To the soul in its dark motion of power and pride. We must reverse the poles. The woman must now submit, but deeply, deeply and richly. No subservience, none of that. No slavery. A deep, unfathomable, free submission. "You'll never get it," said Aaron. "You will, if you abandon the love idea and the love motive, and if you stand apart, and never bully, never force from the conscious will. That's where Nietzsche was wrong. His was the conscious and benevolent will, in fact, the love will. But the deep power urge is not conscious of its aims, and it is certainly not consciously benevolent or love directed. Whatever else happens, somewhere, sometime, the deep power urge in man will have to issue forth again, and women will submit, livingly, not subjectedly." "She never will," persisted Aaron. "Anything else will happen, but not that." "She will," said Lilly, "once man disengages himself from the love mode and stands clear. Once he stands clear and the other great urge begins to flow in him, then the woman won't be able to resist. Her own soul will wish to yield itself." "Woman yield?" Aaron re-echoed. "Woman, and man too. Yield to the deep power soul in the individual man and obey implicitly. I don't go back on what I said before. I do believe that every man must fulfill his own soul. Every woman must be herself, herself only, not some man's instrument or some embodied theory. But the mode of our being is such that we can only live and have our being whilst we are implicit in one of the great dynamic modes. We must either love or rule. And once the love mode changes, as change it must, for we are worn out and becoming evil in its persistence, then the other mode will take place in us, and there will be a profound, profound obedience in place of this love crying obedience to the incalculable power urge. And men must submit to the greater soul in a man for their guidance, and women must submit to the positive power soul in man for their being." "You'll never get it," said Aaron. "You will when all men want it. All men say they want a leader. Then let them in their souls submit to some greater soul than theirs. At present, when they say they want a leader, they mean they want an instrument, like Lloyd George. A mere instrument for their use. But it's more than that. It's the reverse. It's the deep, fathomless submission to the heroic soul in a greater man. You, Aaron, you too have the need to submit. You, too, have the need livingly to yield to a more heroic soul, to give yourself. You know you have, and you know it isn't love. It is life submission. And you know it, but you kick against the pricks. And perhaps you'd rather die than yield, and so die you must. It is your affair." There was a long pause. Then Aaron looked up into Lilly's face. It was dark and remote seeing. It was like a Byzantine icon at the moment. "And whom shall I submit to?" he said. "Your soul will tell you," replied the other. The end. End of chapter 21, part B. End of Aaron's Rod by D.H. Lawrence.